The President. Questions. Question 1, Mr. Robert Lee. Thank you, President. Recently, the central authorities have promulgated the opinion on providing financial support for the comprehensive deepening, reform, and opening up of the Shanghai-Shenzhen-Hong Kong Modern Service Industry Cooperation Zone, setting out 30 measures on financial reform and invitation, that is the 30 financial measures for Shanghai, to support the development of the Shanghai-Shenzhen-Hong Kong Modern Service Industry Cooperation, that is the Shanghai Cooperation Zone. In this connection, will the government inform this Council? 1. Given that the trade is widely concerned about the 30 financial measures for Shanghai, hoping that the relevant policies will bring development opportunities, whether the authorities will launch priority projects and proposals targeting relevant industries or companies in an orderly manner. 2. As the 30 financial measures for Shanghai involve a number of policy initiatives, how the government will foster cross-departmental collaboration, coordinate the communication and discussion with relevant mainland departments, and announce the relevant specific implementation details and timetable as soon as possible, so as to facilitate different enterprises to make prior preparations for their developments in the Shanghai Cooperation Zone. And 3. Whether the government will provide incentives to attract more financial and professional services-related enterprises to participate in the relevant developments, thereby leveraging Hong Kong's advantages as an international financial center for fulfilling its role in the internal circulation and external circulation for national development. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, the HKSAR government attaches great importance to the enormous opportunities brought by the development of the GBA to Hong Kong's financial and professional services sectors. In February this year, the Central Financial Authorities and the People's Government of Guangdong Province jointly promulgated the opinion on providing financial support for the comprehensive deepening, reform, and opening up of the Shanghai Modern Service Industry Cooperation Zone, setting out 30 wide-ranging measures on financial reform and innovation. The opinion demonstrates the great importance and strategic planning accorded by the Central People's Government to the GBA development, leveraging Shanghai's deepening reform to support our integration into the national development of the reform and opening up of the financial market. We will seize the opportunities unleashed in fostering the sustainable development of the sectors concerned. My reply to the question raised by Mr. Robert Lee is as follows. On questions 1 and 3, to enhance the financial sector's understanding of the opinion, I led a Hong Kong financial sector delegation of about 50 people to attend a Shenzhen-Hong Kong liaison event held in Shanghai on the 18th of May for the government's departments, regulators, and industry players of the two places to exchange views and liaise with one another. The event was jointly organized by the Financial Services and the Treasury Bureau and the Shanghai Authority. On top of representatives from the government and financial regulators, representatives from various banks, securities, insurance, and funds companies, as well as industry associations and organizations of the financial sector also joined. We are taking forward the relevant work of the opinion along 5 directions. The first is prioritizing financial services relating to people's livelihood. With the development of the GBA, there has been growing demand for convenient and seamless financial services by residents in the 3 places. The opinion prioritizes financial innovation relating to people's livelihood, with many measures in line with the policy directions that we have been proceeding with, including facilitating Hong Kong residents to open mainland bank accounts, expediting the establishment of insurance after-sales service center in Shanghai, facilitating Hong Kong residents to use mobile e-payment tools in Shanghai, etc. The second is highlighting Hong Kong's function as a premier fundraising platform. The opinion supports Shanghai enterprises to make use of Hong Kong's platform in accordance with the law. For example, setting up open-ended fund companies and limited partnership funds for raising funds and expanding overseas businesses, as well as REITs for listing and financing quality real estate and infrastructure projects in Hong Kong. The Shanghai Authority will provide a number of incentives, including a one-off reward of $2 million RMB to Shanghai venture capital institutions listed on the HKEX to encourage Shanghai institutions to expand financing channels in Hong Kong's capital markets. The opinion also supports Shanghai enterprises to issue green bonds and obtain green financing from banks in Hong Kong, fully demonstrating our niche as a green financing platform, channeling international capital to support the sustainable development of the country. The third is giving full play to our function as an offshore RMB business hub. The opinion supports Shanghai banks and enterprises to issue RMB-denominated securities products in Hong Kong, and the HKEX Shanghai Mercantile Exchange to develop cross-boundary trading of physical commodities with clearing and settlements denominated in RMB. The fourth is encouraging cooperation between financial institutions in Shenzhen and Hong Kong. The opinion supports fund firms in Shanghai to actively participate in exchange-traded fund or ETF cross-listing and mainland Hong Kong mutual recognition of funds. At the same time, it explores lowering the entry requirements for Hong Kong investors in equity investments and expanding the business coverage of Hong Kong's financial institutions in Shanghai. This will benefit banks, securities firms, insurance institutions, asset management institutions, private equity funds, etc. The fifth is focusing on the development of characteristic financial industries. The opinion highlights promoting the development of green finance and fintech. The HKSAR government's policy direction of developing Hong Kong into an international center of green technology and green finance is in line with this. Measures include encouraging green finance talent exchanges, exploring mutually recognized and unified environmental disclosure standards for financial institutions, and strengthening collaboration between Shanghai's FinTech Supervisory Tool and the HKMA's FinTech Supervisory Sandbox. In addition, we have earmarked $12 million for implementing a fintech internship scheme for post-secondary students in 2023-24 to facilitate students studying in fintech-related subjects in Hong Kong and the GBA to acquire practical work experience in fintech enterprises in the two places, thus equipping them early with relevant knowledge in pursuing a career in fintech. On question 2, there has been close financial cooperation between Shenzhen and Hong Kong. We have established a task force with the Shenzhen Municipal People's Governments on promoting mutual access between financial markets to jointly take forward various financial cooperation initiatives. In March, we signed the agreement on enhancing Hong Kong-Guangdong financial cooperation with the Guangdong Financial Supervisory Authority after the plenary of the Hong Kong-Guangdong Cooperation Joint Conference. The agreement covers the active promotion of the development of finance in the Shanghai Cooperation Zone, including facilitating Hong Kong residents to open bank accounts and expanding the room for developments in the Shanghai Cooperation Zone. Premising on this good foundation, we will continue to strengthen collaboration and communication with Shenzhen based on the directions set out in the opinion. We and the financial regulators will announce the implementation details of the policy measures concerned as soon as they are ready. Thank you, President. Mr. Robert Lee. I understand that the 30 measures, that is the opinion, the purpose is to enhance the level of cooperation between Hong Kong and Shenzhen and serve the high-quality developments of the real economy and prevent financial risks. Now, the main reply mentions there are collaboration on and the developments of ETF and other measures. Now, how does the government bring real benefits to the trade from these high-level policies so that we can better integrate into national development? Secretary, on Mr. Robert Lee's question, I can reply on several areas. First, on top-level planning and the framework. In Guangdong, we have signed a memorandum of understanding to implement certain collaboration programs. Now, under the opinion, we have a task force on collaborating with Shenzhen. I am the representative of the Hong Kong SAR government, and I am working closely with the Shanghai Authority representatives in the task force. Now, also on Shenzhen and Shanghai level, we will help the trades understand the actual benefits brought about by the 30 measures and how they can tap the opportunities under the 30 measures. Now, about financial institutions in Shanghai, since the Shanghai International Financial City established in October 2021, there are 280 financial institutions setting up shops in Shanghai. Now, Hong Kong enterprises account for 30% of the enterprises, including HSBC, Shanghai, SCB, and other Hong Kong-based banks. Now, there are some 4,630 financial institutions in Shanghai, accounting for 80% of such institutions in Shenzhen, with some 2,000 also registered in Hong Kong. Now, these figures are in response to Mr. Robert Lee's question. Now, despite top-level management and communication between the governments, we have to have the support of the trade to give play to these measures. Now, these figures are demonstrating how Hong Kong investors and overseas financial institutions utilize the opportunities brought about by the GBA and Shanghai. Mr. Chen Kin-po, thank you. Now, point 4 of the main reply mention encouraging cooperation between financial institutions in Shenzhen and Hong Kong, benefiting banks and security firms and insurance institutions. Now, Shanghai is a key pilot area of after-sales centers of insurance services. Now, what is the progress? Now, about Insurance Link, what is the progress of extending the scope to more insurance products? Secretary, Mr. Chan's question is very pertinent. All along, the insurance sector plays the role of risk management in the financial services sector. It is of crucial importance, and we want to help insurers to collaborate more with the Shanghai counterparts. Now, there are 2 projects mentioned. First, after-sales centers. Now, we have been liaising with the Beijing, Guangdong, and Shenzhen Shanghai governments. We hope we can expeditiously implement the relevant work in Nansha and other Shanghai cities. Now, we are liaising with the mainland regulators, and also we are in a continuous dialogue with the local trade so that the future services the future framework can meet the needs of the sector better. Now, about Insurance Link or the Insurance Connect. Now, we will collate our experience after the after-sales centers are established, and then we will devise the details of the plan. Now, it is linked closely with after-sales centers. Now, for after-sales centers, no transaction is involved. For Insurance Connect, a wider scope would be involved, including cross-boundary regulation and cross-boundary capital flow. So that it is much more complicated than after-sales centers. Despite that, we will draw the operational experience from the after-sales center and also a Wealth Connect scheme to achieve some breakthroughs when the Insurance Connect scheme is implemented. Don't worry, Mr. Chen Kin-po, it is always on our agenda. Now, like I said in the main reply, we will implement policy measures as and when they are ready to meet the needs of the trade. Mr. Jimmy Ng. Thank you, President. Now, in year 2021, the policy address mentioned that the government would explore with the Central People's Government to offer facilitation for expatriates living in Hong Kong to engage in businesses in the mainland. However, there is not much progress. Now, we have resumed normal travel between the mainland and Hong Kong. Now, will the government use Shanghai as a pilot zone so that modern service industry practitioners and also talents who have come to Hong Kong through various talent admission scheme can also go to other GBA cities to engage in modern services and also enjoy the same tax concessions enjoyed by Hong Kong people? Secretary. Now, if I understand correctly, there are several questions. First, on the flow of talents, and also upon entry, how these talents can enjoy favorable policies offered by the mainland. Now, our teams, including the Security Bureau, has been liaising with the mainland counterparts on giving full play to our connections with the mainland, including in the GBA mainland cities, including expatriates holding valid Hong Kong visas gaining entry into the GBA cities. Now, this is very pertinent to the question, but maybe next time on another platform, we can explain and report the progress better to members. Now, on another question raised by Mr. Jimmy Ng, for institutions and talents who are already in the GBA, how they can be benefited from the mainland's policies. Now, the 30 measures under the opinion are very concrete. They are subsidies and facilitation measures to provide convenience to financial institutions to enjoy the financing services in the mainland. On the other hand, Hong Kong investors can also expand their businesses in Qianhai. Now, as I've mentioned, there are different financial players, including major banks and insurers who have established a presence in Qianhai, and there are also other institutions already in Qianhai. Now, concerning people's flow and also facilitation measures for talents, there has always been a wide range of such measures, and we are promoting exchange of talents by collaborating with the mainland governments. Mr. Chen Pui-Leung, thank you. The 30 measures mentioned that the HKEX will be supported to launch innovative products under the Qianhai Mercantile Exchange and use RMB for clearing and settlements. Now, what is the progress of this? And will the Hong Kong gold and silver markets be involved as well? Secretary. Thank you, President. Now, we understand that a few years ago, the HKEX has established a Qianhai Mercantile Exchange for physical trade. Now, this has been up and running, and all along the HKEX has been extending the types of products traded in the exchange, including soybeans and other physical products, so as to offer more choices for traders. Now, products include aluminium rods, copper rods, electrolysis rod, natural gas pipe, and also soya beans. There are 9 types of products being traded. Now, through this institution and platform, we can better serve the real economy of the mainland and allow more robust trade in Qianhai. As of July last year, for the first time, RMB denominated trade was made possible for cross-boundary trade. Now, for the next step, as the member suggested, whether we can collaborate with more institutions in offering more products. Now, we have been studying to offer more products. But after all, this is a market for public investments. Regulation is important. So we have to ensure that the risk is controlled when more products are offered. Now, on this premises, I think we will explore more opportunities for collaboration. Mr. Ronnie Chen. Thank you, President. The main reply mentioned that the government is following 5 directions to implement the 30 measures. Now, the first area is prioritizing people's financial services for people's livelihood. Hong Kong residents would be supported to use mobile e-payment tools in Qianhai. Now, in year 2021, the data security law, the data safety law, and also another piece of law was implemented in the mainland. Now, with the government study with the Qianhai Authority on how we can allow cross-boundary personal data flow between the 2 places and support the development of e-payments on both sides. Secretary. All along, this has been part of our discussion with the Qianhai Authority. Now, with the better integration among GBA cities, there has been more and more ever higher demand for credit financing. So data flow is important. Now, we have to look at the implementation details. At this stage, we are looking to allow cross-boundary flow of commerce data. Now, this is less complicated, but the premises is we have to abide by the mainland laws and also control the risk. And also, this has to be on the premises of of a consent on both places. Now, in the future, we want to allow Qianhai banks to gather information of Hong Kong bank customers so as to facilitate development of the banking sector in Shanghai and Hong Kong. Now, we will be sure that we follow all the regulations, and these efforts are ongoing. Dr. So Chang-Wing, the 30 measures under the opinion is the deepened reform in the opening up of the Shenzhen-Hong Kong financial sector. Now, if these measures are given the due weight, it will help boost the financial services sectors on both sides. Now, this is very important. So the Secretary said the task force has been established. When was that established, and what is its composition? In terms of collaboration with Shenzhen, what is the working mechanism? Secretary. Thank you, President. Now, about the task force, it has been established for quite some time already. Shenzhen is a brother city, and the financial services and professional services sectors are closely related with ours, and there's much room for mutual development. So there has always been a collaboration mechanism, but still it comes down to the willingness of both parties to collaborate, and we are very determined to do that. Now, we will make use of the funding proposal under the 2022 policy address to offer mutual internship exchange programs for fintech students. So we have fintech practitioners and also government regulators among the task force to deepen the reform. So please be assured, we have never stopped working.
The second question, Mr. Ma Fung Kwok. Mr. President, there are views that the district councils should perform the function of promoting recreational and cultural activities more proactively. The views that the district councils should perform the function of promoting recreational and cultural activities more proactively. And therefore, after the improvement of district governance structure, the government should further mobilize the initiative of community and district organizations to encourage them to organize more activities with local characteristics so as to enrich the cultural and recreational life of members of the public, thereby enhancing the sense of belonging to the community and creating local cultural characteristics. In this connection, will the government inform this council first of the authorities' plan after improvement of the district governance structure to encourage various district organizations to organize more cultural and recreational activities with local characteristics so that DCs can perform the function of promoting recreational and cultural activities more proactively. Second, whether authorities will consider appointing some people with cultural and sports backgrounds to DCs so that DCs can better perform the function of promoting recreational and cultural activities. And third, whether the authorities will consider creating one post of cultural and sports activities coordinator in each district dedicated to the promotion and coordination of cultural and sports activities and performances in the district, and encouraging district organizations to organize more cultural and sports activities with local characteristics. Secretary for Home and Youth Affairs. Mr. President, the government is committed to promoting leisure and cultural developments at the district level. The 18 district offices, DOs, and the Leisure and Cultural Services Department, LCSD, have been encouraging members of the public and organizations to participate in and organize leisure and cultural activities to enrich the life of the members of the public and to enhance their sense of belonging to the community. In consultation with the Culture, Sports and Tourism Bureau, the consolidated reply to the three parts of the question is as follows. For the first and the third part, the DOs organize and collaborate with community organizations to organize different community involvement projects involving district recreational, sports, arts, and cultural activities so as to promote community building, social harmony, and public participation in community affairs. The government has set up the Community Involvement CI program to provide funding to the relevant government departments and eligible organizations for organizing events featuring local characteristics, including festive events, activities to promote community building and social harmony, as well as cultural, recreational, sports, and arts activities. The annual total provision for the implementation of the CI program is about $460 million. To promote recreational and cultural developments in districts, $160 million out of the total provision is reserved for the LCSD, which is responsible for relevant work to organize cultural, recreational, sports, and arts activities, such as the Community Arts Scheme, concerts, Cantonese opera workshops, recreation and sports training courses, and activities and competitions. The remaining $300 million is used by DOs and local organizations to organize various kinds of district activities. In addition, district sports associations, DSAs, and district arts associations, DAAs, play an important role in the promotion of such. Through their district networks, they have unique advantages in promoting district-based cultural, recreational, and sports activities and encouraging active participation of the community members. In order to support the day-to-day operation of such organizations and encourage them to organize more district activities, the Home Affairs Department has implemented the Community Sports Subvention Scheme and the Community Arts Subvention Scheme, under which an annual provision up to $150,000 is provided to each DSA and DAA to support their operating expenses and finance activities. They may also apply for funding under the CIP from their respective DOs to organize more district activities. LCSD provides quality cultural recreational services to enrich people's lives and works closely with sports, cultural, and community organizations to create synergies to strengthen the momentum of arts and sports developments here. The LCSD supports district arts and cultural groups to organize arts and cultural activities. Among them, the District Arts and Cultural Activities Venue Sponsorship Program welcomes application from qualified groups with a view to encouraging them to organize more cultural activities with special features of the district. The LCSD also provides free use of venues under its management and ticketing services for qualified district arts and cultural groups. As for the other district activities, the LCSD will continue to arrange or organize different types of activities in various districts of Hong Kong, like the Community Arts Scheme, Community Cultural Ambassador Scheme, etc. For some of the activities, the LCSD actively seeks collaboration with appropriate district groups and organizations and supporting organizations. Furthermore, in order to encourage DSAs to organize more sports programs, the 5-year District Sports Programs Funding Scheme was launched in 2022 to provide DSAs with additional resources so that they may organize more sports programs in each district, thereby building a stronger sporting culture in the community. A key objective of the proposals on improving governance at the district level is to get the district councils back on track as district organizations, which are not organs of political power in accordance with Article 97 of Basic Law. DCs are to be consulted by the government of the Hong Kong SAR on district administration and other affairs, or to be responsible for providing services in such fields as culture, recreation, and environmental sanitation. The reformed DCs will play the role of complementing the government, assisting the government in keeping its finger on the pulse of the community so that the government can have more effective planning of district services. They will also help foster social cohesion, garner public support for government, as well as provide different services to the people in the districts. Under the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023, the revised ordinance will stipulate that DCs can assist in the smooth delivery of cultural and recreational services relating to the interests of the people in the district under the coordination of government, as well as apply for funding for projects and activities for the purpose of promoting sports, arts, and culture. DCs and committees and working groups can continue to collaborate with local organizations, including applying for funding under the CIP program to organize more sports, arts, and cultural activities with local characteristics. With regard to coordination, LCSD has already set up dedicated offices to arrange arts and cultural, recreational, and sports activities in various districts. The LCSD also arranges staff to regularly attend district council meetings to assist the district councils. Second, the government makes opportunities to advisory and statutory bodies on the basis of merit of individuals' consent. considering the candidate's ability, expertise, experience, integrity, and commitment to serve the public, and with due regard to functions of nature of the business of the bodies concerned and requirements in the ordinances. Under the principle of appointment by merit, the government will, with due regard to the situation of each district, appoint capable persons, such as professionals and important stakeholders in the district who are patriotic and have affection for Hong Kong to serve as appointed members. The appointed DC members should not only be patriotic and have an affection for Hong Kong, but have good conduct and integrity, have experience in serving the district, or have achievements in their respective professional fields, and be representative and recognized in the district of field concern. The government will identify candidates of different backgrounds, ages, and sectors, including those with cultural and sports backgrounds, for appointments having regard to the circumstances of each district so as to enhance the diversity of DCs and their overall capabilities in performing their functions. Mr. Ma. I thought that the Culture, Sports and Tourism Bureau would come as well. Now I can only turn the question to the Secretary. It is said that in this year, we have got the District Council Amendment Bill 2023. A new Section 4A will be added. Festive celebrations will be covered. In other words, the district organizations may apply for funding. I want to know whether there will be two queues for application of funds. First, funding from the CSTB, another from the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau. So what about festive celebrations that would cover a number of districts? How will the two bureaus coordinate with each other and cooperate? Secretary, I'd like to thank Mr. Ma for his question. Today, the CSTB the Secretary for Culture, Sports and Tourism has to attend to other businesses, and therefore I will be answering questions on his behalf. I think you can see that as far as the promotion of sports, recreational, arts and cultural activities, the two bureaus have been cooperating with each other. In relation to Mr. Ma's question, in future, districts can apply for the funding under the Community Involvement Program to organize such activities. This is in line with the requirements of the ordinance. That is, it should complement the government, and the district councils can provide the relevant arts and cultural, recreational, and sports programs. As to whether there is a funding mechanism and a queue that they can join, well, in fact, we have got the district sports subvention scheme or community sports subvention scheme. District organizations may get funding under that scheme. As to arts and cultural programs across districts, well, in fact, this is exactly what we would like to achieve under the improved governance at the district level. We would like to have a better coordination for activities and programs that would cover more than one district council. In the future, district officers will chair the district councils. They can coordinate the work among government departments as well as coordinate work with the other district organizations. In future, the Deputy CS4A will also head a committee that will look into the coordination among the district organizations. I believe that efficiency can be enhanced upon the improvement of the governance at the district level. Mr. Kenneth Falk, my question is more for the CSTB. I hope the Secretary can refer my concern to the relevant bureau. In both the main reply as well as the supplementary replies, I know that in the year 2018-2019, we were told about the district sports programs funding scheme. We had high expectations, but then for a year's experience, we were told that a lot of difficulties have been encountered. The procedures are cumbersome, the amount of funding available is inadequate. Well, we would like to have a few districts involved, like 2 districts or 4 districts together. But then there is also rivalry among districts. So I think you need to take the initiative to coordinate the activities. I won't go into the details. Please look at the implementation experience of the district sports program funding scheme. Please take the initiative to talk to the 21 NSAs and try to see what can be done to overcome the difficulties and therefore benefiting the community. I need to declare interest. I am the president of the Federation of the 18 DSAs. Thank you, Mr. Ford, for your question. I'll refer your question to the Secretary for Culture, Sports and Tourism. They will try to step up the liaison with the DSAs, like providing more funding, making it more flexible to allow DSAs to apply for the funding under the District Sports Programs Funding Scheme. In my answer to Mr. Ma's question, upon improvement of the governance at the district level, we hope that both at the district level as well as the territorial level, we can enhance the efficiency. Maybe the district activities can be larger in scale with the participation of a number of districts. Probably that would enhance the efficiency of the use of our resources. In future, when we carry out our district level work, we'll try to make sure that we can improve upon the quality of our coordination. Mr. Duncan Chiu, my question is similar to Mr. Kenny Fox's question. At the district level, I think we need more recreational and sports activities as well as cultural and arts activities. Now, there is a cap in relation to the subvention scheme, $150,000 for the district sports associations and district arts associations. They would fund the subvention scheme funding cap too restrictive. Can we not have something else so that the entire new territories or the entire Hong Kong Island can hold activities that would cover a few districts? Secretary, in relation to the community sports subvention scheme mentioned by Mr. Chiu, well, a DSA or may apply to the HAD for $150,000 each year. This is a yearly program. It is also available to DAAs. It is hoped that DSAs and DAAs with certainty by getting a funding on an annual basis. But at the same time, they may also apply to the DOs in future under the CI program. In the past year, DSAs and DAAs have already applied for $40 million under CIP to organize district activities. As to the funding cap, it will be reviewed regularly to see whether there is room for raising the level. We are aware of Mr. Chiu's concern for the annual amount of $150,000. It has been reviewed and increased a few times in the past. We'll certainly keep this in mind. Mr. Vincent Jack. Mr. President, my question is similar to Mr. Falk and Mr. Chiu. I'm not happy with the level of funding support given to the DSAs and the DAAs. I know that the HYAB carried out a survey. It was found that the citizens spending less and less time on recreation and sports. So after reforming the DCs, please take a look of all the DSAs so that they can be more effective and then they can make sports really something that everyone in the community would embrace. Secretary, in future, when we implement the proposals on improving governance at the district level, district councils may appoint committees under the councils. As we have set out in the bill, the functions will be such that they need to complement the government, and district councils would need to tie in with the government's efforts in promoting sports and culture. We believe that under each district council there will be a dedicated committee, and the district officer may appoint people with relevant experience to become co-opted members of the district councils. Just now, the honourable members wondered how we could do it better at the district level and whether we could make it flexible to allow a few district councils to cooperate. I believe that with the reformed DCs, this is a direction that we can explore. By improving the governance at the district level, efficiency can be enhanced. We have already said that we need to expedite and make it better when it comes to coordination. Ms. Judy Chen. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, in fact, I share the same concern as my colleagues who ask questions. So it's better for me to turn to something else. I do support the district sports subvention scheme, rather the community sports subvention scheme. I also agree that the funding cap should be raised. I want to know from the Secretary whether you have got KPIs for the DSAs so that they can make better use of the resources available under the scheme. Secretary, Mr. President, whether we're talking about LCSD's community sports subvention scheme or the district arts and cultural activities venue sponsorship program, we always get feedback from the participants. For the HAD, with the community sports subvention scheme and the community arts subvention scheme, we have always been very cautious when it comes to the vetting of the applications. The organizations must produce evidence to the HAD to satisfy us in relation to the proper use of public money. Mr. Chen Chen-ying, well, in the principal reply, it is said that members to be appointed to the DC will have the relevant background, like arts and culture. I'm sure the government will strike a balance. I want to know whether you will make it mandatory that they have the candidates must tell us whether they have expertise and whether they have interest in recreation and sports or culture and arts, so that we know from their CVs about the expertise and the interest, so that citizens who have inquiries with the DC members can know who to turn to. Secretary, when it comes to the appointment of DC members, we'll look at their ability, expertise, experience, as well as the district circumstances. For those with a background in recreation and sports or arts and culture, they will certainly be given consideration. Moreover, for the for the appointed members, as well as elected members elected directly, as well as members elected from among the district committees, their biography will be made public, and the citizens can locate or identify the best DC member to turn to by reading their biography. Co-opted members will also be appointed to the DCs, so the district officer may appoint somebody with a background in arts and cultural, sports and recreation. Ms. Eunice Yung. Thank you, Mr. President. All the time, I've been in full support of the LCSD programs. Recently, I looked up their website to find out what is available for young children. I think the Secretary would understand that many of them are oversubscribed. You don't have any vacant places left for application. We have been told that the administration encourages district councils to take part in the community involvement program. What about allowing such district organizations that take part in the CIP to upload their activity information to the website of the LCSD so that citizens can also participate in their activities? Secretary, I'll refer the idea to my colleagues. Of course, we would like to have more publicity for such district activities. I will refer your concern to the relevant bureau.
Question 3, the Honourable Roxanne. President, it has been reported that part of a structural wall, commonly known as core wall, in a unit of a private housing court in Chanko is expected to have been removed, and such alteration may affect the structural safety of the building. In this connection, will the government inform this council? 1. Given that under the buildings ordinance, applications to the buildings department are required for any works involving the removal of core walls in private buildings, of the respective numbers of the relevant applications received, approved, and rejected by the BD in the past 3 years, and the reasons for such applications being rejected, of the respective numbers of persons arrested, prosecuted, and convicted for failing to submit applications before carrying out the relevant works. 2. Given that the incident was exposed by citizens only after the relevant video had been uploaded onto a property viewing website, and as private buildings are private places, how the authorities detect and combat illegal building works carried out in private buildings, and whether they will strengthen cyber patrols and enforcement efforts. And 3. As there are views that Hong Kong does not have a mandatory licensing and registration system for the interior design industry, and hence it cannot guarantee that the interior design proposals comply with the building safety requirements, whether the authorities will consider establishing a licensing and registration system for the industry so as to enhance the safety standard of the relevant works and the professional image of the industry. If so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. Secretary for Development. President, my response to the 3 parts of the question from the Honourable Chan, Mr. Rock Chan, is as follows. 1. According to the Buildings Ordinance, BO, removing structural walls is an alteration and addition A&A work, which requires prior approval from the Buildings Department, BD. The numbers of applications received for structural A&A works by the BD in 2020 to 2022 ranged from around 1,800 to 2,200. The numbers of applications approved ranged from around 1,500 to 1,900, whereas the numbers of applications rejected ranged from around 40 to 70. Since a single application may involve different and multiple A&A works, the Building Department does not maintain separate statistics on applications on removal of structural walls. In order to endeavor to organize some general information within the short time frame, the BD checked the cases processed last month, which showed that the BD approved a total of 17 applications for plans involving structural changes and additions to domestic units, one of which involved the removal of structural wall, and all the applications have been approved. Except for exempted works, any A&A works without the prior approval of the BD or not following the streamlined procedures under the Minor Works Control System are regarded as unauthorized building works UBWs. The BD may issue a removal order under the BO requiring the demolition or rectification of the UBWs by the owner. The BD does not maintain separate enforcement statistics in respect of removal of structural walls. For reference, between 2020 and 2022, within these 3 years, the BD issued around 8,200 to 16,300 removal orders. The number of prosecution cases were around 2,800 to 3,600, and there were around 1,600 to 2,100 convictions. The prosecution and conviction figures may not correspond to the removal orders issued in the same year. 2. Generally, the BD takes enforcement action of the BO through large-scale operations or sampling inspections, reports from the public, media reports, and referrals by government departments. The BD will also pay close attention to online information, drawing reference from recent experience, such as videos promoting housing units and fitting out services on social media. If the BD finds suspected UBWs, we will proactively conduct investigations and appropriate actions will be taken according to the findings. Anyone may be subject to criminal prosecution if they breach the BO or its subsidiary regulations. Moreover, if building professionals or registered contractors have been convicted by any court of an offense relating to building works, or has been negligent or has misconducted themselves in building works, BD may undertake disciplinary actions, including a reprimand, a fine, or suspension from the registers kept by BD. 3. Interior design includes space planning, selection of materials and furniture, decoration and display, etc. These tasks per se do not necessarily involve construction works. We think that when considering whether to enhance enforcement of this sector, we need to adhere to the risk-based principle, take into account effective deployment of enforcement resources, and avoid over-regulating, which will hinder the development of that particular sector and bring inconvenience to users of the public. We considered it more pragmatic to continue to focus on the regulation of works carrying certain risks. That is, the A&A works and the building professionals or registered contractors who carry out these works. And the relevant works mean that works which require prior approval by the BD and minor works. Another pragmatic and very important task is to enhance public education and enhance law-abiding awareness of the sector. To this end, the BD will arrange talks with professional institutions about the points to note when carrying out interior works. The BD will also step up publicity and education targeted at owners' corporations, the property management industry, and the interior design and fitting out industry. Following this incident, we acknowledge that some members of the public may be concerned whether their homes have illegal A&A works or that they do not know how to check the plans to determine the location of the structural walls. In this regard, the BD will soon launch a telephone hotline to receive and answer public inquiries on related matters. The BD will also arrange for those in need to visit its Building Information Center and demonstrate how to obtain relevant building plans and understand relevant basic information therein, including how to distinguish between structural walls and non-structural walls. Talks will be held at the Building Information Center and online on inspection of building plans. President, owners should consult building professionals before commencing interior fitting out works to ensure that the works are carried out in accordance with the BO and its subsidiary legislations. Besides, owners and building professionals should check the terms of the deeds of mutual covenant and other relevant documents to see if any restrictions are specified. For example, the need to seek consent from the owners' corporations, mutual aid committees, or property management agencies before they can conduct certain kinds of works. Mr. Rakchan. President, we know that for general interior fitting out works, they are carried out by renovation companies. According to the minor works control system, these renovation companies, before commencing the works, should check the relevant plans at the buildings department for plans approved by the BD. Theoretically, they should not remove structural walls without knowing these are structural walls. So in enforcing the minor controls, works control system, is there any room for improvement? Secretary. President, we carry out interior fitting works all the times, but then there are so many kinds of them. They might be painting works, plastering works, or false ceiling works. These do not have to be approved, and these do not have to be carried out by designated professionals. But whenever a structural wall is involved, prior approval has to be sought, and designated professionals are to be carrying out the works. These include the registered contractors and also our authorized persons. When it comes to education, these professionals would not need our education to know what they can do or cannot do. What is most important is to strengthen our enforcement efforts. The law is already there. If there is penalty for something that you should do and you do not do, and there are also other penalties. So going forward, we would step up our enforcement efforts and the relevant persons must be meted out a punishment appropriately. Mr. Tony Chair, the question refers to a recent incident, i.e. removing of a structural wall in a private housing unit. The registered contractors or the interior designer or experienced construction workers know that these structural walls must not be removed. It doesn't really matter whether the profession is registered or not, but whether they are law-abiding. So what matters most is public education and enforcement. So I'm happy that the Buildings Department will soon launch a telephone hotline to help the public for interior works of private units. Very often the works have to be approved beforehand, and very often the flat owners do not know that this is the case. Now, Secretary, for some A&A works, say, for example, demolishing the smoke door of a kitchen or setting up an open kitchen, there have been requests of that kind for a long time. Now, we have stoves in kitchen, and kerosene stoves may lead to fire. And many of these facilities or installations are not very safe. Will the Secretary conduct a review on these fronts? For the smoke doors of kitchens, can you conduct a review on whether the regulations in the past are appropriate or not to avoid a waste of resources? Secretary, we and the Buildings Department would like to move ahead with the times and conduct a review on the works which need to be vetted and those which do not need to be vetted. For the minor works control system, it commenced operation in 2010. Well, that was meant for removing the barriers for carrying out works. So not every minor works has to be approved by the Buildings Department. All the owners need is to file the A&A works. And there have been several revisions to the control system, the recent one being that in 2020. And we have lengthened the list of minor works at that time. The member referred to a review, so that will be conducted regularly going forward. Ms. Doreen Kong. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Sorry. Mr. Chen Xiu-hong. Thank you, President. Part of the structural wall has been suspected of being removed. For this incident, I have talked to the sector. The sector told me that they are worried that this is just the tip of an iceberg. The situation can even be more serious. The Secretary, in her reply to members' questions, said that there are a host of measures to be taken forward to improve on things. But apart from launching a telephone hotline, I don't see any new initiatives on the part of the Bureau. Are there any new measures when it comes to enforcing the law? Are you asking the sector to self-regulate to improve the situation? Would the Secretary consider asking the real estate agencies to do something? They are professionals. And when they are involved in the second-hand property transactions, they may visit the flat on site and they may know that A&A works have been carried out. So can you work together with the real estate agents to enhance your detection of irregularities? Secretary, thank you, member, for your question. The Real Estate Agency Authority is indeed formulating a set of guidelines in relation to management of common areas and also how to comply with the buildings ordinance. And the BD has been involved in the formulation of this guideline, and the department would like to take this opportunity to strengthened reporting of incidents through and issuing through the implementation of the guidelines. We would like to work through the real estate agents to enhance publicity and public education among the public. And the set of guidelines is now being formulated, and I believe that the HYAB will work together with the estate agency authority to expedite the work. Mr. Andrew Lam, I fully agree with the Secretary. It's a matter of not being ignorant or not, but rather whether the relevant persons are law-abiding or not. There are challenges in enforcing the law in this aspect. Has the government considered this? For any minor works and A&A works which will affect the structural safety have to be reported to the buildings department so that you can monitor everything frontline. And the small flat owners will be made aware of this as well. So whenever A&A works are carried out, they should report the same to the buildings department so that enforcement in the future can be carried out more effectively. Secretary, for any A&A works involving structural safety, they have to be approved beforehand. Now, since we have the filing system, then people will be made aware of the relevant risks. Well, if we ask people to report any A&A works, we must follow up on these reports, or else it doesn't work. So we would be working with the buildings department. Property management companies do receive such information through certain channels. So can we liaise with the property management companies to obtain the relevant information? And then we can also leverage on the guidelines to be drawn up and do more work on that front. We will consider that.
Question 4, Mr. Kingsley Wong. Thank you, President. In his important speech delivered on the 1st of July last year, the state president pointed out that the fruits of development are to be shared by all citizens in Hong Kong more fully and fairly, so everyone will believe that if you work hard, you can change your life and that of your family. The chief executive CE also stressed on better serving our people in the 2022 policy address. However, it is learned that the income of grassroots families and wage earners remains low. From 2002 to 2021, for the 4 decile groups with the lowest median monthly domestic household income and the 2 decile groups with the lowest median monthly domestic economically active household income, their wage increase was lower than inflation. In this connection, will the government inform this council? 1. How it will carry out the instructions of the state president and fulfill the policy direction of the policy address, and whether key performance indicators will be set for the relevant work so that the grassroots and workers can have a greater sense of contentment and happiness. 2. Whether it will adopt a living wage as the minimum wage for government outsourced workers so that they can lead a decent life. And 3. Given that the Minimum Wage Commission is conducting a study on how to enhance the review mechanism for the statutory minimum wage SMW level, whether the government will consider making a living wage as one of the factors for determining the SMW level so that grassroots workers can lead a dignified life. Secretary for Labour and Welfare, President, the government has been working to enhance the sense of contentment and happiness of all citizens in Hong Kong, in particular the grassroots and workers. The goal of policy bureaus is to create a good environment for all citizens to live and work. Having consulted the bureaus, including the Financial Services and the Treasury Bureau, the Health Bureau, the Environment and Ecology Bureau, the Culture, Sports and Tourism Bureau, the Housing Bureau, my reply on behalf of the government is as follows. 1.
to implement the spirit of the important speech by President Xi on the 1st of July 2022 and the election manifesto of the Chief Executive, the current term government adopts measures benefiting grassroots in various policy aspects. In the interest of time, I set out the key measures to illustrate our commitment. Housing is a key concern among grassroots. The government is working to enhance the speed, quantity, efficiency, and quality of public housing supply. The government has identified sufficient land for about 360,000 public housing units in the coming 10 years, that is 2023 to 24 to 32 to 23. With a supply of 30,000 light public housing units in the coming 5 years, our target is to reduce the composite waiting time for subsidized rental housing to about 4.5 years in 2026 to 27. We also launched a cash allowance trial scheme in mid-21 to help grassroots families who are waiting for PRH allocation. Around $3.04 billion has been disbursed to around 87,700 eligible households. On healthcare, the Hospital Authority has rolled out measures to reduce the waiting time for specialist outpatient clinics and to launch a service model for drug collection and delivery. We will introduce the Chronic Illness Co-Care pilot scheme to subsidize about half of the examination and treatment fees. A pilot scheme will also be launched to enable citizens to receive subsidized consultations in the Hong Kong U Shenzhen Hospital. We will enhance the elderly healthcare voucher scheme to extend the coverage, allow the shared use of vouchers between spouses, and encourage the use of vouchers for primary healthcare services. Moreover, the government will enhance the mental wellness of the community with services targeting the needs of different groups. Measures include providing professional support for students in need at the first opportunity to strengthen the community psychiatric service, launching a pilot public-private partnership scheme, and setting a dedicated service center on a pilot basis for ethnic minorities. We'll increase Chinese medicine outpatient service quotas, regularize the integrated Chinese Western medicine services, and create the post of Commissioner for Chinese Medicine Development. We will allow medicine registered in the mainland and other places to be registered and sold here upon meeting stringent requirements to diversify the supply of medicine. In terms of social welfare, the CSSA scheme provides a safety net to those who are unable to support themselves, whereas the Working Family Allowance Scheme and the OH allowance provides financial support to different groups. The government has relaxed the eligibility of the WFA and increased the rate of allowance twice, benefiting some 180,000 persons to date, including more than 73,000 children. The government has merged the normal and higher OALA in September 2022. Eligible persons may receive a higher rate. At present, nearly three-quarters, about 1.2 million people aged above 65, are receiving the non-contributory cash allowances. This government adopts a new strategy of targeted poverty alleviation by directing resources to those most in need. The Commission on Poverty has been restructured to identify other target groups. The Strive and Rise program, which focuses on supporting junior secondary school students from underprivileged families, particularly those living in subdivided units, is operating well since its inception. We will enhance and launch the second phase of the scheme. The government is planning to introduce the Community Living Room Project and school-based after-school care service pilot scheme and invite the district care services and community care teams in the 18 districts to support elderly persons living on their own with their elderly spouse or elderly family members. Details will be announced later. The government is committed to enhance citizens' quality of life and environmental hygiene so that citizens from different sectors can have a better sense of happiness. To respond to public demand, the Deputy Chief Secretary for Administration has coordinated different departments to tackle hygiene black spots, and the results are recognized by the public. Our target is to remove at least 75% of the black spots by the end of this year. We will improve cityscape and build a good living environment. The LCSD offer many quality services and programs. Many of them are free. Half-priced or sponsored free tickets for the museums and some programs of the WKCD are offered to CSSA recipients or the underprivileged. The government is committed to protect the remuneration of outsourced non-skilled workers. As announced in the policy address last year, the government conducted a further review on the employment of these workers under government contracts, including remuneration and the monitoring mechanism. The review conducted in the first quarter shows that the enhanced government procurement regime implemented since 2019 has been effective. The median hourly wage of these workers have increased by 49.9% during the 3.5 years period until September 2022, much higher than the increase in the CPIA, which was 5.5% over the same period. The median hourly wage of these workers is $55, 37.5% higher than the current statutory minimum wage of $40, or 18.8% higher than the market median wage. The new measures has been reported to the electoral panel. 3. The minimum wage ordinance establishes the statutory minimum wage SMW regime to provide a wage floor which forestals excessively low wages and minimize the loss of low-paid jobs without jeopardizing Hong Kong's economic growth and competitiveness. The government has no plan to change the policy objective or to introduce a living wage besides the SMW. Since the implementation of SMW in May 2011, the wages of grassroots employees have improved. From February to April 2023, the nominal average monthly employment earnings of full-time employees in the lowest decile group has risen cumulatively by 85.1% compared with that of pre-SMW period, an increase of 31.6% in real terms after discounting the headline CPI inflation of the same period. The CE announced in its policy address last year that the Minimum Wage Commission would be invited to study how to enhance the review mechanism. The Commission is conducting the second stage of consultation and will submit the study report to CE by the end of October. The government will carefully consider the recommendations so as to chart the way forward. Thank you. Mr. Wong. President Xi talked about letting citizens share the fruits of development more fully and fairly. This is the new concept of the new wage. Just now, the government said that the aim of the statutory minimum wage is to provide a wage floor which forestals excessively low wages. So we need to set the SMW level to ensure a wage that will provide for a decent life. But some people think that making reference to a living wage may run counter to that. So is it really the case that if we refer to a living wage in the consideration of setting the SMW level, it runs counter to the policy objective? We have a consultation on the review mechanism of the SMW. The Minimum Wage Commission has been invited to take on this task, so they need to refer to the requirements. The setting of the SMW is to balance Hong Kong's economic growth and competitiveness and to forestall excessively low wages. So the Commission will have to work in accordance with the requirements set out in the law. Mr. Tommy Cheung. Thank you, President. We all need to talk about this topic. Well, living wage can be of a very wide scope. How many people will it cover? Is it about a decent life to include vacation leaves every year? Just now, the Secretary said that the Minimum Wage Commission will look into this. And I'm sure everyone, including the President, can see this. When we fill in the questionnaire, for me, I think it's simple. You fill in the questionnaire and keep it to a review once every 2 years. But I found there is an additional part at the end of the questionnaire, and that is about a living wage. If I did not read carefully, I would have missed that. So I appeal to people from the business sector, particularly micro and SMEs. Please refer to the questionnaire again. Well, for the former Secretary, Mr. Matthew Cheung, I don't see eye to eye with him in a lot of areas, but he said that he did not agree to the use of a living wage. Do you agree with this notion of his, Secretary? As I said in my reply, we have no plan to change the policy objective of SMW or to introduce a living wage besides the SMW. The setting of the SMW will have to follow the requirements set out in the ordinance. And it's been set out very clearly. The main objective is to strike a balance between the economic growth and competitiveness of Hong Kong and to forestall excessively low wages. Ms. Doreen Kong, I'd like to ask the Secretary, what is a decent life according for grassroots workers? Does it mean that if they have obtained all the benefits and subsidies from the government, that will be a decent life? Secretary. Hong Kong is a metropolitan city, an international one. Our citizens come from different points in a wide spectrum. Yes, there are citizens earning a very small wage, but in order to give them a sense of contentment and happiness, we talk about many different areas that we can provide assistance to make them feel better. Apart from the statutory minimum wage, there is also the social welfare. For someone working, they can get subsidy from the working family allowance. If you have children, you get more. If you an elderly citizen above the age of 60 or 65, you enjoy the $2 transport fees. If you bring your children to museums, most of the time there is a free admission. So there are many different areas. We work very hard to provide a better living environment for our citizens. Mr. Michael Lok. Thank you, President. The Law Reform Commission convened a meeting this discussion about improvement of people's life materially and spiritually. And that is a very important direction for our country. That is the National Law Reform Commission. But just now, with the importation of labor, the labor sector had not been consulted. We could not do anything about it but accept. Just now, some members say Mr. Kingsley Wong talked about earning a wage that is lower than the economic growth. How do you ensure that these people will receive a wage that increases with the economic development, especially sectors to which there will be imported labor? Secretary, wage earners in Hong Kong would like to see an improvement in their lives, and that is actually built on our economic development. What we can do is to first make sure that there is economic growth so that everyone can share. For certain types of jobs, there is a need to import labor with a priority given to local workers. And these imported workers will have to get at least a median wage. This arrangement is to ensure that local workers will continue to get a good wage. Even with imported labor, local workers still have to be recruited to fill the manpower gap. Mr. Kingsley Wong talked about the lowest four textile group with the lowest median monthly wage. He says that there was a drop about 20%. That is something to do with an aging population, because there were about 145,000 households. Now we have 335,000 households. The number has increased by 100%. If we exclude these economically inactive elderly households, actually the wage level is more or less the same. They all see an increase about 17%. So for the 4 textile groups with the lowest median wage, with economic development, they also see a wage increase, just like any other groups. Mr. Holden Chow. I see in the main reply the improved elderly healthcare voucher scheme has been mentioned. I really appreciate it that the government allows the sharing of the vouchers and the extension of scope of use in the Hong Kong Yu Shenzhen Hospital. But will the government consider doing something about dental services for elderly people? There is a huge demand. Will you allow the Hong Kong Yu Shenzhen Hospital to include dental services in the extended coverage so that grassroots elderly people can use the Hong Kong Yu Shenzhen Hospital to have their teeth taken care of? Will the Secretary consider this? Secretary, I thank Mr. Chow for his idea. I will forward your views to the Health Bureau. Mr. Ngan Yu, Dr. Ngan Yu. Thank you, President. In order to enhance the wages of grassroots families, one of the way is the Working Family Allowance Scheme. In the past, the government has been adjusting the rate in accordance with inflation. Will the government put in place a review to reduce the number of hours worked and to enhance the rate for children so that there will be targeted poverty alleviation and alleviation of intergenerational poverty so that these families will get better protection and assistance? Secretary, the Working Family Allowance Scheme benefit about 180,000 people. The annual expenditure is about $2.5 billion. We hear views on number of hours worked and the rate levels from time to time. We conduct reviews and we will listen to different views, and if necessary, we will take action. Mr. Kwok Wai Kang. Thank you, President. In the government's reply to Mr. Wong's question under Part 1, Mr. Wong asked about how to carry out the instructions of President Xi to enhance the sense of happiness and contentment. But in the first part, the Secretary has not mentioned anything about statutory minimum wage. It shows very clearly that the SMW doesn't help to improve the sense of contentment and happiness. The second round of consultation of SMW will end on the 25th of June. We think an annual review is necessary. Without that, and if a review is kept to once every 2 years, the delay will aggravate. You are undermining the function of the SMW. There are organizations that have told us that the wealth gap has widened from about 30 folds to 40 folds after the pandemic. If that is not addressed, then it will dampen people's incentive to work again. In the report submitted by the Minimum Wage Commission, in a basket of factors under community cohesion, and there are these factors of inclusiveness and to increase the incentive of people to work. So at this moment of time, is it the case that the government will not consider a living wage and to exclude the living wage from the terms of reference? In carrying out the review, the Minimum Wage Commission will refer to their terms of reference. Yes, social inclusion is one of the factors. But as I said in my main reply, at this moment of time, we have no plan to change the policy objective of the SMW or to introduce a living wage besides the SMW. Thank you.
Question 5, Mr. Leung Meng Kwang. Thank you, President. It is reported that despite government's implementation of the real name registration program for subscriber identification module cards, there are still quite a number of overseas fraudsters who steal the credit cards or online banking information of members of the public by sending them mobile phone SMS messages impersonating various retail shop and telecommunications companies. The authenticity of which is hard to identify, causing members of the public to suffer losses. In this connection, the government informed the Council, one, as some phishing mobile phone SMS messages originate from overseas, what the government will consider by making reference to the practice of issuing alerts for incoming overseas calls at alerts to mobile phone SMS messages originating from overseas so as to raise the alertness of members of the public and prevent fraud cases. If so, of details, if not the reasons for that be, whether it will expeditiously launch a SMS sender registration system or the mobile phone SMS message authentication systems to provide special messages sent by reputable organizations to increase the identifiability of such SMS messages. If so, of the details are not reasons for that. And 3, as most of the cases of fraud through mobile phone SMS messages involve fraudulent use of credit card information, whether the government has plans to set up publicity on the security issues of online banking and mobile payment services and introduce new safeguards so as to prevent cyber frauds. If so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. Secretary for Commerce and Economic Development. President, any form of deception is a serious offense and enforcement action will be taken by the police. The police has put in place new measures to prevent cyber fraud. For fraudulent calls and messages transmitted through telecommunications networks, the Office of Communications Authorities also committed to, from the perspective of telecommunication services, assisting the police in enforcement. At the same time, the police is exploring new ways and means to combat deception activities with the Hong Kong Monetary Authority and the banking industry. In consultation with the Security Bureau, Financial Services and Treasury Bureau and the police, my consolidated reply to the question raised by the members as follows. OFCA established a working group with the police and major mobile network operators MNOs in early September last year to devise and implement feasible technical measures to support police enforcement on deception cases. Under the coordination of OFCA, major MNOs are preparing the details for implementation and strengthening their network management. We note that in many cases, SMS messages with embedded phishing links were used to lure victims to access suspicious websites. In this connection, MNOs and the police have established a liaison protocol based on the record and information of identified deception websites provided by police to block or suspend phone numbers suspected to be involved in deception cases and to prevent users from accessing the suspicious websites. The measure has been effective. In addition, to assist the public in ascertaining the authenticity of SMS sender addresses, OFCA, together with MNOs, police, the banking sector, and its regulator, have established a dedicated working group to formulate technical proposals and details of a registration scheme for SMS senders. We aim to start a pilot run at the end of the year for the banking sector. The police launched the one-stop scam and pitfall search engine Scammeter and its application Scammeter Plus in last September and February this year, respectively. The CAM can assess the risk of fraud and cybersecurity through platform account names, bank account numbers, phone numbers, email addresses, etc. They help to identify, prevent, and stop fraudulent behavior and minimizing public financial losses. The applications have recorded about 900,000 searches, and they're supported by the Hong Kong Association of Banks, the banking and stored value facility sectors. The police is also exploring with the Hong Kong MA and the banking industry a range of new measures to combat fraudulent activities. They include enhanced cooperation with the banking industry, immediate assistance to the police in fraud cases, enhanced intelligence analysis and exchange, enhanced ability to identify suspicious accounts and detection of whereabouts of fraudulent funds and interception of fraudulent funds, and are conducting targeted immediate anti-fraud operations to identify and assist victims at an early stage so as to crack down on criminal syndicates more effectively. In particular, the police is planning to set up a new joint platform with major banks to obtain immediate assistance in these cases. As for the Hong Kong MA, card-issuing banks are required to implement effective measures to ensure the security of credit card transactions in order to protect the interests of customers. In view of the recent rise in unauthorized transactions involving the binding of the victim's credit card to a new mobile payment application, the Hong Kong MA has provided new guidance to the industry, requiring banks to perform additional authentication apart from issuing SMS one-time password for binding of credit cards to a new mobile phone payment application to confirm that the customer has actually given such binding instructions. Moreover, in response to the development of payment card services and related scams, Hong Kong MA and the Banking Association established a task force earlier this year to explore the enhancement of protection measures for payment cards. Details will be announced in due course. To safeguard the integrity of telecommunication services and the security of communication networks, the government implemented real-time registration program for SIM cards, or the RNR program, on the 24th of February this year, requiring all SIM cards issued and used locally, including SIM service plans and prepaid SIM PPS cards, to complete real-time registration before service activation. The NRN program has plugged a loophole arising from the use of PPS cards for illegal activities, exploiting its anonymous nature, and is one of the many ways to assist law enforcement agencies in the detection of crimes involving the use of PPS cards. OFCA will work with MNOs to ensure that RNR program is effective in conducting sample checks and verification of suspicious cards to assist the police to combat phone deception. All in all, the most effective anti-deception means is to remind ourselves, our families and friends to stay highly vigilant at all times. Once again, we remind members of the public that upon receiving calls and messages from strangers, regardless of the number displayed, to stay highly vigilant and do not disclose personal information or transfer money to unknown callers or senders, or click the hyperlinks abandoned. If in doubt, they should report the case to the police at once. The Police Anti-Deception Coordination Center has set up a 24-hour anti-SAM helpline 18222 to provide immediate consultation to members of the public so as to handle suspected cases of deception more effectively. OFCA, the police, and MNOs will continue to work closely to step up publicity and public education through different channels, such as the use of press releases and consumer alerts, APIs, roving exhibitions, community seminars, and consumer education programs to hammer home the message to the whole community. They should always stay vigilant to phone calls and messages. Thank you. Mr. Lam Kwang. Thank you, President. In the Secretary's reply, we can see that the lights of fraud cases related to SMS messages and phone calls, OFCA, MNOs, and the banking sector have done a lot in order to remind the public to guard against deception and to protect the interests of members of the public. But in many cases, the scammers will not use phone cards or a credit card obtained illegally to engage in large volume or value transactions. Rather, they may use it to purchase telephone bonus points, etc. So I'd like to ask how the administration will promote the banking sector to develop more identification facilities, and whether they can use big data to record the consumption pattern of credit card users so as to crack down on such deception and to better protect the interests of members of the public. Thank you. On the ability to identify unusual transactions, I understand that for staff of banks, if they identify unusual transactions involving a large amount of money, or it may be just a small amount transactions, but being very repetitive during a short space of time, banking staff will investigate suspicious cases. I understand the banks are now using technology, including big data analysis and AI, etc., to detect and monitor suspicious transactions. And if they're identified, banks will inform users and customers at once so as to minimize the loss associated with such scams. Mr. Chen Yong, I thank the Secretary for his reply. Now we have to tackle the problem at source. If you have really typical cases detected very quickly, then the unscrupulous elements will then be deterred from committing such crimes. I'd like to know whether you have any typical cases to deter unscrupulous elements in decepting members of the public. Have you got any typical cases? Secretary, thank you, Mr. Chen, for your question. I think you're asking about the implementation of the RNR program, which came into force in end February last year. This year. Now, all users have to register the SIM cards before card activation, and OFCA staff have enhanced checking for registered cards. They have stepped up sample checks, and we've also taken the initiative to check phone cards. Now, if during a very short period of time they're calling different customers, then the phone will be suspended. Now, if the use is legitimate, once the MNO is informed, the service will be resumed. But in most cases, the users have not called back to resume their phone card services, and we will also inform the police of such cases so as to enhance the efficiency of investigation and detection. Professor Chen Wing-Kwong, fraudsters can succeed because they can resort to various innovative ways and means to cheat the public, but it's also because members of the public are not vigilant enough. They will only stay alert after there is a major crime committed. So will you enhance publicity? Will you have more creative slogans? For instance, once you fall victim to fraudster, you will incur huge financial loss. Secretary, thank you, Mr. Professor Chen, for your question. When it comes to deception phone calls or other deception calls, in last September, we set up a task force involving the police and also telecom operators. We have seen a major drop in the number of deception phone calls. Last quarter, it was 1,140 something. It has dropped by 40% to 597. But I do agree that one case is one too many. And I also agree that we should step up publicity and public education. In my main reply, I said that together with relevant departments, we will use various publicity channels to step up our efforts. Now, can I defer to the Undersecretary for Security to supplement? Thank you, President. When it comes to publicity, now the police has adopted an all-out approach. Last year, we launched a Scammeter to help to identify suspicious platforms and websites and phone numbers. 900,000 persons have used Scammeter to check. About 16% of the users found that the cases were problematic, and 60% of the 16% found those cases to be suspicious and they were involved in scams. And we've also got various short videos are played before the playing of a movie at cinemas. We also had carnivals held at West Kowloon Cultural District. And for overseas or mainland students studying in Hong Kong, we have used a little red book to disseminate anti-deception messages. If you have been to our boundary control points at Long Ma Chau, Hung Yuen Wai, Hong Kong, Joy Macau Bridge, we have large posters to remind the public, and in the Putuan channel and also channel 125 of our THK, we've also got such videos. And in the 17 tunnels of the government, we are using voice announcements, and many drivers have heard those messages. And in shopping malls owned by Link REIT, we've also held publicity events. Our strategy is to leave no stone unturned. We cover all the territory. We see that the background of the victims is rather diverse. Some fell victim to these deception cases because they were lonely, some were greedy, and some were deceived because they care too much for their family members. Mr. Edward Leung, now for number of deception cases, we have an average 77 cases per day. Will we follow the practice of Dongguan? Now, the number of cases dropped by over 50% after implementing that strategy. Now, when a deception case happened at a particular location, the law enforcement agency put up a poster telling people that there was a deception case here and the financial loss was this and that. During COVID, we told people the number of cases in a particular building, so people were very vigilant. So will we adopt a similar strategy so that people can feel that this is very much an everyday life, and then they will be vigilant. And legislators are happy to join you in your publicity campaign. Thank you. Secretary. And Secretary for Security. Now, for cyber and also phone frauds, now they know no boundaries. The victims are not confined to a particular geographical location. I thank Mr. Leung for this very innovative approach. I will discuss with our Crime Prevention Bureau and see whether we can have similar strategies. And we have to ensure that there will not be side effects such as secondary harm or damage to the victims. Ms. Lam, so while we have the RNR program, there are scammers who send SMS messages from overseas to members of the public in Hong Kong. They have bypassed the RNR program. I'd like to know whether there are new ways to intercept such messages. Thank you. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Lam, for your question. We do have measures to tackle that. In our main reply, we mentioned a working group set up to discuss a registration system for SMS sender. The task force is discussing with the banking sector, MNOs, and also stakeholders details of the scheme. Now, in end July, we are going to have code of practice set up, and then we will complete a system upgrade and also the preparation work for registration of SMS users. Hopefully, we can start a trial run in the end of this year. We will start with the banking industry, and then in the light of operation experience, we'll see whether that can be extended to other sectors. Mr. Yang Wing-kit, I thank the administration for the efforts in combating phone scams. In particular, we now have a voice reminders for calls from outside Hong Kong. this has been useful. But for SMS messages from outside Hong Kong, there is no anti-fraud alerts. And these syndicates are using this loophole to send fraudulent SMS to deceive people. Now, you're going to have a registration system, but these fraudsters are not going to use that proper channel to send SMS, since we have anti-fraud voice alerts. For calls sent from outside Hong Kong, can we have a similar arrangement for SMS sent from outside Hong Kong? Thank you. Now for this SMS sender registration system, now the crux of the matter is not whether the message has originated from Hong Kong or overseas. Rather, there are scammers who impersonate themselves as staff of banks, etc. They try to gain the trust of SMS receivers. Now, we're saying that you have to be registered first before you can use the name of a particular organization to send SMS. So whether we talk about SMS from Hong Kong or from overseas, we hope to tackle the problem using this system. Thank you.
Last question seeking an oral reply. Thank you, President. There are views that with reference to the successful experience in regional industry development on the mainland and overseas, an effective means for governments to attract strategic enterprises is to provide land for these firms on concessionary terms as soon as possible, so as to facilitate the pioneering development of land by these firms and promote the rapid development of the regional economy. Therefore, land supply policy is one of the effective measures for the government to attract strategic enterprises. In this connection, will the government inform this council first of the estimated amount of land, including brownfield site and private land, that can be resumed from the development area of the northern metropolis within this year for new planning and development? And second, as it is learned that in the development of the Santine Technopole, the government will consider adopting land disposal methods other than open tendering, including direct grant to suitable firms, whether it has studied if similar modes of land grant, such as streamlined land application in respect of designated land parcels for eligible firms, or consortia of firms at concessionary rates, can also be adopted for developing various regions in the northern metropolis with a view to achieving the spearheading of development there. Secretary for Development. President, the northern metropolis comprises a number of development projects. They include the NDAs under construction, Kutong North, Fanning North, Hong Shui Kiu, Hachun, and Yunlong South, the Santine Technopole and the new territories North New Town, and also the expanded areas of Lao Fao Shan, Chin Pei Choi Park, and Man Kem To Lo Wei Ma Chou Long are under planning studies. These studies will be largely completed by 2024, to be followed by detailed engineering studies. Now, having consulted the Innovation in Technology and Industry Bureau, I give my reply to the two parts of Mr. Eric Yim's question is as follows. First, in recent years, the government has made a greater effort to invoke the Land Resumption Ordinance and other applicable legislation to resume private land for government-led development projects. They include new development areas, public housing, and other projects for public purposes. Based on our earlier estimate, from 2022 to 23 to 2026 to 27, that's a 5-year period, we will resume 100, that's roughly 500 hectares of private land in total, including private land for projects with a confirmed area of development. That's 4 times of the 120 hectares of private land resumed in the previous 5 years. More than 90% of the land to be resumed will be in the northern metropolis. This figure does not include the areas under planning studies, that is, the Santine Technopole, Lo Wu, Man Kem To, New Territories North, Lao Fao Shan, Chin Pei Choi Park, and Ma Chou Long. Once further details of these projects become available, we will incorporate them into the resumption figures. Now, for 2023 to 24 alone, that is the current financial year, in the northern metropolis, we will resume the land needed for Stage 2 development of the Hongzhou-Hachi new development area. That's roughly 200 hectares of land. Now, turning to the second part. The strategic positioning of the Sentin Technopole is to turn into a hub with a I&T development cluster. This will achieve synergy with the Shenzhen Innovation and Technology Zone. The government has planned contiguous land parcels of varying sizes for innovation and technology in the Sentin Technopole. The plots include larger sites to allow flexibility to meet the needs of tech firms. They include startups and industry leaders. The firms will cover different areas: health science, artificial intelligence, data science, advanced manufacturing, and new energy technology. The firms also involve those at different stages in I&T. They cover scientific research, prototyping, pilot-scale production, and mass production. Earlier, the Development Bureau announced that for the Sentin Technopole, there will be a certain layout for the land in the Sentin Technopole. The Innovation Technology and Industry Bureau will start a consultancy study on the use of these sites in the Sentin Technopole later this year. The point is to recommend the specific I&T uses and also recommend the infrastructure supporting facilities, mode and operation, and strategies and measures to bring in firms, and they include the mode of land disposal. This is to meet all kinds of I&T needs. In government grants of general commercial and industrial sites, the conventional approach is to do open tendering. The highest bidder wins. The government will take into account particular industry policies in adopting unconventional modes of disposal. This means options other than open tendering. For example, restricted tendering or direct land grant after negotiations. The premium can be set based on the premium proposal from the tenderer under open tendering or restricted tendering. Another option is to do tendering under the two-envelope system. This means holistically considering the premium proposal and the non-premium proposal from the tenderer. For direct grants, we can look at the market price based on the land use proposed, and we can also propose a reduced premium based on policy considerations. Now, depending on different industry policies, a similar land grant approach can be applied to sites for other sectors. The key consideration here is whether the unconventional land disposal method will be more effective than the conventional ways to bring high potential and representative key firms to come to Hong Kong and bring in advanced technology and high-end talent. Now, for the vetting system, there needs to be suitable monitoring system, and there also needs to be transparency in the system. Land policy aside, the Office for Attracting Strategic Enterprises, which started running since last December, will also design measures and arrangements to bring in enterprises. These measures will include office space, scientific and backup operation facilities, financial assistance and subsidies, recruiting and bringing in talent. The point is to provide those firms with a custom-made solution. Mr. Eric Yim. President, now for the Northern Metropolis, the development of infrastructure such as the Northern Metropolis Highway, Northern Link Spur Line, we have to wait till 2035 before the infrastructure is in place. So how can the government speed up the development of the infrastructure such that the firms that arrive there first can see their needs are met? So can we bring in resources from the mainland's infrastructure projects, and we achieve greater speed and efficiency in what we do. Secretary. Now, in the Sentin Technopole, when it comes to infrastructure, there will be strategic rail links, highways. For the other infrastructure project, once the population intake happens and the firms arrive, we try to have everything proceed in tandem. Now, for the roads and railways, we spend more time on the planning. The Policy Bureau in charge is the Transport and Logistics Bureau. Later this year, the TLB will announce the detailed plans later this year. We're in talks with the TLB to see if the strategic roads and railways can be completed ahead of time. We'll try to make that happen. Now, on taking forward the infrastructure projects, on whether we can leverage the resources from the mainland, that's possible. For our works project, now we have a well-established tendering system. On our register, we have quite a number of key construction companies from the mainland. Now we have been in touch with different firms, so that for firms that are not yet on the list, we're exploring ways for them to get their names on the list. That way, they will be able to take part in tendering for our works projects. Mr. Martin Liao. President, now for the Sentin Technopole, there are recommendations about land use. The reply says that there will be contiguous land parcels of varying sizes to meet the needs of different tech firms. My question is, for small and medium-sized INT firms, can they come together and compete alongside the industry leaders in bidding for the land? Secretary. Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Liao for his question. Yes, indeed. For the Sentin Technopole, which covers the Ripple Loop area, we want to turn that area into a new international INT city. There will be different tech areas, different tech industries. There will be industry leaders, key firms. We will also have small and medium-sized tech firms. So the study that we will start soon is that for different sites in the area, we will have different kinds of tech sectors, and there will also be firms at different stages of the INT development. And the study will cover the infrastructure. The member brought up the possibility of firms coming together. Now, these are the things that we will consider. In the overall layout plan, we will look at the practice in the mainland and overseas. They have the parks with the tech firms, and they have the experience. So we will look at all these factors holistically. Mr. Frankie Yik. Thank you, President. We know now there's a preliminary plan for the Northern Metropolis. There will be land for logistics operations. My question for the Secretary is this. Can we develop the land for logistics first? That way we can have the storage facilities ready first, and then later when the brownfield sites are resumed, the affected brownfield operators can move into those facilities instead of having to stop what they do. So can we make that happen? Secretary. President, for the Northern Metropolis, there will be an area for logistics. They are mostly in Hongshui-Kiu and Yunlong South. Now, the plan was to complete the formation starting from 2025, and then the tendering will follow. Now, we will be exploring a few things now. So even before the formation, we will explore whether we can start tendering even before the formation is done. If there's enough certainty in a project, earlier tendering will make it possible for those who want to move there to plan earlier and start looking into financing options. That's the first point. The second point is to explore whether we can bring forth this land formation or site formation. Now we are trying to review whether this can be possible, and if we can, we'll try to make it happen. Now for logistics land, we want to be able to provide them earlier on so that there will be more options for the affected brownfield site operators. Mr. Brave Chen. Thank you, President. We want to see results as quickly as we can. So here's my suggestion. Now, the Chinese firms, they can achieve great results quickly. So I'm wondering, can the Secretary be more proactive in inviting state firms and get them involved in your projects? Secretary. President, since we put in place the Northern Metropolis Preparatory Office and now it's the Coordination Office, now we're having more interactions with different bodies, parties, including mainland companies. At this stage, we want to let people know where we are in our planning, what the layout will be, what are the possibilities in land disposal and our works project. For firms from the mainland and overseas, our system welcomes their participation. So we're now in talks with all these different parties. Dr. Wendy Hong. Thank you, President. I'm pleased to see the government will consider options other than open tendering in land disposal as a way to get strategic enterprises to come to the Northern Metropolis. There's competition between firms. There's also competition between industry chains. Everyone in the industry chain has a bearing on the competitiveness of the industry chain as a whole. There's usually an industry leader in the industry chain. The leader is there to bring together the upstream and downstream players. But then there's interdependency between the upstream and downstream players in the industry chain. We bring in the industry leader. We also need the leaders to bring together and bring here the upstream and downstream companies. That's how we can create a cluster of companies. So my question is, in land disposal, apart from open tendering, which is the conventional approach, will the government also consider setting aside land for the upstream and downstream players? That way we can have an industry cluster in Hong Kong. Who's going to take the question, please? Undersecretary for Innovation, Technology and Industry. Thank you, President. I thank the member for her suggestion. Indeed, we will. For the Sentin Technopole, there will be different ways of land disposal. We will be looking at some indicators. First, the boost to our local economy from a firm. So output, capacity, or the investment in R&D, or the possible tax revenue from a firm. And also we will look at how many jobs can a firm generate, the kind of local talent they can nurture, the number of technical talent they can bring in. The third indicator will be the technology the firm can bring in. Are they bring in cutting edge technologies? Whether they can drive this kind of technology, are they a leader in the technology, and also the output of intellectual property. The fourth indicator is whether the firm can help leverage Hong Kong's advantage and serve what our country needs, and also create something of global relevance. And another point we're looking at is whether a firm can drive the entire ecology in creating and fostering an industry cluster, whether the firm can foster the development of the upstream and downstream players, whether the firm can become a key stakeholders and foster the operation of the ecology as a whole with the technology. So all these are the indicators that we will be evaluating. Ms. Chen Yut-ming. Thank you, President. I support the use of land policy to attract strategic enterprises to the Northern Metropolis. Now let's look at some examples. We have had some cases. Disneyland is a relatively recent example We hope that we can see speed within Northern Metropolis. We need more than open tendering. There needs to be more options, and we need fast and good results. Now, for the Northern Metropolis, you need a blueprint for the industries and clear guidelines in the west and east of the Northern Metropolis. What are the goals for the industries there? Now, will there be a university town to support the research? Will there be culture and arts creative industries? Will there be projects in support of Chinese medicine? So the question is, now the INT development blueprint came out last year. There will be 4 directions, 8 strategies. When can we see an industry blueprint for the Northern Metropolis, and when can we see a series of guidelines? These 2 items will help bring firms to the Northern Metropolis. Secretary. President, Ms. Chen's question touches on an industry blueprint for the Northern Metropolis. Industries cover a wide range of matters across a wide swath of area. Now, the recent proposal that came out is about the Sentin Technopole, which is focused on innovation and technology. Earlier, we talked about the Hongzhou-Hachi New Development Area. The positioning is on logistics and modern services. Now, for the New Territories North, New Town, Pingche, Taku Lang, this is a project we're working on. It's also a huge project. We're talking about more than 1,000 hectares of land. There can be a wide range of industries in the area. There are 3 land crossings in that area. So we can there can be medicine, insurance, education, and also logistics, food manufacturing in the area. So once the New Territories North project comes out early next year, that is the plan for it comes out next year, then we will have a clearer picture. In the Chief Executive's policy address last year, he said that within this year, there will be an action agenda on the Northern Metropolis, and there will also be a timetable. With the action agenda, we will get a clearer picture of the government's position.
Government's bills. This council resumes the second reading debate on the Family Procedure Bill. Mr. Holden Chow, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the Bill, will first address the council on the committee's report. Mr. Holden Chow. Mr. President, in the capacity of the Chairman of the Bills Committee on Family Procedure Bill, I now submit the report on our deliberation. The bill seeks to introduce a new single piece of primary legislation which provides the legal basis to consolidate the various procedural rules of the family justice system scattered over different ordinances. The Bills Committee has held 4 meetings, including one attended by deputations from the public. Members generally support the bill, which will consolidate the various procedural rules of the family justice system scattered over different ordinances, hoping that the currently complicated court-related procedures for family and matrimonial matters could be simplified and streamlined. In the course of scrutiny, members raised concerns over a number of policy matters and the contents of the bill. First, members were concerned how the bill would benefit family court users in terms of time and cost saved on procedural issues, and how it would facilitate the enforcement of the family court orders concerning cross-border marriages in the mainland. Members and deputations in particular hoped that the bill would assist those maintenance payees having difficulties in collecting the maintenance payments and enforcing the maintenance orders. In response, the Judiciary Administration said that the main purpose of the bill is to give effect to procedural reforms for the family justice system. There is no intention to introduce any changes to the substantive policy under the purview of policy bureaus. Members generally welcome the proposal to set up a new family masters system to alleviate the workload of family judges. On the other hand, members were highly concerned about the composition of the Family Procedure Rules Committee, or the FPRC. Some members suggested that stakeholders who are not legal professionals, including those from the social welfare sector, should be invited to the FPRC so that views from other stakeholders would be considered at an early stage. Section 154(1) of the schedule proposes amendments to paragraph B of the definition of child under Section 2(1) of the Inheritance Provision for Family and Dependents Ordinance Cap 481. It involves the issue of inheritance by a child who was in the womb of his or her mother. There was an in-depth discussion on the topic, and the judiciary was requested to provide supplementary information on the rationale behind the proposed amendments. Besides the above, members and the legal advisor of the Bills Committee have raised concerns over a number of policy issues and drafting matters. On these concerns, as well as submissions from the public, the judiciary has given either oral or written replies. We support the amendments to be moved by the administration. No amendments will be moved by the Bills Committee. The Bills Committee has completed its work. The details of our deliberation are set out on the reports to the Council. President, the following are my views on the bill. President, as mentioned in my report, the Family Procedure Bill seeks to harmonize court-related procedures in relation to family and matrimonial matters scattered across different legislation so that the procedure can be streamlined on family matters. Now, these are rather technical changes. However, subsequent to the legislative amendments exercise, there will be a Family Procedure Rules Committee, or the FPRC. Subject to the passage of the bill, the FPRC will be empowered to set procedural rules on family cases. Now, it will affect court users and also parties in family proceedings. So members of the Bills Committee views to the administration, including that in past family proceedings, there were a lot of issues or difficulties on recovering or collecting maintenance payments. Now, in the recovery process, unbearable pain was caused to the payees. When the party has to collect maintenance from the default party, the rifts between the two parties would be widened. Now, we have spoken a lot on this during the deliberation. After divorce, the relationship has deteriorated, and in the process of recovery of maintenance, the parties have to confront each other. Disputes would be caused, and the children would be the one to suffer. So in that process, unbearable pain would be dealt to both parties. That's why I said that. Now, to resolve this issue, we think it might be best for the government to establish a maintenance board. This independent body would handle the maintenance recovery process. That would minimize the occurrence of the situation I mentioned, that is, parties coming into conflicts in the recovery process. And in the past, there were cases where new causes derived from the recovery process. Now, it would add to the time and cost in court. So that would be an unbearable pain to grassroots people. If we have this independent maintenance board for recovery of maintenance, we can alleviate this problem as well as reduce the burden on the judiciary. And some members also suggested that in setting the family procedure rules, the FPRC should canvass views from the general public and court users so that the final product is user-friendly and simple to understand. So these are our views. Now we understand that besides this FPRC, there is also a committee to consult court users under the judiciary. Now, if the judiciary can consult the general public, the court users, as well as professionals in the social welfare sector more, it would be best. Now, maybe subgroup can be established under the FPRC involving these stakeholders. That would be very important. Now, in the deliberation process, we also queried whether there should be a more well-equipped front desk under the family court. Now, the small claims tribunal has such an organ to answer queries made by the general public on claims. Now, if the family court has this organ, then the burden on the family court and family judges would be reduced. And we can also resort to technologies like AI in helping court users. Now, there are lots of complaints from the parties to family processes. They think the legal jargons are very difficult to understand. So if there are some tools to help them understand the general procedures and what they can expect, the user's experience would be improved. So riding on the opportunity, this committee has put forward the above views, and we hope that the government would take on board our views and follow up on the matters appropriately. Thank you.
Dr. Elizabeth Quat, thank you, President. Hong Kong's divorce rate is very high. In recent years, has climbed. According to the CNSD department, in 2019, the divorce rate is 48%, and in 2020, the figure has climbed to over 50%. Every year, there are around 20,000 divorce cases. I come from a single-parent family, and I've experienced myself how drastic changes in the family have caused pain to not only the divorcees, the parents, but also to the children. The children will feel helpless. So we have the family court. The original intent was to help divorcing families to resolve their problems, to help them tide over their difficulties during a divorce. So for the family procedure bill, I support it. The bill's object is very clear, and that is to streamline the rules and procedures. And hopefully, after the procedures have been streamlined, proceedings related to matrimonial and family matters can be made simpler, and it can help a lot of people. I'm particularly concerned about establishing an FPRC Family Procedure Rules Committee, which will formulate new family procedure rules, FPR. At the Bills Committee, President, we have spoken about views from families, and here I would like to speak about the FPR, and hopefully the rules can improve on procedures and measures to help more people, especially when a family has completed the first litigation and maintenance is granted to a party. But then if the other party refuses to pay maintenance, the divorced husband and wife, what he or she can do. According to the present laws, the payee can be mandated to pay the payer can be mandated to pay the maintenance. Summons can be issued deductions can be made to the person's salary. But then I have received views from a lot of single mothers who complained to us. They said that these orders cannot be implemented for the most part. What are the reasons? Say, for example, if a summons is issued, if the payer refuses to pay, you can prosecute him or her again. But the fact is that you have to serve a summons on him first. If you fail to do so, you will not be able to reach him. Then there is no way that the order can be executed. And somebody may stand in the way of you accessing the party. So if there is a default in payment for over 12 months, the court may refuse to execute the maintenance order. And there have been cases where the summons cannot be served. And 12 months have passed, and the court judge said that since you can't fend for your means, fend for your life during those 12 months, that means you don't need it, and as a result, the ruling is that the maintenance doesn't have to be paid. Isn't that very ridiculous? This is a real case. And a lot of people face that kind of difficulty, and the situation must be improved. And then you will issue a new maintenance order. You have to reach the person concerned, but very often you may fail to reach him. If there is a divorce, and you can't reach the other party, you can take out an advertisement in the newspapers to make a notification to him or her. But then for the maintenance order, you have to serve the order in person to the other party before the order can be executed. So that presents a problem. If the payer refuses to pay, then you can have his wage deducted. That is an order for them. But then there is another problem. You have to access the employer of the spouse, and you have to serve the order to the employer, and you ask the employer to deduct the salary and pay you the maintenance. But very often you fail to reach or find the employer. Even if you have found the employer, the bailiff has found him, but then the person fails to admit that he is a party to the proceeding, and the bailiff cannot check his identity. So as a result, the order fails to be served. So there are a number of loopholes. And then even if you have managed to find the employer and the party is worried, and then he pays, but then he only pays part of the maintenance fee, say $1,000 instead of $10,000, and he has to be appear in the court, and he refuses to do so. And as a result, the family doesn't have an income, say in half a year or a year. There are also very unconscionable parties. Before the person appears in court, he will resign, and he is unemployed, and he can tell the judge that since he doesn't have an income, then he is allowed not to pay. And then you can issue an order prohibiting him or her to leave Hong Kong. Some of them have fled to outside of Hong Kong and the mainland. So can you take the person to task when he is in the mainland? No, you can't do so. So all these are problems. Even if the rules have been amended, can they really help these divorced families? Now, if they fail to get the maintenance, they will apply for CSSA. But then the court has ruled that she is entitled to maintenance, so she can't get CSSA. And then if she has to apply for CSSA, she has to present proof that she fails to receive a maintenance. And if that is the case, she has to ask the ex-husband to appear in court. And so as a result, she fails to apply for CSSA. How can she support her days and her living? So what is happening here? As a result, many people have decided, even though that she is entitled to maintenance, she thinks that the other party will not pay, so she is asking just for $1 and then apply for CSSA. Well, at least she gets a certain amount and can support her children and her daily needs. And the Single Parent Family Association made a telephone survey, and some 100 families have been interviewed. 90% have directly applied for CSSA instead of getting payments because they know that they will not be able to collect the maintenance. So CSSA comes from the public cover. Should we be using the public cover to help these irresponsible people? How much are we spending annually on that front? And these families should be entitled to maintenance, but then they are now being supported on CSSA. So the government must come up with a figure on that front. And we've been hoping that the government can establish a maintenance board or a special body under the IRD to work on that front. We must protect the divorced family and also the children therein. You can imagine that suddenly the income of a family is gone and the child will feel very helpless. He can't afford extracurricular activities, the textbooks. Well, this is my personal experience. I couldn't join any extracurricular activities for lack of means. So you must help these families, help them fend for themselves. There are different mandatory measures adopted in other places. Say the accounts of the parties to the accounts of the maintenance payers have been frozen and so on. There are many different measures that you can adopt. The government has said that it will not set up the maintenance board. Say that the number of families in need of maintenance is only in thousands, so there is no need for the maintenance board. But then every year there are some 20,000 people. Families getting a divorce, but then tens of thousands of families are facing difficulties in getting maintenance payments. They couldn't get help from you. So if there is a maintenance board to help them, it can alleviate the workload of the courts. It can also cut down on the expenditure coming from the CSSA program to help these families. I hope that through this legislative exercise, we can tell the administration that you cannot help the divorced families by just amending the rules. There are so many other things you can do. Mr. Ambrose Lam, well, it's something painful for a family to get, for a couple to get a divorce. Now, after the divorce, issues relating to maintenance, custody of children are involved. These are problems that will linger on. Dr. Quat has cited a number of cases. I will not repeat them here. For divorced couples, if they cannot resolve problems related to their finances and children in an amiable manner, then they have to resort to the legal proceedings, which are very complicated. And this is a kind of torture mentally for the couple and also the children. The cumbersome procedures mean that the couple will fight against each other, and that will seriously damage the children's growth. And one of the reasons is that the procedures are now dispersed among a number of ordinances, subsidiary legislation, and practice direction. And parties to the proceedings have to spend a lot of time to deal with the complicated procedures. And in some of the ordinances, French expressions even not comprehensible even to the French are still being used. So we are discussing the Family Procedure Bill today. That is to help the divorced couples try to streamline the complicated legal proceedings, shorten the procedures so that these legal provisions can be made clearer and simpler. The bill seeks to simplify the family proceedings, setting out the jurisdiction of the High Court and the Family Court and their powers, and also terms will be simplified. Plain language will be used to cut down on the number of disputes. Our lawyers have to explain to their clients the complicated rules. This is not good. Well, people are already unhappy in in a divorce, and they even are forced to pay heed to such complicated terms. That's very bad. So we support the bill. We hope that the family proceedings can be expedited and help the divorced families resolve issues and they can lead a new life again. Now, this bill is a broad framework, and later on, to come to Hong Kong, to stay here and set up family offices and deal with families' properties in Hong Kong. This can help attract investment for overseas and help with driving the development of Hong Kong. I hope that the current term government can expedite the work so that the family procedures can be improved as soon as possible.
Dr. Teck Chi Yuen, Madam Deputy, society situation is very complicated, and every year we have more and more divorcees. There are more people getting divorced than people getting married each year. So if there are sufficient safeguards under the legislation to protect families when they run into problems, I would fully support it. So today I speak in support of the Family Procedure Bill. Now this is only the first step. We are just establishing a legal framework specifying what's to come in terms of family procedure improvements so that members of the public can understand these procedures more easily. Now, the relevant procedural matters are very foreign to grassroots people, and it deprives them of the legal safeguard that they are entitled to. So this is only the first step. The crux of the issue is how we can further enhance the relevance law in the future so that more people can better understand the legal procedures. Now, I welcome the administration promise that the relevance enhancement exercise will be completed within 2 years. I welcome the government's determination on this. Now, we are concerned about the upcoming legislative amendments to be conducted, as mentioned by Mr. Ambrose Lam. That is where the most important things lie. Now, more importantly, we will have the FPRC established after the passage of the bill. So I have suggested whether we can include experienced professionals or stakeholders other than legal professionals. They should also be allowed to join the FPRC so that there is a diversified scope of views in the committee. Now, the administration told me that most of the issues to be considered by the FPRC are technical matters, so it would be more appropriate that legal professionals form the majority of the FPRC. But there are also positive responses from the government. The government would consider inviting professional investigators in the committee. Now, the government said that many legal professionals have experience and expertise in mediation. So mediators' roles can also be played by the legal professionals in the committee. Now, we welcome this. Besides the legal procedures, mediation is also helpful. Now, if we can include the elements of mediation in the future system, it will be much more beneficial to the users. Now, I also hope that the FPRC will involve other stakeholders, like social workers or even professionals in the education sector. They are experienced in handling family matters and they have very acute observations. Now, it is most important for the FPRC to canvass these views as well at an early stage. Now, the administration has promised that the FPRC would actively consult these stakeholders before formulation of the rules. Now, rather than comprising members other than legal professionals in the committee, the administration would canvass their views before the formulation of rules. Now, I think it is acceptable. Now I agree with the chairman's, Mr. Holden Chow's suggestion that maybe we can set up subgroups under the FPRC to incorporate more stakeholders. I think the government may consider this. Now, upon this legislative exercise, we hope that the government can keep its promises, that is, to complete the relevant legislative amendments within 2 years, and 2, canvass public views widely so that the final product meets the needs of the public better. Thank you. Mr. Tang Fei. Madam Deputy, I speak in support of the legislative amendments to the Family Procedure Ordinance, family procedures in the legislation. Now, it covers a wide range of legislations because of historical background. Family procedures will be dealt with by the family courts and the High Court according to their own jurisdiction. It involves a large number of primary legislation, subsidiary legislation, and also practice directions. Now, there are lots of overlapping, and also the legal jargons used are difficult to understand. Significant amounts of time and cost is spent on procedural matters, which is not central to the issue. Now, subject to the passage of this bill, family and matrimonial matters will become much more streamlined and harmonized. Unnecessary disputes can be avoided. Now, with the establishment of the FPRC, I hope that the government can invite more professionals, including counselors for young people as well as social workers, into the committee so that the family procedures are much more user-friendly and in line with a natural course of natural justice. I support the government's efforts. It will alleviate the unnecessary burden on the judiciary, and more importantly, it contributes to the harmony of society. Now, the Family Procedure Bill will not reduce the number of divorce cases in Hong Kong. However, we can minimize secondary harm inflicted upon divorcees and young people. Now, as an educator, I know that behind every problematic young people, there is a problematic family. And the most problematic thing for a family is divorce. It causes enduring emotional stress to the family as well as financial burden. Now, when I met with the parents of a student, I saw 4 people, including 2 fathers and 2 mothers. Now, that's fine, but the point is they kept arguing about maintenance payments rather than the future of the child. The child could only watch helplessly the arguments in the family. Now, in 2020, the divorce rate was 58% in Hong Kong. Now, among all the marriages, 1/3 of them are not first-time husband or wife. So it shows that there is a lot of demand for the family procedure system. So the family procedure bill is useful in streamlining the procedures and avoiding secondary harm. Now, we have to ensure that maintenance payments are highly efficient. That is not something that this bill has dealt with, but this is at least a good start. We hope that the government can establish a better enforcement system for maintenance payments. Some members even suggested the establishment of a maintenance board incorporating social workers and youth experts. Now, another thing, maybe the government should consult the public on legislation of co-parenting between divorcees. Now, a harmonious society is built upon harmonious family. Now, we can't reduce divorce rates, but we can reduce the harm done to avoid enduring pain to the child. Thank you. I so submit.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Chief Secretary for Administration to reply. Then the debate will come to a close. Chief Secretary, Madam Deputy, first of all, I'm grateful to Mr. Holden Chow, Chairman of the Bills Committee on Family Procedure Bill, other members, as well as the Secretariat for the efforts so that the deliberation of the bill was completed smoothly. I'm also grateful to the members as well as the members of the public for their valuable comments tabled in the course of the deliberation. As I pointed out in the second reading of the bill, the purpose of the bill is to implement the proposals of the judiciary in the final report on the review of the family procedure rules to enhance the efficiency and cost-effectiveness of the family justice system. A set of comprehensive and accessible procedure rules should be introduced. The bill consolidates provisions and rules scattered across different ordinances, and it also provides a legal basis to introduce a set of family procedure rules. The bill provides for a new family procedure rule committee as the single authority to make rules for family procedures. The Family Procedure Rule Committee will introduce rules, that is, family procedure rules, covering different areas of family procedures, so as to dispense with the need to make references to different pieces of principal ordinance and subsidiary legislation. In addition, the bill provides for a family masters system so as to empower the registrar and the masters of family court to take up some case management functions. This will alleviate the heavy workload of family judges, and this will enhance the efficiency of the family court. The bill will also propose consequential amendments or repeal certain provisions of 31 pieces of principal legislation and subsidiary legislation to make sure that such provisions, so that the provisions will be compatible with the bill as well as the procedure rules to be introduced later on. The bill is drafted in plain language. In future, when we introduce the FPR as well as the relevant forms, we continue to use plain language so as to make sure that it is easy to understand. This can cater for the needs of different court users, in particular the unrepresented litigants. Upon passage of the bill by the Legislative Council, it will come into effect in 2 stages. Some of the provisions will commence immediately. For example, first of all, the provisions concerning the setting up of the Family Procedure Rules Ordinance so that the committee may start the preparation as soon as possible. Second, in relation to the setting up of the Family Masters system so as to ease the burden of the family judges. For the other provisions, including the consequential amendments to other related legislation, they will become effective in the second stage together with the family procedure rules. And the date will be appointed by the CJ of the Court of Final Appeal by a notice in Gazette. The bill, as well as the future FPR, will not result in substantive changes in the policies or the legislation. I'm most grateful to the chairman as well as the members of the Bills Committee. 4 meetings were held in 2 months' time. They scrutinized the provisions of the bill in great details so as to make sure that the work will be perfect. I'm glad to see that members are in support of the early passage of the bill so that we can have it commenced as early as possible. President, later on, I'm going to move an amendment so as to remedy a clerical error. And then there will be another amendment in the nature of law adaptation. They are technical in nature. The Bills Committee does not object to it. In addition, I'm going to move another amendment which involved the definition of child under Section 2.1 of the Inheritance Provision for Family and Dependents Ordinance, Cap 481. We would like to update a phrase, and then the proposed CSA will delete some of the words originally to be added, so as to allow the common law principle a chance to have further development. The first administration would like to update the old drafting. That is, on the basis of the relevant case law, we like to use clear and easy to understand wording to express the common law principle expressed in the existing wording. That is, the child was in the womb of his or her mother at the death of the deceased and born posthumously. Before he or she would be granted the right to apply for financial provision. This can facilitate easy understanding by the court users without any substantive changes of the policies. But some members are of the opinion that the updated phrase should not have the inclusion of the following words, and born posthumously. And in fact, the meaning should be interpreted by the court, so that common law principles can be given further development under suitable circumstances. Upon consideration by us, we have decided to come up with this amendment, and we have adopted the proposal made by Honourable Lamson Kerr. In addition, I want to briefly respond to points made by members earlier on. Some members were worried that in the course of drafting the FPR, how the judiciary would be taking up the opinions of the court users as well as the stakeholders. For the membership of the committee, other than judges, will include representatives from the legal professional bodies and the Department of Justice. This is very representative, and in fact, they will examine the rules from a professional and operational perspective, so as to make sure that when implemented, it will be smooth. In the light of the proposals of the HLSP, the Hong Kong Bar Association and the Hong Kong Law Society will nominate 2 instead of 1 representatives to sit on the FPRC. The judiciary has invited the 2 legal bodies to consider nominating law practitioners with mediation experience, so as to better assist the committee in coming up with mediation-related rules. The judiciary has promised that during the drafting of the rules, in due course, the public will be consulted, and there will be an exchange session with the social welfare sector, so as to get the views. Before the LegCo is to scrutinize the rules, the judiciary will also carry out an extensive consultation so as to take on board the views of the public. Members were also concerned as to how the judiciary in future would assist the court users, in particular the unrepresented litigants, so that they can better understand and apply the rules. The judiciary is considering a number of support measures, like a one-stop dedicated website, so as to deploy an accessible way to highlight the main points in the procedures involved, as well as the forms to be listed out systematically. The judiciary will also set up a family court information corner, so that potential litigants will be given the information needed and the assistance needed. Before the rules come into effect, the judiciary will also commence an extensive publicity exercise. Some members are also suggesting that other than introducing the rules, the judiciary should also come up with other measures so as to enhance the service of the family court. In fact, the judiciary has been doing so for a long time. There will be more measures so as to enhance the operational efficiency of the court, like enhancing the hardware of the court, say, for example, new courtrooms with mediation facilities, more flexible deployment of facilities between the family court and other courts, and increasing judicial manpower in due course, so as to meet the needs of the operation of the family court. The judiciary will also encourage and promote family procedure mediation. There will be more pilot schemes so that they will be encouraged to use resolution procedure to deal with the disputes. During the course of the deliberation of the bill, some members were concerned about the support given to the needy divorcees as well as issues met during the collection of maintenance payments and the enforcement of the maintenance orders. Currently, the exercise is to provide for the setting up of the rules as well as consolidate the procedures. There's no plan to change the substantive laws or the policies. In fact, the government has come up with improvement measures to help the divorcees to collect the maintenance fees and has stepped up the publicity. The government will consider to review it to see if there's a need to change the collection of payments as well as the enforcement of maintenance orders. The bill will assist in enhancing the efficiency and cost effectiveness of family procedures. I urge members to support the second reading as well as the CSAs. I'm going to move. So I spoke. Thank you.
I now put the question to you that the Family Procedure Bill be read the second time. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Family Procedure Bill. This Council now becomes Committee of the Whole Council to consider the Family Procedure Bill. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for the debate and voting arrangements for the bill. Members have been informed that the committee will conduct a joint debate on the clauses, schedule, and amendments. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses and schedule stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 28 and schedule. The Chief Secretary for Administration will move amendments to amend Clause 26 and the schedule. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for details of the amendments. Members may now proceed to a joint debate on the clauses, schedule, and the amendments. I will first call upon the Chief Secretary for Administration to speak, but he is not required to move the amendments at this stage. Then I will call upon members to speak. Upon the conclusion of the joint debate, the committee will first vote on the clauses with no amendments standing part of the bill, and then vote on the amendments. Chief Secretary for Administration. President, I propose amendments to Clause 26 and Section 149 of the schedule to the bill, and the addition of Section 150A to the schedule, as well as amendments to Section 154 of the schedule. These are technical amendments which do not involve changes to the relevant policies and actual operations. May I now brief you on the amendments? First, on amendment to Clause 26 of the bill. Section 26, bracket 1, bracket Q, empowers the Family Procedure Rules Committee to make rules to provide that a contravention of any provision under the Guardianship of Minors Ordinance, Cap 13, Separation and Maintenance Orders Ordinance, Cap 16, and Matrimonial Proceedings and Property Ordinance, Cap 192, is an offense and is punishable. Clause 26, bracket 2 of the bill sets out the maximum fine and imprisonment term for the above offense. This legislative exercise does not seek to introduce any changes to substantive laws or policies, including the level of penalties for contraventions. The maximum imprisonment terms as stipulated in Clause 26, bracket 2 of the bill is 2 years, which is a mistake in drafting. Therefore, we are proposing an amendment to Clause 26, bracket 2 to rectify the mistake, and will specify the maximum imprisonment term is 1 month, which is consistent with the maximum imprisonment term now set out in Cap 13, Cap 16, and Cap 192. In addition, we propose making use of this legislative exercise to carry out adaptations of individual expressions. As such, we propose amendments to Section 149 in schedule and the newly added Section 158 of the schedule, and revise Section 6, bracket 4 and Section 12, 9 of the Parent and Child Ordinance by repealing 地方法院 and substituting it with 區域法院 in the Chinese text and make corresponding changes to the English text to ensure consistency between the Chinese and English versions of the law. President, I understand that the Bills Committee has no objection to the above amendments. In addition, we propose another amendment to amend Section 154(1) of the schedule to make corresponding changes to the definition of the child in response to the relevant definition of Section 2(1) of the Inheritance Provision for Family and Dependents Ordinance, Cap 481. The definition in the current law carries the old French expression, and in the Chinese text, the expression is 在死者去世時尚在其母腹中的子女 i.e. a child who was in the womb of his or her mother at the death of the deceased. Our original proposal is to update it to 於有關死者去世時尚在其母腹中而其後出生的子女 A child was born in the womb of his or her mother at the death of the deceased and born posthumously, which is clear and in easy to understand wording for the benefits of the court users, and it is in line with common law principles. It does not involve a substantive change in policy. In fact, after detailed study by the Department of Justice, many court case laws have provided clear explanation on this concept, i.e., a child who was in the womb of the mother at the time of her mother's death is granted the right to apply for financial provision from the estate of the deceased, provided that the child was born alive afterwards. However, some members believe that the interpretation of the relevant provisions should be made through case laws and not statute law, and that common law should be given further development in the future where appropriate. The government agrees to this view and decides to propose a technical amendment to delete the expression born posthumously. After the amendment, the expression in the Chinese text will be 與有關死者去世時尚在母腹中的子女 A child was born in the womb of his mother at the death of the deceased. President, I urge members to support my proposed amendments. Thank you. Mr. Lim Shen Kang.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. Now, the legislative process of this family procedure bill has been smooth, but there are also some hiccups. In terms of interpretation of the law, I and the government have different views, as explained by the Chief Secretary for Administration. Now, many people say that this Legislative Council is just a rubber stamp, and the government can have the LegCo pass anything they introduce. Now, let me share a story with you during the scrutiny process of the Bills Committee. Now, when the government moved amendments to the principal legislation, the government also moved amendments to the Section 2 definition of child under the Inheritance Provision for Family and Dependents Ordinance. Now, the archaic French term would be replaced by plain English. I fully support that. I've asked some friends practicing in French for many years. They all said that the French term is not even used by contemporary French. Now, the government also moved to amend the legislation. Besides deleting the French term, the government would add the term born posthumously after a child who was in the womb of his or her mother. But I think this is changing the substance of the law. Now, the question is whether the child in the womb already has the rights of inheritance, or should he or she be born before he or she is entitled to inheritance. Now, do other parties to the inheritance need to wait until the child is born before the inheritance can be allocated? Now, I think by adding the term posthumously, it will reduce the flexibility of the law and also undermine the rights of other beneficiaries. That's why I approached the government on this matter last week. I thank the government for accepting my views and maintain the original Chinese text. Now, this legislative exercise shows that the legislative, executive branches are acting in concert while monitoring each other. Now, the legislature ensures that the executive branch is interpreting the law in the spirit of the law itself. So I support these committee stage amendments to be moved by the government. I support the motion.
Mr. Houghton Chow. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to speak on one of the amendments, in particular, CAP 481, that is the definition of child. Just now, Mr. Lam Sin Keung talked about the definition when it comes to inheritance. On the other day, we spent 2 hours on a particular meeting, and most of the time we were having a debate on this point. I hope that either today or later on, the administration would clarify this point. I think my understanding, and as well as the information in the administration's papers, as well as Mr. Lam Sin Keung's paper, we got the impression that we thought that all the time our principle was that the child in the womb of the mother must have been born before getting the right to inherit. I think that's my understanding all the time, and we had case law. But then in the past, the original provision did not talk about and born posthumously. But then, of course, in previous case law, the child must have been in the womb of the mother and subsequently born before the criteria would be met. For the bill, I think originally the administration would like to do the following. Given what happened when it comes to case law, the administration would like to make it clear that is a child who was in the womb of his or her mother and born posthumously. I think the administration would like to add that point, but of course we're grateful to Mr. Lam Sin Keung for coming up with the comments. We had a lengthy debate, and I believe that the administration has adopted the following position. That is, if the administration is to dispense with the phrase "and born posthumously," in the light of the development of the common law case law, there's this requirement that the child must have been born. That is, even without this wording, that's how the courts have been reading this provision. That is, the right to inherit would come with the fact that the child was born. The administration has taken up this view. I think we would like to leave it to the court. We haven't got new case law. There's a new case law, and of course I'm not sure how the court will deal with it, but then there may come a day in which even the child hasn't been born, but as long as he or she was in the womb of the mother, then the child would have the right to inherit. I'm the chairman of the Bills Committee. I feel I'm duty-bound to remind everybody. That is, Mr. Lam Sin Keung has proposed an amendment and has been taken up by the administration. According to the development of previous case law, we have to wait for a child to be born before the child enjoys the right to inherit. But then under the new amendment, there is room for future development. The court may interpret the law in such a way that before the birth of the child would already enjoy the right to inherit. But of course, I have observed in the CS speech, probably the judiciary would like to leave room for future development of our laws. Common law, of course, is a system that evolves with case laws. If you say that we should leave room to our courts for future development, and I think the argument stands. However, as the chairman of the Bills Committee, and in fact I've been following through the argument, I know the details, I feel duty-bound to make it clear. I'm grateful to Mr. Lam for raising this point. I think it is a very good opportunity for us to have a good discussion. I'm grateful to the administration for making it clear in the speech for the resumption of second reading debate. In accordance with the case law, the child can only enjoy the right when he or she is subsequently born. So I spoke. Thank you. Mr. Lam Sen Kang. I just want to supplement to what has been said, Madam Deputy. Mr. Chow was right to say that in a large number of case law, the requirement was that the child must be born alive. But then they were hundreds of years ago. We haven't got any new examples. The English law was written in 1925. In Hong Kong, our counterpart was drafted in 1971. Our legal principle is that if we have got express provisions, if we have got statute law, then that would change the case law. Well, our statute law is written in simple ways and clearly. So the interpretation as to how it should be interpreted, I think it's the duty of the judges. It is good for us to have this system. That is, the court can tie in with the changes in the society after a piece of legislation has been passed by the legislature. Well, the common law has this advantage. That is, it will take into account the views of the society. So I'm confident that we can leave it to the courts and try to see whether such a development will emerge in Hong Kong. Well, all the case laws were 300, 400 years ago. At that time, the infant mortality rate was high, and there wouldn't be anybody who would in a similar position as we have got in mind. Well, in the past, the case law was clear, and we required that the child must be born. I don't know why that wasn't added back then. Of course, it is not a time for us to have an argument. We are not having a court hearing. We are here interested in making laws.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Chief Secretary for Administration to speak again. Chief Secretary. Madam Deputy, I'll be very brief. I'd like to thank Mr. Lam Cheng Kang for raising this suggestion on the amendment. I'd like to point out that we respect members' views. As long as their views are reasonable, we will study them carefully, and if needed, we would amend our own proposals. Thank you. We now first vote on the clauses with no amendment standing part of the bill. I put the question to you that the clauses with no amendments as set out in the appendix to the script should stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. We now vote on the amendments. Chief Secretary of Administration, you may move your amendment. Madam Deputy, I move the amendments set out in the appendix to the script. I propose the question to you that the Chief Secretary's amendments be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the amendments passed. Clause 26 and the schedule as amended. I now put the question to you that the clause and schedule as amended just read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Family Procedure Bill have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Chief Secretary for Administration. Madam Deputy, I now report to the Council that the Family Procedure Bill has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council with amendment. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. I now propose the question to you that the Chief Secretary's motion be passed. In accordance with the rules of procedure, this motion shall be voted on without amendment or debate. I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading, Family Procedure Bill, Chief Secretary of Administration. President, Madam Deputy, I move that the Family Procedure Bill be read the third time and do pass. I now propose a question to you that the Family Procedure Bill be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Family Procedure Bill. This Council resumes the second reading debate on the Stamp Duty Amendment No. 2, Bill 2023. The Honourable Edmund Wong, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the Bill, will first address the Council on the committee's report. Mr. Edmund Wong. Thank you, Madam Deputy. As Chair of the Bills Committee on Stamp Duty Amendment No. 2, Bill 2023, I now report on the salient points of the committee's discussion. The bill seeks to implement a measure to troll for talents as announced in the Chief Executive's 2022 policy address. For non-Hong Kong permanent residents entering Hong Kong under designated talent admission schemes, if they acquire their only residential property in Hong Kong on or after the 19th of October 2022, i.e. the day of the announcement of the measure, and subsequently become a Hong Kong permanent resident, HKPR, and meeting other specified conditions, they can apply for a refund of a certain amount of the buyer's stamp duty and ad valorem duty to enable them to enjoy the same stamp duty rate on par with that of first-time home buyers of Hong Kong PR. Members generally support the legislative proposal, but expressed concern over the attractiveness and cost-effectiveness of the refund mechanism. Some members believe that the administration should consider allowing specified incoming talents to enjoy the same stamp duty arrangement as that for HKPRs at the time when they acquire their only residential property in Hong Kong. A mechanism can be instituted to recover the differential amount in stamp duty if they subsequently fail to meet the specified criteria. The administration said that the proposed refund mechanism has already struck a balance between attracting incoming talents for long-term development in Hong Kong and avoiding profound impact on the residential property market brought by a rapid surge in investment demand and external demand. This mechanism is one of the measures to troll for talents as announced in the Chief Executive's 2020 policy address, and the assessment should be measured together with other measures. The measure, as proposed by members, will meet with implementation difficulties and will attract disproportionate administrative costs. Members also expressed concern over some of the eligibility criteria. They noted that if a specified incoming talent acquires a residential property in Hong Kong, but has passed away before becoming an HKPR, his heir will not be entitled to the refund. Moreover, if specified incoming talents jointly acquire a residential property, but some of the co-buyers eventually have not become HKPR, but still have partial ownership of the property, for those co-buyers who have become HKPR, no refund can be made to their partial ownership of the property. Some members opined that the eligibility criteria are too stringent. In particular, circumstances such as the buyer passing away before becoming an HKPR or a co-buyer failing to become an HKPR eventually are something beyond control of the property buyer. The administration said that the proposed refund mechanism seeks to provide refunds to eligible non-Hong Kong PR to attract them to stay in Hong Kong for long-term development. The mechanism would also cater for family and personal needs of eligible non-Hong Kong PR and set out circumstances where requirements can be relaxed. Members suggested that the administration should explain clearly to the public the eligibility criteria of the mechanism with the aid of illustrative examples to enable the public to better understand the eligibility criteria. Madam Deputy, this is a report of the Bills Committee's work. Now, I'm going to share some of my personal views on the bill. The current term government sees that the epidemic has subsided and there is full resumption of travel, and the government has launched a number of measures to troll for talents. We should recognize such work. The bill is one of the measures to troll for talents to come to Hong Kong for development. The business sector welcomes it, and the business sector welcomes Mr. John Lee, the chief executive, for formulating such measures. But after the measure has been announced, the business sector, even the accounting firm, that the government is doing it half-heartedly. Why don't they just waive the duty first and then collect it afterwards? I have said this at the Q&A session of the CE. We should have collect first or waive first and collect after. In other words, when incoming talents acquire properties in Hong Kong, they should be paying stamp duty on a par with Hong Kong PR. Now, eventually, if they leave Hong Kong before becoming an HKPR, then they should be asked to pay a stamp duty. The bill suggests approach for first collect and then refund. The beauty of this my approach is that it can cut the costs for Hong Kong incoming talents to acquire property in Hong Kong. And under the bill, they have to pay first a large amount of stamp duty, and they have to wait for several years before a refund is made. There is no interest accrued on the refund amount. It's even worse than the tax voucher, and the interest for that voucher is 0.8%, and the time value for money is very high. How can you attract talents to Hong Kong? Now, I went to the antechamber just now, and I told legislators, say, if a property costs $10 billion and 70% of the mortgage can be taken out, and if the talent uses my approach, he can acquire property by spending $3 million. But then because of the buyer stamp duty, they have to pay an extra 30%, $30 million, and as a result, they have to pay $6 million before they can acquire property. Well, we're talking about top-notch talents here, not just any ordinary talents. If I am asked to pay $3 million now, and then I'm repaid $3 million. 7 years later, I am not willing to do that. At the CE's Q&A session, I also asked the CE about this, and his reply was that the measure is aimed not to affect the actual demand in the property market. And government officials have been using that line to respond to our queries. I appreciate the government's concern in this area and why that there was the launch of the buyer's stamp duty in the first place. But since the government is launching or rolling out this scheme, well, maybe the demand may be affected to a certain extent. But the government should not have their cake and both eat it. So, well, there are always more solutions than problems. That's what we've been saying all the time. In face of talent loss and drainage, we should step up our efforts to attract talents to Hong Kong. The measure aims, or the policy aims at competing for talents. Do we have other administrative measures to make up for the shortfall in this policy? At the Bills Committee stage, we have mentioned some exceptional circumstances. Say, for example, if the talent passes away before becoming an HKPR and the heir of that disease, will he be entitled to the refunds after he becomes an HKPR? And in my report, what about the co-buyers? And the administration replied is that the co-buyers might not become eligible. Now, well, in the unfortunate event of the passing away of the talent, then the co-buyer will not be eligible. The heir will not be eligible. I don't understand why, in that case, the eligibility criteria are not met. This is an exceptional case, and I don't see anybody taking advantage of that kind of circumstance to gain advantage. And this should not be considered a loophole. So I hope that the government can adopt a more people-oriented approach in coming up with policies so that talents can call Hong Kong home. If they want to do that, the government must formulate people-oriented policies. Lastly, if the bill is passed, the government should continue to monitor the implementation of the measure, gauging the willingness of incoming talents to come home to Hong Kong, measure the types of residential properties being acquired so that they can come up with enhancement to the measures so that we can encourage incoming talents to take roots in Hong Kong. I so submit and urge members to pass the bill.
Dr. Tan Yue-he. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Madam Deputy, I speak in support of the Stamp Duty Amendment No. 2 Bill 2023. In recent years, we have a shortage of talents in Hong Kong. The population is aging. It is getting serious. In many sectors, we have faced acute shortage of manpower. Well, we are moving from chaos to order. We need to make good use of the opportunity. We need to develop our economy. We have the Northern Metropolis, the artificial islands, among other strategic infrastructural projects to be completed. We need to become the 8 centers. We are on the verge of taking off. We must fill the talent gap. We want to draw for talents. We want to draw for enterprises. This is the top priority of our current administration. But then we are only having one of the many sort of measures. If the talents that have been attracted to Hong Kong won't take roots here, I'm afraid they will be attracted to other more desirable places to develop their career. Then we cannot attract and retain the talents. We need a healthy cycle here. Well, for talents, if they have taken risk here, then they would be more willing to contribute to Hong Kong in the long term. We need to retain the talents that would form the basis of our long-term stability and prosperity. We need to overcome this problem before the CE can lead us in entering a new era and a new chapter, and then we can keep our advantageous position among our competitors. Well, last year, there was the first proposal of having the arrangement of exempting the stamp duty, but then it will be payment before refunding. This will keep the low and simple taxation regime, and we make use of tax concessions to attract talents and retain talents so that we can attract the global talents, and they will buy properties here, and it will add to their we will enhance their intention to stay in Hong Kong. And there were fine-tuning of the proposals, and then this mechanism has been introduced. I think it means that eligible non-Hong Kong PR can acquire a property in Hong Kong. If eventually they become a Hong Kong PR, they would get a refund of their ad valorem stamp duty and buyer's stamp duty, some of the amounts, so that they will enjoy the same tax rates as Hong Kong permanent residents. Well, as to the schemes involved, they cover the majority of the talent admission schemes. The coverage is extensive. It is said that after becoming a Hong Kong PR, then you can get the refund. This can prevent speculation in the market, and this would prevent a massive increase in the demand for housing. And we can also lower the cost of property acquisition for their talents. I think it is a good policy. This is good for attracting and retaining talents in Hong Kong. We understand that some cases are being processed, and some professionals have successfully acquired properties, and they hope that later on, in accordance with the schemes, they will get the tax refund. I believe that if we can step up the publicity, the new policies can be implemented smoothly and steadily, then it will yield good results. As to the follow-up measures, I think there's room for further fine-tuning, and we can also introduce some supplementary measures. I would just come up with two suggestions. First of all, the current policy is such that for new arrivals, even though they wish to stay in Hong Kong, they hope that in 7 years' time that they will apply for permanent residency. But then, in the course of it, as a result of changes to their work arrangements or owing to one reason or other, they may passively lose the opportunity to have 7 years visa permission. That is, whether in 7 years' time they can, as planned, acquire permanent residency. I think it is quite a risk for anybody wishing to buy a property. We are making all efforts to attract talents. Can we not consider the following? That is, for certain sectors in which we would like to have talents, can we not flexibly shorten the 7-year requirement, say, for example, reduce it to 5 years, so that we can step up our efforts to attract the talents, facilitating the economic development of Hong Kong. And then for the 30% tax rate, I think for young taxpayers or young property owners, it is quite a heavy burden. I think we should fine-tune the refund mechanism. After implementing the scheme for a period of time, perhaps we should consider whether there's room to have further adjustments, say, for example, providing some supplementary measures so that we can provide an interest-free loan in relation to the stamp duty, or we can have some other financial incentives. And then it will ease their burden when it comes to raising funds to pay for the stamp duty. I think in this way we can overcome the problems encountered by young property owners or potential property buyers. And payment and refund, can we not change it the other way round, or have it based on the arrangement that if they are paying tax every year, maybe we can make an arrangement. And then if somebody fails to clock up 7 years, or if they haven't stayed in Hong Kong to work continuously, then since they have already got the waiver in advance, they should be asked to pay back the difference, have to lower the threshold to buy the properties on their behalf. And we can also prevent speculation. If the implementation is proper, I think we can greatly enhance our attractiveness. For this amendment bill, I think it is a breakthrough. I think it shows that the administration really attaches a lot of importance to the trawling of talents. I hope and I expect the administration to come up with bolder measures in relation to the attraction and retention of talents. Thank you. Next, Dr. Su Cheng Wing. Madam Deputy. The pandemic and the emigration have caused an aggravated outflow of talents in Hong Kong, jeopardizing the development of many industries and sectors and affecting the quality of our services. All around the world, there is a shortage of talents. And in fact, every country is trawling and fighting for talents. Well, in fact, there was a Q2 2023 survey. 85% of the Hong Kong employers are faced with manpower shortage and recruitment difficulties. And our rate is much higher than this average 77% globally. In the four most acute industries are information technology and data, sales and marketing, as well as risk management and counseling. So you can see that professionals are in short supply. Moreover, we are having an economic recovery post-pandemic. Different sectors and different industries must get more manpower so as to consolidate their base and have further development. We have to make it our first priority to retain talents and manpower in the long run. I support the government's proposal, that is, the Stamp Duty Amendment No. 2 Bill 2023. Last year, we set up a specific facility to attract talents. We introduced a number of talent admission schemes, but then to attract them to take roots in Hong Kong, other than the immigration policies, we also need something more. We need other support and follow-up measures just to support their housing needs as well as the needs of their dependents. We have to showcase to the talents a bright future for them in Hong Kong. We should also assist them in adapting to life in Hong Kong. And housing accommodation would be the most fundamental issue. Well, Hong Kong, when compared with other cities, have always had a very high levels of property prices. And this has been a disincentive for talents choosing Hong Kong as their destination. So for those who plan to become a Hong Kong PR, I think having a refund of the stamp duty when they acquire properties can be regarded as a way forward to help them generate a sense of belongingness and help them ease the housing financial burden, and it can enhance the quality of their life here, so that they don't have to bear the high levels of stamp duty of property acquisition, and then they will have their own home and they don't have to pay for rentals. To further attract their stay in Hong Kong, I think this is a good exercise. But unfortunately, regrettably, we have problems in the bill. That is, somebody inheriting the property will not enjoy the stamp duty waiver. Therefore, I would like to make the following suggestions. First of all, the administration must make sure that the bill would be introduced and implemented properly. We should expedite the verification and approval process. There should be a smart platform so as to save the administrative costs, and we can enhance the efficiency so that the talents will be facilitated. Second, for those who have yet to become Hong Kong PR, for such talents to acquire properties, I know under the new scheme, they still have to pay 30% of the value of their property as stamp duty, and you have to have it for 7 years, a long period of time. The one-off payment of the hefty stamp duty would be a very great financial burden. So other than this legal requirement, I think the government should look at the market circumstances as well as the trends of talents settling in Hong Kong and try to see if this can be waived. Or at least we should give the waiver first before collection of the stamp duty. In other words, the property acquiring talent upon giving up the chance to stay in Hong Kong to become a PR, have to pay back the 30% stamp duty so that we can increase the attractiveness of Hong Kong as a place for them to settle down. And another point is that the government should look at the implementation of the schemes to admit talents, and we should fine-tune the details as well as the arrangements. There should be more awards and rewards, and we should be providing whole person measures so that the talents don't have to worry for anything, so that they can enjoy good working conditions in Hong Kong, and then we can sort of make Hong Kong a very attractive place to such talents. Thank you.
Mr. Louis Long. Madam Deputy, Stamp Duty Amendment Number 2, Bill 2023 seeks to introduce a refund mechanism under the BSD and then RSD. Why do we need a refund mechanism? And that is for non-Hong Kong PR, upon becoming a Hong Kong PR, can ask for a refund of the extra stamp duty paid. Why do we have to provide such incentives to them? We would like to troll for talents and implement the talent trolling measures as announced in the 2022 policy address. Non-Hong Kong PR now have to first pay 30% of the stamp duty, and that is 15% of buyer stamp duty and then 15% in AVD. The bill proposes that an ineligible incoming talent purchases a property in Hong Kong on or after 19th of October in 2022 and wait for 7 years and become an HKPL can apply for a refund of this 30% paid in stamp duty. But the AVD for first-time home buyers will still be paid. When the Thailands wait for 7 years, the government keeps this 30% in stamp duty. Let's assume that the property price is $10 million. Then that is $1 million in stamp duty. If a fixed time deposit is done on that, given the high interest rate, the interest per year is $100,000. 7 years is $700,000. But then this incoming talent should not be too happy, because according to the bill, when he applies for a refund of the stamp duty, no interest will be accrued. Well, by now, this incoming talent will not see the real benefits of this refund mechanism. I don't see any good benefits from this. This is an approach where there will be first payment, then refund. It sounds as if it is to troll for talents, but in real effect, it is more a penalty. Now, incoming talent would like to find a place for accommodation. They will have to pay exorbitant stamp duty to the tune of 30% in stamp duty for acquiring property every year. Well, the Labor Department will warn job seekers against job-seeking traps. Incoming talents they are very smart people. They don't think that this is a trap. Well, in Q1 2023 economic report, non-Hong Kong buyers acquiring property are still low in number. In Q1 this year, every month is just 37 cases, taking up only 0.7% of the total number of transactions. It has slightly bounced back compared to the same period last year. And last year, Q1 is 37 cases, a similar figure. This goes to show that if we collect stamp duty first and then refund it later on, this this measure doesn't work, is not effective. The government emphasized that we must first take care of the needs of first-time home buyers in Hong Kong, and this latest measure is one which is to attract talents to come to Hong Kong for long-term development. Well, let's not misunderstand the government is going to withdraw the harsh measures. Now, up to now, the harsh measures in the property market are like the temporary traffic arrangements on roads. First, you just put some traffic cones there, trying to divide the slow and fast lanes so that people can board the vehicles on the slow lanes. But then the traffic cones, more traffic cones are placed on the roads, and the lanes get narrower and narrower. And the traffic cones have been put on the roads for over 10 years. Now, this bill just removes just one of the traffic cone. Now, Madam Deputy, if I go home today and open the refrigerator, and I see that an ice cream has been placed there for 10 years, I will ask my wife in a very nice tone why this is the case. So I would also like to ask the government in a nice tone why the so-called temporary traffic measures have become long-term roadblocks on the carriageways. You are standing in the way of people getting on board vehicles and getting off being vehicles. The harsh measures in the property market have driven the costs of replacement of property. There is a lack of normalcy in the transactions of second-hand properties for the 10 major estates. The number of transactions was less than 100, and a drop of 40%, and it is a record low. Well, in early June, the latest statistics is that in May, there are only 4,003 contracts of transactions in properties, a drop of 13%, and compared to May last year is a drop of 30%. And for last year, the BSD involves only 57 cases, a drop of 30%, and for NRSD, 150 cases, a drop of 24% on a month-by-month basis. This goes to show that the well, for the special stamp duties, there are only 70 cases involving only $2.19 million. This is a record low since 2011, and there's been a drop of 50% on a month-by-month basis. The government officials reiterated that for the time being, they don't want to adjust the harsh measures in the property market. How come that they don't see that such harsh measures have distorted the property market, and it's difficult for people to buy their first home and to replace their properties? And the ramifications on the market have begun to surface. Hong Kong is getting back to normalcy, and Hong Kong people have expectations on the government. Now, the second-hand property market is in doldrum, and they don't expect the government to sit on its hands. They hope that the government withdraw the harsh measures and get the property market back on the right track, so that the Hong Kong's economy can be boosted further. Well, despite what I said, I support the bill today. For measures to withdraw the harsh measures, to remove barriers, I welcome those. Why? Because if we can remove one traffic cone and have the road widened a bit, is better than sitting on your own hand and do nothing. But as a legislator, I'm duty bound to urge the government to make ratifications in view of the changing circumstances and withdraw the harsh measures expeditiously. I so submit. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Deputy Chief Secretary for Administration to reply, and the debate will come to a close. Deputy Chief Secretary. Madam Deputy, first of all, I thank Mr. Edmund Wong, Chairman of the Bills Committee on Stamp Duty Amendment No. 2, Bill 2023, as well as members of the Bills Committee for scrutinizing the bill and supporting the resumption of second reading debate. Madam Deputy, let me start over again. First of all, I thank Mr. Edmund Wong, Chairman of the Bills Committee on Stamp Duty Amendment No. 2, Bill 2023, as well as members of the Bills Committee for scrutinizing the bill and supporting the resumption of second reading debate. The bill will implement one of the measures to trawl for talents announced in the 2022 policy address, that is to introduce a refund mechanism for buyer's stamp duty, or BSD, and the new residential stamp duty, or NRSD, so that eligible non-local talents may apply for the partial refund of the stamp duty upon becoming Hong Kong permanent residents. The measure seeks to significantly reduce the cost of home purchase in Hong Kong by incoming talents as an incentive for them to stay in Hong Kong for long-term development and enrich our talents pool. In reaction to the decline in Hong Kong's working population over the past 2 years, a number of measures were proposed in the 2022 policy address to attract enterprises, capital, and talents. We will strive to nurture local talents while actively attracting talents from outside Hong Kong. Housing is one of the factors determining whether incoming talents will stay in Hong Kong, as those who have purchased a residential property here are more inclined to stay for long-term developments after becoming permanent residents. Currently, non-Hong Kong permanent residents have to pay BSD and NRSD in the total of 30% of the value of the property. Under the bill's proposed refund mechanism, non-Hong Kong permanent residents who entered Hong Kong under specified talent admission schemes, including the newly launched Top Talent Pass scheme, purchased residential properties in Hong Kong on or after the 19th of October 2022, that is the date of the 2022 policy address, and subsequently become Hong Kong permanent residents, may apply for the refund of the relevant BSD and NRSD. In formulating the proposed refund mechanism, we have also considered the need to transfer property ownership due to personal or family circumstances, including marriage and divorce. For that reason, flexibility would be provided under the refund mechanism so that in case of subsequent changes in property ownership, non-local talents can still apply for the refund of stamp duty subject to certain conditions. Overall speaking, the refund measure will allow eligible non-local talents to enjoy the stamp duty rate on par with that accorded to first-time home buyers who are Hong Kong permanent residents. This will lower the cost of home purchase for non-local talents who wish to become homeowners. We believe the measure will offer incentive for them to settle in Hong Kong in the long term and inject impetus for our development. During the Bills Committee's deliberation, as well as the debate just now, some members suggested that BSD and NRSD should be waived upon home purchase by the talents, even before they become Hong Kong permanent residents, as a stronger attraction for non-local talents. On this, we emphasize that the proposed refund mechanism seeks to attract incoming talents to stay in Hong Kong for long-term development. Waiving their stamp duty before they become Hong Kong permanent residents not only goes against the above policy objective, but also creates a major loophole and increases administrative burden due to the need of ongoing verification. We are of the view that the current proposal has struck a balance between avoidance of abuse and incentivizing non-local talents to stay in Hong Kong on a long-term basis. Just now, some members queried whether the government would consider revoking all demand-side management measures on residential property, including BSD, NRSD, and additional stamp duty. As the Financial Secretary mentioned earlier this month, the government has been closely monitoring the change in the residential property market, as well as considering various factors, including the speed and magnitude of changes in property prices, transaction volume or turnover of residential property, the future supply, economic outlook, and the market sentiment. And also in 2023 April, indexes of residential property price has climbed down from 2022, but is still at a high level. Mortgage payments and the loan-to-value ratio of median household has risen to 73%, far higher than the 51%, that is the 20-year average between 2020 to 23. It shows that properties are still unaffordable by ordinary people. Now, having considered these factors, we think there is no need to adjust the demand-side management measures on residential property. Members also mentioned that for cases where non-local talents pass away before they become Hong Kong permanent residents, the family members cannot enjoy this tax refund mechanism. I want to state that their family members are also considered talents and they can enjoy tax refund under other schemes. Madam Deputy, the bill has been supported. The Bills Committee supports the bill. I implore the Council to pass the bill to implement the refund mechanism for tax and attract talents to come to Hong Kong and inject impetus to our competitiveness. Upon gazette of the bill, the ILD will accept application from non-local talents. Thank you.
I now put the question to you that the Stamp Duty Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023 be read the second time. Will those in favour please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Stamp Duty Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023. This council now becomes Committee of the Whole Council to consider the Stamp Duty Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 6. Does any member wish to speak? If not, we now proceed with the voting. I put the question to you that the clauses read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Stamp Duty Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023 have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Deputy Chief Secretary for Administration. Madam Deputy, and I report to the Council that the Stamp Duty Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023 has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council without amendment. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. I now propose the question to you that the Deputy Chief Secretary's motion be passed. In accordance with the rules of procedure, this motion shall be voted on or without amendment or debate. I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading, Stamp Duty Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023, Deputy Chief Secretary for Administration. Madam Deputy, I move that the Stamp Duty Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. I now propose the question to you that the Stamp Duty Amendment Number 2 Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? Mr. Lewis Long.
Madam Deputy, I support the bill today. Still, I urge the government that upon the implementation of the bill, the government should actively review the efficacy of the measure, whether non-local talents can be attracted to Hong Kong through this refund mechanism. That is, if they would choose to stay for 7 years and get the 30% rebate without any interest. Thank you. Now I put the question to you as stated. For those in favor, please raise your hands. Those against, please raise your hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Stamp Duty Amendments Number 2 Bill 2023.
This Council resumes the second reading debate on the Betting Duty Amendment Bill 2023. Does any member wish to speak?
If not, Mrs. Regina Ip. Madam Deputy, how many minutes do I have? 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I speak in support of imposing this special betting duty on football. Now, in face of a significant fiscal deficit, the government doesn't have a lot of tools in its arsenal. Now, we all know it is impossible to raise sales tax. Now, to deal with climate change, some jurisdictions have imposed the carbon emission tax. Now, we are all very concerned about an electricity tariff hike, so it is impossible for us to impose a carbon emission tax as well. Now, football betting duty for the general public is the less harmless. Only the Hong Kong Jockey Club would be affected. Now, over the past 3 years, the New People's Party has been advocating for an increase of football betting duty. In the past decade, horse betting duty has only increased by a minor fraction. However, for football betting duty, the betting turnover has increased by threefold, exceeding that of horse betting. Now, the profits increase in football betting for the Hong Kong Jockey Club has far exceeded that of horse racing as well. Now, the football betting duty is only 50%, and there is room for increase. Now, operating a bet on football is very low cost because you don't have to maintain horses. And also, there are lots of licenses and operators in the international community to ensure competitive. However, the government should not allow a monopoly of the football betting market by the Hong Kong Jockey Club. The government should increase football betting duty that is in line of public interest. We don't think that by increasing the football betting duty, which only accounts for $2.5 billion in the next 5 years, it is just equivalent to increasing football betting duty from 50% to 62%. It will not affect the number of bets placed in the market. In 2003, when there was a fiscal deficit, the government has chosen to increase betting duty. At that time, in 2003, the total revenue from betting duty was $13 billion, accounting for 7% of government's revenue. The increase only accounted for an increase of $150 billion, which was minimal. Now, after increasing betting duty, it did not affect the amount of bets placed at all. Now, whenever someone mentions about the increase in football betting duty, the Hong Kong Jockey Club would claim that it would affect their competitiveness and only illegal bettors and would be benefited. Now, the government has adjusted the mechanism that the football betting duty is charged upon the net amount of bets placed. That is, football betting duty is collected after excluding the amount of rewards given. Now, of course, the Jockey Club claims that this would affect its charitable trust. First of all, I have to recognize the TMHK Jockey Club's contribution in charity work. Over the years, the Hong Kong Jockey Club has supported programs involving large amounts of capital investments, including Tai Kwun, the Palace Museum, and also medical facilities in universities. These are all very important for society. However, in the past decade, the revenue of the trust has been doubled from $21.3 billion in 2011 to $40 billion this year. Now, through investments, the charity trust will have sufficient money to take forward various charitable causes. And also, according to the annual report 2021 of the Hong Kong Jockey Club, the return on investment amounted to $10.9 billion. Now, the $2.4 billion additional special football betting duty is just peanuts to the Hong Kong Jockey Club. So I support the government in this bill. Thank you. Mr. Tommy Cheung. Madam Deputy, Mr. Paul Chan, the Financial Secretary, in his budget proposed that starting year 2023 and 24, under the betting duty ordinance, $2.4 billion in special football duty would be charged upon Hong Kong Jockey Club. Now, this will not affect the amount of payouts to bettors. This will ensure the competitiveness of our betting market. And also, it will not affect the charitable work of the Jockey Club. Now, I declare interest. I am a member of the Jockey Club board and selection board. Now, I speak in support of this amendment bill, in support of the Financial Secretary's proposal as a contingency measure. Now, the relevant stakeholders' benefits will not be affected. Now, the betting duty is 50% of the net betting amount. The special football betting duty is locked at a certain proportion. That is, on top of the regular amount each year, $2.4 billion will be charged over the course of 5 years. That is in equivalent to raising the rate of football betting duty from 50% to 62%. Now, the $2.4 billion in 5 years is equivalent to 53% of the Jockey Club's revenue in 4 years after deducting the operating cost. Now, there will be sufficient fund remaining in Jockey Club for deployment. Now, the Hong Kong Jockey Club has promised that the payouts will not be affected by the special duty. That is, the level of payouts will remain the same for bettors. And second, charitable donations and charitable work will not be affected. Now, I understand that the Hong Kong Jockey Club has a very rich reserve for charitable work. It is now at a level of some $13 billion. Now, we can be sure that the Hong Kong Jockey Club can meet its expenses in charitable work in the future. Now, there are negative comments that the government is robbing the Hong Kong Jockey Club. Now, these statements are made because of the misunderstanding of the Jockey Club's financial position. Now, the government understands the Jockey Club's financial position clearly. That's why this amount can be set. Now, after deducting the daily expenses as well as the payouts, Hong Kong Jockey Club still needs to pay tax for their profits. Now, over the past 3 years, every year the tax paid exceed the level of $1 billion. The remaining sum would be put into reserve. Now, the Hong Kong Jockey Club can meet its costs in the next 5 years, and it will not affect the payout to bettors at all. Now, the government has taken comprehensive consideration, including the impact on charitable organizations and also the payouts. We also applaud the Hong Kong Jockey Club to shoulder its social responsibility in helping society when help is needed. Now, there are talks that it would affect the competitiveness of our betting markets, but it is proven that that is not true. It is a win-win-win situation. Now, some history. In 2003, the Liberal Party already proposed imposing special football betting duty in the under fiscal deficits. Now, the government has accepted our proposal then. Now, 20 years on, the situation is similar to 2003. The government, again, has a significant fiscal deficit. Now, we don't want to impose a regular betting duty because it would affect the amount of large bets placed as well as the revenue from betting. Now, we also encourage the government to introduce a regime for basketball betting and other sports betting. Now, I understand the government's concerns over extending betting to other sports. It may seem that the government is promoting betting in society. Well, if you look at football betting, people who want to place bets can still place bets with illegal dealers. They will find a way to do it. So I advise the government, in case of any future fiscal deficits, betting duty should be charged on basketball betting, but you should let the Hong Kong Jockey Club to operate it because they will spend the revenue and profits on charitable work and also add to your revenue. Thank you.
Mr. Kwok Wai Keung, thank you, Madam Deputy. I speak in support of the Betting Duty Amendment Bill 2023 so as to implement a proposal in the budget of this year. That is for 5 years, starting from this year. In each of the 5 years, the Jockey Club will be asked to pay $2.4 billion per year by way of an annual special football betting duty, $12 billion in total. You may say that it is a mere $12 billion, and yet for this year alone, we have $50 billion by way of a deficit. But then we are in financial difficulty. Now the Hong Kong JC is extending a helping hand and has come up with this special football betting duty. Moreover, the JC has already said that there would be no less than $4.5 billion for the charity foundation. Such a commitment should win our praise. We shouldn't encourage gambling, but then you need to understand that nobody talks about banning all forms of gambling, and in fact it is impossible to do so. So it's better for us to exercise restraint when it comes to gambling, and we should also crack down on illegal betting and illegal gambling. I think the Hong Kong Jockey Club would wonder whether I would support an enhancement of the betting duty rate. The Hong Kong JC has been anxious about this, and I was given a briefing about the Hong Kong JC, and lot has been said. I do give recognition to some of the points they made. They won't allow betting on credit, and then for those who have opened an account, and if family members are of the view that the punter is having sort of pathetic gambling, then the account can be sort of suspended, and then every year they will set aside money to help people to quit gambling. And in fact, the Hong Kong JC has got a recognition in relation to exercising restraint on gambling. This is sort of recognized by the international body. Well, I'm concerned about youth gambling. Madam Deputy, in the year 2021-2022, the total amount of bets surged to $290 billion, all-time high. For horse racing, $140 billion, $138 for football betting, and $6 billion for Mark 6. In that year, the Hong Kong JC, when compared with other years, set aside more money in the form of payment of their betting duty as well as donations to charitable causes. Of course, you may say that they are donating more money, but then on my part, I just wonder whether there are more gamblers. It is only when more people gamble then the pool increases, or they place heavier or larger bets. Both are undesirable. For our secretariat, our researchers have also gathered some information for us, and in fact it was put together late last year. For the participation rate of gambling, in year 2005 it was 80%. In year 2016, 60%. Now it has come down to about 39%. Well, I think it is quite a good outcome. Well, people may wonder whether it is because of the poor economic performance as a result of the pandemic, and so people would place less bets. And then for the Pink Wall Fund, I know that schools were interviewed. There was a questionnaire, and in fact, 1,560 questionnaires were filled and returned by secondary school students. 25.9% of the students interviewed admitted that in the previous year they had taken part in gambling. It is something of concern to us. And then, yes, the overall trend is a downward one, but then for young people having a gambling experience is something of concern to us. We need to work on that. Of course, we know that for you to take part in gambling, you don't need to go to a casino. Online betting has become a new trend. Even for social platforms, there are advertisements for betting, or AI avatars have been used to attract the potential punters, in particular young males. It is not something we can afford to overlook. In year 2005, there was another survey by an organization. In the year 2019, 330 people turned to them for help. 62 of them took part in online gambling. And for those who got indebted, the amount was as much as $600,000, on average $200,000 to $300,000. 33% of them are male, and then 60% are aged between 19 and 30. Well, in the light of such information, it shows that online gambling and illegal gambling are prevailing, and they have far-reaching effects. Therefore, I would suggest to the administration that in future the government should step up its efforts in terms of public education and publicity, targeting children and young people. The government should do more. And at prominent places, in particular on public transport, there should be enhanced publicity. And then for online platforms, again, the government should appeal to the public to crack down on online betting. And of course, we need to count on the law enforcement agencies to crack down on illegal bookmaking so that our city would not be affected by gambling, giving rise to social issues. Thank you. So I spoke. Reverend Kun. Madam Deputy, the Hong Kong JC is the only organization allowed to operate authorized betting. But then in the beginning, when the JC was allowed to have football betting, one of the reasons being that citizens won't fall back on illegal betting, so that they have a lawful channel to bet on football results. Well, in fact, I'm a member of a related committee, that is the Betting and Lotteries Commission. Well, I think regulated and restrained betting should be the target that we adopt. I think the police should enforce the law vigorously. On the other hand, we should try to encourage the public to bet with authorized dealers only. I think in terms of operation, there must be competition, and we should be on a par with our overseas counterpart. On this occasion, there will be a special football betting duty. I'm afraid it may exert pressure on the Hong Kong JC when faced with overseas competition. But then the Hong Kong JC is the largest charity in Hong Kong. It isn't a commercial organization by nature. In fact, the revenue has all been plowed back for the benefit of the society. So we shouldn't regard it as a commercial operator, thinking that it will just absorb the loss suffered. Well, during the pandemic and after the pandemic, when Hong Kong is faced with difficulties, I firmly believe that both the Hong Kong JC and other organizations are more than happy to tide over the difficulties together with the rest of the community. Madam Deputy, the current amendment would only cover 5 years. Therefore, I'm going to support the bill. Thank you.
Dr. Johnny Ng. Thank you, Madam Deputy. First, I declare that I'm a member of the HKJC. In face of the budget deficit and also the economic downturn in the past few years because of the COVID, and we spent tens of billions of dollars in fighting the epidemic to increase government revenue. The latest budget proposes to levy an annual special football betting duty of $2.5 billion on the HKJC. So in 5 years, an additional $12 billion in betting duty can be collected, and the existing betting duty rates will remain unchanged. I think this will increase our income in the short term and while maintaining the betting duty rates, and it will not affect the competitiveness of this industry, and it will not affect the donations made by the Jockey Club to charitable organizations. I think this is a good measure. The HKJA has undertaken that it will not scale back on the winning bets for the gamblers, and it will also utilize its reserve to make a donation of $4.5 billion to charitable causes every year. And I hope that the HKJC will not cut back on non-recurrent charitable donations to affect the charitable bodies. The JK Hong Kong Jockey Club is committed to helping the government to increase government revenue. According to Basic Law Article 107, we should spend within our limits. We should avoid budget deficits. There are views in the community that the government should increase stable income sources, and increasing the football betting duty will affect the operation of the Jockey Club. In the long term, the government should increase the types of betting duties to increase revenue. Where I have 3 suggestions. For illicit overseas betting will pose a great threat to Hong Kong Jockey Club for football betting. Under the government's regulations, the Jockey Club can provide 30 items, but then for illicit betting platforms, a lot more betting items and choices can be provided. So the government should allow the Hong Kong Jockey Club to offer more choices in terms of football betting. Second, betting can be introduced to more popular sports earlier. I have also proposed to the FS that the HKJC should be allowed to launch more sports betting activities. Last year, there is a total of $1.4 billion involved in illegal betting. It is not regulated, and the Jockey Club is not a monopoly. I agree with the government's stance of not encouraging gambling, but the government can consider allowing more legal betting activities to cut down on Hong Kong people involved in illegal betting activities. Now, the police should also strengthen its law enforcement work. The government should have a good grasp of the illegal betting activities around the world. Thirdly, the government should also allow the Jockey Club to enlarge its betting pool to allow overseas people to take part in Hong Kong's betting activities. This will not affect Hong Kong gamblers. All in all, I think that levying an annual special football betting duty of $2.4 billion is an appropriate approach, and I support the bill. Mr. Peter Shill, I'm a member of the Hong Kong Jockey Club. The FS in the 2023-24 budget proposes levying an annual additional SFBD of $2.4 billion, totaling $12 billion in 5 years. I support that. the government has spent a lot of money to support SMEs in the public during the epidemic period. We're easily talking about amounts of $600 to $700 billion. How can we make up for that amount? A lot of legislators have been thinking hard on how to increase revenue for the public covers. On the part of the Jockey Club, we hope that it can help make some contributions to the government cover. This is one of the measures. And there has been an oral question raised. We hope that if there is an increase in the revenue of Jockey Club, can it do more to help the government? My stance is this. If the Jockey Club has sufficient resources, apart from supporting charitable organizations, it should also increase its contribution to public covers. And I have reservations on changing the betting duty regime. The betting amount in Hong Kong ranks top around countries in the world. In 2021 to 22, the annual betting amount is $290 billion. This comes from Hong Kong people and also people from overseas. And the larger the betting amount, since the Jockey Club is levied a duty based on the betting amount, the larger the betting amount, the higher is the tax revenue of the Hong Kong government. So apart from attracting local people in making a bet, we should also attract people from overseas to bet in Hong Kong. And as a result, we can get more revenue. And I think that requires certain wisdom. So we're talking about a betting amount of $290 billion. And I'd like to thank the Jockey Club team for their efforts. We are not to encourage people in Hong Kong to gamble. If they do so, they should do so through the Jockey Club. How can we attract foreigners to come to bet in Hong Kong? It all depends on the attractiveness of the betting activities. If they think that they can gain more, win more in Hong Kong, they will naturally bet in Hong Kong. When the odds deteriorate, people from overseas will not come to bet to Hong Kong. So this time, the Jockey Club will hand over $12 billion to the government. Well, the government has not reduced the football duty, betting duty rate, and I support that initiative. Like what Mr. Tommy Jack said, for sports like basketballs and so on. Well, many people around the world are interested in betting on such sports, and I think the same goes for Hong Kong people. Since Hong Kong people like to gamble, why not work through the Jockey Club so that the money can be retained in Hong Kong and more money can go into the public coffers? If there are, I support more legal betting activities to be organized in Hong Kong. So I support the bill.
Mr. Adrian Ho. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I speak in support of the Betting Duty Amendments Bill 2023. The bill has adopted the model of $2.4 billion annual special football betting duty on the Jockey Club for a period of 5 years. This is a new measure to create revenue stream for the government. Now, on the critical juncture of economic recovery, the Hong Kong Jockey Club is asked to make significant contribution to our society. And also, the government is setting a cap on the amount charged. It shows that the government has balanced the interests of different parties. Over the years, we haven't expanded our betting markets further. That is because of the government's philosophy. That is, the government does not encourage gambling in society. However, considering the demand for gambling in the public, under a regulated manner, the government is opening up limited ways of betting in Hong Kong. Now, as a result, the Hong Kong Jockey Club has been the only legal football betting conductor in Hong Kong. There is no intention to increase the number of licenses in Hong Kong. As a result, the Hong Kong Jockey Club is the only football betting conductor and horse race betting conductor recognized by the government. The monopoly will continue. There is no challenger and there is no threat to the operation of the betting market. And also, even under the epidemic, the Hong Kong Jockey Club has recorded an increase in revenue from betting. The profit is guaranteed. Now, in February this year, when the Financial Secretary published the the budget, he proposed the yearly $2.4 billion football betting duty on the Jockey Club. The Jockey Club immediately issued a press release that it would seriously affect their ability to make donation into the charities trust, and also resulting in a loss of revenue and undermining their competitiveness. Now, the local betting market is not a competitive one. As a result, the Hong Kong Jockey Club has a lot of room for operation and making decision. So rather than blaming the $2.4 billion on posing an impact on its operation, the Hong Kong Jockey Club should conduct review on its self-governance and enhance its service quality. Now, that is the only way for Hong Kong Jockey Club to maintain its competitiveness. Now, the Jockey Club has launched a new way of betting on football. Now, it has caused quite a storm in the media, and it also caused concerns over the operation of the Jockey Club. Now, the Jockey Club says that the Jockey Club offers 2 additional choices for football bettors on the 6th of June, and also a platform has been launched. However, as at the middle of this month, there are still a lot of bettors unaware of the new betting options. Now, I think the Jockey Club should reflect on this efficacy, the efficiency of its publication campaign, and also whether the betting arrangements is user-friendly. These are all to do with the self-governance of the Hong Kong Jockey Club, and it is a premises on which Jockey Club's business can thrive. Now, from this lesson, I think the Jockey Club should reflect on itself and devise more attractive betting models to enhance its competitiveness, as well as consolidating its internal governance. Now, if the Hong Kong Jockey Club can conduct a comprehensive enhancement on its operation model, it can make the cake bigger and also enjoy better revenue and contribute to the public coffer. Thank you. Mr. Vincent Zhang. Thank you, President. President, I speak in support of the Betting Duty Amendments Bill 2023. I support the second reading, and I support the government to impose a special football betting duty of $2.4 billion per year on the football betting conductor, the Hong Kong Jockey Club, for a period of 5 years, starting 2023 and 24. Now, a total of $12 billion would be added to the public coffer, and it would be useful for alleviating the financial pressure. Now, over the past 3 years, the government has launched a number of epidemic relief schemes, including the ESS, the consumption voucher scheme, and also there is a plunge in the major revenue source of stamp duty. For 2 consecutive years, there has been serious fiscal reserves. The cumulative fiscal deficit has reached $27.3 billion, and it is much higher than the original estimated figure of $25.6 billion. It is because of the underwhelming revenue from land sale. Now, I support the government in creating more revenue streams. However, we are just as the initial stage of economic recovery, the economy is still fragile. So we can't support tax increase. Now, in the short term, to increase revenue, the government has decided to charge an additional $2.4 billion in football betting duty. Now, compared with the $25 billion football betting duty paid by the Hong Kong Jockey Club last year, it is a meager sum. However, it accounts for some 1/4 of the revenue. So I think it is reasonable. The government does not encourage gambling. However, to meet society's needs, the government has legalized certain betting duties. Say, for example, the Mark VI horse race betting and also football betting conducted by the Hong Kong Jockey Club. Of course, we have to say no to betting with illegal bookmakers. Now, over the past 10 years, the stake placed with Jockey Club has risen by 10%. In year 2021 to 2022, the Hong Kong Jockey Club has recorded a $25 billion in stake. That is a record high. In 2021, football betting stakes has surpassed horse race betting and accounting for 54% of the total amount. Now, 2022, football betting stakes has recorded $143.8 billion. Now, the pace of increase in football betting is rapid, and it has now become a major source of income for Jockey Club. Now, the income and revenue after tax would be given back to the society by Hong Kong Jockey Club. Now, among the $41.8 billion in revenue, 77% of them were given back to society through the charities trust, the lotteries trust, and also other channels. Now, I think this is a contingency measure. Now, the Jockey Club said that by paying $12 billion in 5 years, it is in equivalent raising the football betting duty from 50% to 62%. Now, I have referred to other jurisdictions' betting duty. Now, horse race betting duty is 72%, football betting duty is 50%. Hong Kong Jockey Club is paying some $10 billion to governments yearly in tax. It is much higher than a lot of other jurisdictions. Now, I emphasize that this is a contingency measure. Now, the Hong Kong Jockey Club can cope with this. However, the Jockey Club says the reduced revenue would affect the contribution made to the charities trust. Every year, $4.5 billion is injected into the charities trust. The Hong Kong Jockey Club is the 9th largest private donator to charities trust. Over the years, the Jockey Club has paid a lot for the conservation of heritages and so on. They have done a lot, and we always see the logo of Jockey Club in the community. Now, in recent years, I am very vociferous in promoting development of sports. Now, many major sport events were sponsored by Jockey Club. Now, when I went to Tai Kwun recently, I saw how well the heritage cluster was preserved. Now, it is all thanks to the contribution and management of Jockey Club. So Jockey Club is not just a contributor in terms of money. They are also deeply involved in other community projects. So in terms of charitable cause, sports and culture, the Hong Kong Jockey Club has contributed a lot. Now, besides this special football betting duty, or despite this duty, I hope the Jockey Club can be more involved in developing our sports industry and also the cultural sector. Now, from its perspective, the Hong Kong Jockey Club is a very successful stakeholder in sport because of horse racing. A lot of people are working in this industry. So besides making financial contribution, the Hong Kong Jockey Club can also do more in terms of developing the sports and cultural industry. I think this would be better than a one-off levy of tax. Now, also, I support the cap of the tax in the duration of 5 years, and I also applaud Jockey Club for promising not to reduce the allocation of funding to charities trust. I hope the Jockey Club can continue its good work in the community. I support the bill.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury to reply. Then the debate will come to a close. President, to increase government revenue in the short term, the 2023-24 budget proposes levying an annual special football betting duty of $2.4 billion on the football betting conducted for 5 years from 2023 to 24 to 27, 28, while maintaining the current betting duty rates. The Betting Duty Amendment Bill 2023 seeks to implement this proposal and provides for matters related to levying of the SFBD, including the amount, payment dates, and other administrative arrangements. If the bill is passed, the government will be collecting a total of $12 billion in SFBD in 5 years. When deciding on levying the SFBD, as what members have said, we have taken on board a host of factors, including the affordability of the current football betting conductor, i.e. the Hong Kong Jockey Club, and the external competition faced by Hong Kong's football betting business. The Jockey Club has also undertaken not to reduce its commitment to local charities. President, I urge members to pass the bill so that we can implement the SFBD and increase government revenue as early as possible. And I put the question to you that the Betting Duty Amendment Bill 2023 be read the second time. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Betting Duty Amendment Bill 2023.
This council now becomes Committee of the Whole Council to consider the Betting Duty Amendment Bill 2023. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 3. Does any member wish to speak? If not, we now proceed with the voting. I put the question to you that the clauses read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Betting Duty Amendment Bill 2023 have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, I now report to the Council that the Betting Duty Amendment Bill 2023 has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council with the amendment. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. And I propose the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. I put the question to you as stated. Those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. Betting Duty Amendment Bill 2023. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, I move that the Betting Duty Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. And I propose the question to you that the Betting Duty Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? And I'll put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Betting Duty Amendment Bill 2023. This Council resumes the second reading debate on the Import and Export Amendment Bill 2023. Honourable Frankie Yik, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the Bill, will first address the Council on the committee's report. Honourable Frankie Yik. Mr. President, as the Chairman of the Bills Committee on Import-Export Amendment Bill 2023, I submit this report. The purpose of the bill is to bring the exemption of the import ban of ASP into Smoking Public Health Ordinance under the specified intermodal ASP transshipment. A new regulatory scheme is proposed to enhance the control of intermodal ASP. The Bills Committee has held 3 meetings with the administration, including 2 meetings to receive views from deputations. Noting the logistics trade's support to the bill and appeal for its early passage, some members are in favor of the bill. Some other members, however, do not support the bill and indicate that a number of organizations in the medical and education sectors take such stance. The Bills Committee considered the impact of the ban on the intermodal ASP transshipment. According to the administration, the ban on intermodal ASP transshipment came into effect in April 2022, and the air cargo volume of the Hong Kong International Airport dropped by 20%. And the significant drop was partly due to the loss of intermodal ASP transshipment from the mainland. Some members are concerned that the significant drop in air cargo volume caused by the above ban will drag down the economy of Hong Kong. But some other members queried, given that intermodal ASP transshipment accounts for a limited share of the total air cargo volume, how could that lead to a significant drop in the air cargo volume? The administration explained that the drop of air cargo volume included the loss of ASPs and other products resulting from the disruption to air freight consolidation. The air cargo volume in the first quarter of 2023 still dropped by about 15%. If the situation continues, the overall air cargo in 2023 may drop by at least 15% when compared with 2021. The cargo volume of Hong Kong International Airport and Hong Kong's position as an international aviation hub would be seriously undermined. The Bills Committee also discussed the details of ASP transshipment control scheme, including the registration scheme, the transshipment process, timetable for implementation for land-to-air transshipment, the progress of preparing practice guidelines, as well as the penalty levels. Some members are concerned that no matter how complicated the control scheme is, there will be attempts to exploit loopholes therein in unforeseeable ways, and it's impossible to guarantee that no ASPs will leak into the local market. Some other members, however, point out that although ASP transshipment by air is currently allowed in Hong Kong, ASP leakage into the local market has never been heard. They consider that, given the security measures put in place under the control scheme, the risk of leaking ASPs into the local market is extremely low. Those who intend to smuggle will rather adopt other channels, as trying to circumvent the control scheme is too risky. The administration reiterates its stance to prohibit ASPs from entering into the local market. The objective of the control scheme is to minimize such risk to zero. CNED and TACO will spare no effort in combating any illegal activities relating to ASPs. A question is raised about the details of the cooperation between CNED and Department of Health, Tobacco and Alcohol Control Office in the enforcement of legislation in relation to ASPs. The administration explains that the Smoking Public Health Amendment Ordinance 2021 SHAO, which came into effect on the 30th of April 2022, prohibits the import, promotion, manufacture, sale, and possession for commercial purposes of ASPs. TACO is the principal enforcement agency for the above ban on ASPs, including inspection, enforcement, prosecution, complaints handling, supervision, training, and handling the verification of ASPs. The CNED intercepts ASPs at the import level, including at the entry-exit control points. If the customs officers seize an article suspected to be ASP, they may detain the article and the persons involved in the case until TACO officers arrive and confirm that the article is ASP, and then hand over such person and article to TACO officers for follow-up with the relatively simple and straightforward prosecution arrangement. According to the administration, for the specified intermodal ASP transshipment, CNED pledges to take up all investigation and prosecution actions against offences arising from the transshipment arrangements. The bill also indicates that if the article is or a member of the Customs and Excise Service reasonably suspect that it is a specified intermodal transshipment cargo, the ASP's consent will not be transferred to a tobacco and alcohol control inspector. Notwithstanding the fact that the risk of ASPs being sneaked out during the intermodal transshipment process closely monitored by the customs is extremely low, the bill specifically provides the customs with the power to enforce all cases relating to specified intermodal ASP transshipment, including seizing ASPs being removed during the specified transshipment process and prosecution of the related offenders. Dr. David Lam has indicated his intention to propose an amendment to change the law enforcement agency for the ASP import offences in the bill from the tackle inspectors to CNE officers. As the majority of members do not agree to the proposal, therefore the Bills Committee will not take over Dr. Lam's proposed amendment. The Bills Committee has completed its work, and the details of our deliberation are set out in the report submitted to the Council. Mr. President, I now turn to my own views concerning the bill. For the bill proposed by the administration today, this is in relation to the earlier bill passed by the administration. It is a matter of the filling the gaps in the Smoking Public Health Amendment Ordinance 2021. There's no change to the original intention of banning the import. According to that amendment ordinance, cargo in transshipment will be exempted. In other words, ASPs have always been allowed for in terms of transshipment, but then it means that it remains in the same means of transport as well as air cargo transshipment. There has been oversight, that is the intermodal transshipment. Now in Dongguan, the Hong Kong IA has already set up the logistics park, and we have also introduced the intermodal transshipment scheme. Therefore, the administration has timely introduced this bill so as to fill the gap, so as to cover the sea air transshipment. The Liberal Party supports the move. In future, for ASPs sent to the restricted area of the airport from Dongguan, we need the CE's facilitation scheme, and it will be fully regulated and fully monitored. And this is no different from the air-to-air transshipment. The administration does not ban the import of ASP for such a purpose. It doesn't go against that policy intention. But in fact, the U.S.-China conflict as well as the pandemic have dealt a blow to our cargo business. But then we've almost been restored to the 5 million tons level. However, in 2022, when compared with 2021, we have seen a decrease of 850 tons. This is because, other than the external factors, since the 30th of April, we have lost the business of intermodal ASP transshipment. In the second half of the year, there was a double-digit fall of the cargo volume. At one stage, it was almost 30%. The situation is acute. According to the administration, between May 2022 and December, 700,000 tons of cargo have been lost, much higher than the previous figure of 330,000. In other words, the loss of the ASP transshipment has caused a loss a few times more than that we had before. So it has dealt a heavy blow to us. In the year 2022, our trade volume was about $10 trillion. And then air cargo accounted for 40%. Losing 30% would mean that we lost a trade volume of $1.5 trillion. It is quite a serious blow. Well, the weight as well as the volume would account, would be the factors affecting the cost of air cargo. Excessive packaging of online shopping would be light goods. It would be very expensive. Usually, the freight cost would be higher than the value of the goods as well. Therefore, there's always a arrangement of consolidating the freight, that is, heavy and light goods are put together. Therefore, it is a very important point to have such consolidation. Without the heavy goods, so to speak, we lose the light goods because the cost would have been too excessive and unaffordable. Well, since the introduction of the import ban of ASPs manufactured in the mainland have been exported directly from the mainland, or they've been shifted to Macau or other places like South Korea before onward transshipment to the destination markets. Well, I'm afraid we are getting more and more light goods. So what we are losing will be increasing in the volume. If we cannot get back to business concerning ASPs so that the air cargo volume will go up again, I'm afraid our aviation hub status will be lost. For those who are against the bill, I think the major argument was that there would be the risk of leaking the SP into the local market. But in fact, anybody wishing to have sea air or land air transshipment, there must be a prior registration, and there should be a prior approval to get exemption. In fact, throughout the process, you need a full bill, and you need to make use of technology like the e-log, and there will be a CCTV camera, there will be GPS tracking, so that from the you need to follow the designated route, so you will be subject to round-the-clock monitoring, and the penalty has been aggravated. Therefore, intermodal transshipment of ASP is very likely to leak into the local market. Those who like to smuggle such products would never consider such a route. It is said that we ban the import of ASP into the local market. We shouldn't allow transshipment so as to jeopardize the well-being of other places and other people. Well, other countries have other considerations. They have taken a different stance. Around the world, we haven't got a single standard. In the past, when we endorsed the ban of the import of SP, there was a heated debate. We cannot and we should not intervene in other people's policies. If there is a wish to ban the import, then the government involved will ban the import, and they will not allow transshipment from Hong Kong. On the other hand, if there isn't a local ban of such ASPs, even if we disallow transshipment, they will try to get it from other places. Moreover, in fact, we do allow air transshipment of ASPs. We've never banned the transshipment altogether. We are simply adding one additional channel, and we do not change the stance of allowing transshipment. Well, Hong Kong is strategically positioned. Within 4 hours, we reach most of the Asian region. Within 5 hours, we can reach half of the global population, and therefore we've got over 200 flights a day with over 100 operators. In fact, air cargo volume has been increasing, and the 14th five-year plan of our mother country has been supporting our development as an aviation hub. Therefore, we should support this move. That is, instead of just air transshipment, we should also allow for sea, air, as well as land air transshipment, so that we can salvage the position and we can remain the top of the table. So I spoke in support of the second and third reading of the bill.
主席，
Mr. Ben Chen. President, I support a ban on smoking. Smoking is harmful to health. Now, this bill is about import and export. The Bills Committee had a discussion. There are people either for or against the smoking ban. They came to us expressing their view. That's fine. This amendment is about allowing the goods to travel through our airport and go elsewhere. So that has no conflict with a smoking ban. So those who are for a smoking ban has no cause to worry. As Mr. Frankie Yik was saying, we have an airport that we can take pride in. There are flights to pretty much everywhere in the world from our airport. That makes us an air freight center. President Xi Jinping visited Hong Kong. He said he hoped we could stay as an aviation hub and even further develop our aviation business. But then COVID struck. We lost a great deal of cargo volume. And then the law about vaping came into effect. That made things harder in intermodal shipment and transshipment. During logistics operations, e-cigarettes have to be shipped along with other goods. That's how the profit can be maximized. Without this mixture, our aviation business would be hit hard. Our airport could handle such logistics because we can handle products involving electric components. This is something that many other places cannot do. That's why those goods come to our airport and then they go elsewhere. Now, before this bill, someone in the logistics sector may want to handle this kind of goods, but then their flights will have to go to places like Macau or South Korea. So when the mainland produces devices for e-cigarettes, the flight carrying the goods has to go to Macau or to South Korea, and then there's a detour. The operation gets complex, and it's also time-consuming. That also leads to a loss of clients. That led to a plunge in the air cargo volume at our airport. So I thank the government for taking on board the trade's views by amending this ordinance. Once this bill is passed, now we can have the sea transshipment. The goods come from the mainland by sea. The goods go into the restricted cargo areas at the airport, and then the goods are loaded onto planes. There's monitoring on the entire process. Sure, goods coming by sea are only limited in amount, but that's a good start. And then we can do something about land transport. We will have the entire security system in place. There will be electronic tracking, real-time videoing or recording, so that we can do the overland transportation as well. The goods come from the mainland, they go straight to the airport, and there's monitoring along the way. That way, we will see a pickup in the volume of cargoes over time. Now the point is, how do we prevent loopholes in the process of operation? The goods arrive on the ship, there's monitoring, and then the goods get loaded onto a plane within a restricted area. So that's the safeguard. In a restricted area, someone trying to remove things there will have to go through the customs, and that's where the customs comes in. There are concerns that the goods arriving or get transported through ships or planes, are we going to see smuggling? It would be a real fool to try that, because smuggling by that channel is risky because of the fact that there will be someone monitoring the process. And no one operating the ships or the planes will take that risk. So there is very little incentive for smuggling, and the risk will be manageable. We have seen similar procedures in place for other goods. The security system is well developed. So I hope the Transport and Logistics Bureau and the other bureaus involved can take steps to enable the air freight and transshipment of this kind of goods so that we can see business pick up at the airport again. A member is proposing an amendment on the division of labor under the bill. The bill does not seek to change the division of labor between the Tobacco and Alcohol Control Office and the Department and the Customs and Excise Department. Now, when someone tries to bring in unmanifested goods, then the customs will deal with that kind of situation just like with any other smuggling. So the goods are removed from the track of operation and tries to engage in smuggling. The customs will deal with that as such, just like they deal with smuggling. And this is not something that will change due to any adjustment to the division of labor. When someone brings the goods into Hong Kong, TACO will prosecute the cases. There is a well-established system in place. Any attempt to redistribute the duties under this bill may give rise to other loopholes. The customs is tasked with combating smuggling. If the customs has to deploy manpower to take over the work of TACO, then you will need manpower to cope with the redistributed duties. And in that process, something may be missed when it comes to combating other forms of smuggling. For that reason, I cannot support the members' amendment. This amendment is itself a response to the concerns from the trade, and there are enough safeguards. That's why no further amendments are needed. So, President, I submit the amendment. I so submit. Mr. Dennis Leung. President, on behalf of the FTU, I support the Import and Export Amendment Bill 2023. I have 3 points to make. First, our logistics sector needs the transshipment, that is intermodal transshipment business of ASPs. This is for the survival of the trade. Employers can stay afloat, and that will mean jobs for workers. So for the government, employers, and workers, we all would like to see new opportunities. Now, the new rules took effect in April 2022. That's the rule on alternative smoking products. They are e-cigarettes and heat-not-burn cigarettes. We want to minimize the number of smokers. At that point, there was a ban on intermodal transshipment. Now, the average air freight cargo in the Hong Kong airport, there was a 20% drop between May and December 2022, and this has to do with the loss of intermodal transshipment business from the mainland. Under the 14th five-year plan, we have to develop into an aviation center. We need to maintain this status. So the government is proposing this amendment to get back the transshipment business. I can understand where the government is coming from. Now, from the labor sector, I have got in touch with Mr. Frankie Yek and Mr. Peter Shiu about the trade. We have an advantage. The mainland bans the carrying of products containing lithium. So here in Hong Kong, we can help with the transshipment. Last year, there was the Smoking Public Health Amendment Bill 2021. This means the products cannot enter Hong Kong, so the logistics sector is seeing a loss in business. Now, why are the ASPs so important? This is because those products are known as heavy goods. The size and the weight of goods are looked at together in calculating the fees. In the same batch of cargoes, the heavy goods will translate into fees. But then for light goods, the size matters. Without the heavy goods and relying on the light goods alone will make it very hard to the logistics operators to stay in business. And that will ultimately mean loss in economic activities in Hong Kong. ASPs are transported frequently. It's hard to find alternative products that can be combined with ASPs in cargo shipments. So the logistics sector has been putting ASPs with other products together. The mainland also believes that if we ban the transshipment of ASPs, then we are weakening ourselves. This shows the heavy goods matter a lot to our logistics sector. Let's look at data. Every year, the air volume business makes up 48% of our aviation business. If we do not overcome the legal constraints, we will see a continuous fall in our air cargo volume, and that would be a drag on our economy. Second, this amendment does not affect our work in smoking control. The government will continue to educate the next generation to discourage them from smoking. We need people to quit smoking and discourage people from smoking. The amendment here is simply about the transshipment of ASPs. We're not trying to introduce or allow these products to be used in Hong Kong. The existing law bans anyone from importing or consuming ASPs. I hope the community can find out more about this bill and the relevant ordinances. My third point is this. We're making use of the latest technology, the smart systems, and the global positioning systems to monitor the entire transportation process. This is to ensure criminals do not sneak ASPs into Hong Kong, so we can have a safe intermodal transshipment process. At the Bills Committee meetings, I pressed the government with questions about the details about the transshipment. Now, the government told us with the Dongguan Air Logistics Park, the government can put in place a safe and stringent monitoring system. So from the loading to the safekeeping, there's a safeguard system in place. And even then, there's a registration system in place. The goods have to meet the requirements before the ASPs can be handled. So this means not every operator can handle ASP business. There will also be regular checks, spot checks, to make sure the safety systems are working well. This is to ensure that no one can try to sneak the ASPs into Hong Kong. The customs will also investigate and prosecute cases where criminals are trying to sneak ASPs into Hong Kong. So there's a targeted approach. The government will also ensure the safety of the system. My third point is that this amendment does not change the fact that the customs and TACO will each do their respective job in enforcing a law about ASPs. People are worried about enforcement work. People are worried about unclear delineation of duties. That's why I pressed the government with questions about the work done by TACO and customs. The government has told us there's a clear division of labor between the customs and TACO. So customs and TACO, they do their respective jobs in tackling ASPs. So the current system is working smoothly for enforcement. The government has also told us to boost the enforcement efficiency. The customs has reached an agreement with TACO. If an import of ASPs also involve smuggling, this means trying to import unmanifested goods. Such cases will be referred to the customs. The customs will investigate and prosecute such cases directly. These cases do not go to TACO. But I have also asked the government to step up recruitment for TACO and also review the terms and conditions of the positions. This is to help the officers there meet future challenges. President, the mainland is the largest manufacturer of ASPs. There's a huge overseas market. We're not encouraging people to consume ASPs. Hong Kong has an advantage when it comes to transportation. And this is what other places want of us. We are just the service providers. We help our clients solve their problems. So shipping products like these is not an ethical issue. We can have logistics development. That way, we will have jobs. Without that, the workers end up losing.
Dr. David Lam. Thank you, President. I would like to declare that I am a member of COSH. Well, now there is the proposal to relax the ban on ASP, that is alternative smoking products transshipment, by giving it exemptions. I think that they value the economy more higher than any other areas. I have asked a number of questions on data and figures, but I did not get the replies I was looking for. According to the information of the government, in 2011, there are about 8 million tons of cargo handled. For air cargo volume, it accounts for about 3 million, and 330,000 tons are ASPs and relevant product transshipment. That is about 6%. So it's 11% of the total cargo air cargo volume. Starting from 2022, there was a ban on electronic cigarettes under the Smoking Public Health Ordinance. There was a drop of air cargo volume by 20%, that is 700,000 tons as a result. The government said that that is a result of the ban on the transshipment. Well, there is a loss of just 6.6% of ASP products. Why has it jumped to 20%? The administration said that, well, ASPs are used for freight consolidation by combining them with light but bulky goods. So we're talking about 300,000 tons of heavy goods. How come that there is about 400,000 tons of light goods? By the way they put it, it seems that they want to say that for textiles, cotton, when they fill the container, then they throw in a few ASPs or batteries, then that will do. What about throwing in milk, juices, or a few bottles of water? So the amendment is very clear that it's all about ASPs. So you can't say that they are important because they are heavy goods. So far, the administration has not explained to us why there is a bigger drop in light goods. In 2011, we ranked the third in cargo throughput. At that time, there was no ASPs, and in 2018, with ASPs, our position dropped to the 9th. And it seems that there are many factors that affect our ranking. We have never relied on transshipment of prohibited goods. For heated cigarettes, electronic cigarettes, once the gate is open, I'm afraid that trucks filled with contrabands will be circulating in our roads. Citizens may not know which one contains electronic cigarettes, but heaven knows, the driver knows, the logistic companies know, and the C&E department knows too. And everyone knows that we are dealing with contraband goods. Does it mean that we have to write that into our textbook, that we make use of transshipment of contraband to raise our status and maintain our status as an international shipping or aviation hub? I was always asked about the problem, but still I can't give them an answer. According to the administration, import of ASPs is a serious crime. But under this proposal, there are 3 scenarios: land to sea, sea to air, land to air, and one that is done by a registered operator. And it also covers 4 exemptions. That is ASPs in transit, air transshipment that has been removed from the designated area, and that the ASPs are removed from these trucks or from the designated areas. According to the proposal, the C&E department will handle the 4th scenario, whereas the other 3 are under the purview of TACO, that is Tobacco and Alcohol Office. This office is under the purview of the Department of Health. It enforces the Smoking Public Health Ordinance and provides smoking cessation services. TACO office staff members don't have the ability to carry out investigations. They don't have the right to arrest and use force as necessary. So the TACO office are inspectors. Their supervisors are doctors. So if you require them to carry out investigation, enforce the law, and initiate prosecution of the ASPs that have disappeared, I think it is unreasonable. I will move amendments to target this unreasonable point. That's all. Regarding the tons of ASPs that have disappeared, why do we task doctors to take up the task? Do we have too many doctors? For serious crimes, it should be done by professional law enforcement agencies and not a team of doctors. I think that is a bottom line. I so submit. Mr. Yim Kong. I speak to support the government's proposal. Hong Kong International Airport is a world-class airport that handles about 5 million tons of air cargo. However, the trade has been facing challenges. The slacking of economic development in the world, slacking of cross-boundary road transport businesses. Well, we see that there has been a drop by about 18% of cargo. The main reason is because of the stop in transshipment businesses from the mainland. ASPs are an important goods, according to a survey conducted by a professional group. In 2022, the export volume of ASP stands at 168.7 billion renminbi. That is an increase about 35%. Over 90% of the ASPs are manufactured on the mainland, and 70% of them are manufactured in Shenzhen. Hong Kong is a free port, and we have a very good land-sea road connection, so it's a perfect location for transshipment. ASPs manufactured in Shenzhen using Hong Kong as a transshipment location is the best alternative. However, now there is a convoluted way. It is expected that there will be about 330,000 tons of ASPs. If we use $1.40 per kilogram, that means we will lose about 490 $490 million. Every year, our airline companies will suffer a massive loss. That doesn't include cross-boundary road transportation. Hong Kong will integrate into the GBA as well as our national development. Hong Kong is a prime location for transshipment of ASPs. We are well connected to overseas markets. This is our role. For consideration of public health, from 30th of April 2022, there was a ban of manufacturing, supply, import, and advertisement of ASPs, including electronic cigarettes. If you want to ban ASPs, it doesn't mean a blanket ban on all sorts of ASP-related businesses. There should be corresponding amendments for transshipment of ASPs. Exemptions should be given. When it comes to road transport and sea transport, and if they change to air shipment, there should be stringent monitoring to stop them from leaking into the local market. Hence, the government put in place a new transshipment control scheme to monitor the transshipment in every process. I think that this bill, having been amended, reflects the work put in by the administration and our need for economic development. It has taken into account public health and economic development. It should be well recognized and supported by the community. The bill will benefit air cargo business. In 2024, we'll see the operation of the third runway. It will enhance our capacity to 10 million tons a year. This is beneficial to a revival of our economic development. The bill is necessary. The administration should enhance their publicity efforts so that people will not misunderstand this proposal.
Mr. Martin Liu. President, I was a member of the Bills Committee set up to consider the Public Health Smoking Amendment Bill 2021. It was a controversial bill. Once it was passed, the sale, manufacturing, and possession of ASP has been banned. But then air transshipment of ASP and related products are allowed. As we all know, our logistics industry is among the 4 pillar industries in Hong Kong. According to the statistics from Census and Statistics for last year, logistics account for 15.7% of our GDP, employing 660,000 employees. They are in the logistics trade, and they account for 16.5% of our total workforce. Now, we have been positioned as an international aviation hub and a trading hub. Our trade and logistics industry is moving to the use of technology, and we are very important in the GBA. In 2021, we resumed the aviation handling capacity resumed to the 2021 figure. And of the total value or volume of cargo handled in 2021, we handled 303,000 tons of ASPs, accounting for 15% of the total cargo handled. And then the Smoking Public Health Amendment Bill was enacted in April last year. And then we've seen a substantial drop, actually 16% in the cargo throughput of ASP. So starting from last year, the mainland has gradually relaxed cross-boundary cargo transport, but yet we had yet to relax the restrictions. I am all for making Hong Kong a livable city and hence control of smoking. However, we need to develop our economy and we must implement the objective of making Hong Kong an international logistics hub. Now, we are seeing a lot of ASP trade. According to the 2022 ASP Export Blue Book, there were 138.3 billion renminbi worth of ASP exported, and the growth greatly exceeded that for ordinary cargo. It's expected that the value will continue to grow to $186.7 billion, 130% growth. In the mainland, there are more than 1,000 ASP manufacturers, and over 60% of the products produced are exported. Over 95% of ASP products are manufactured in the mainland, and 70% come from Shenzhen, Bao'an, and Shashan. The value chain is shifting towards Dongguan. However, mainland airports are not allowed to handle goods with lithium battery, which ASP products contain. Hong Kong has the capacity to deal with such cargo. In the past, ASPs exported from the mainland were transshipped in Hong Kong by air. And if we lift the ban, that will benefit to our development in trade and will help ASP manufactured products to go global. And this will be an important landmark for the mainland. And offshore ASP are high value and heavy cargo, and is very important for consolidation of freight. And if we continue with the ban, then we will lose high value air cargo, and there will be a knock-on effect. We will lose out in terms of transshipment of light cargo. In the long run, this is detrimental to Hong Kong's development as a world aviation hub. I do understand the concerns of the education and healthcare sectors. They are worried that allowing transshipment of ASP may cause such products to leak into the local market with potential risks to our community's public health. However, there is no ban on the promotion and manufacturing of ASP for commercial purposes in Hong Kong. In 2023, the Import and Export Amendment Bill 2023 has asked the C&E supervisors to implement a control scheme. It all hinges upon whether the scheme can be rigorously implemented. Now, there are four main points. There must be pre-registration, there should be proper security measures, there must be real-time monitoring. Now, such products can only be unloaded at designated locations. And once the e-log of the warehouses is unlocked, the relevant authorities will be notified and must take immediate action. Right from the point of registration to the transshipment process, it will be heavily monitored. And mid-April, Hong Kong International Airport set up a logistics pilot park in Dongguan. Mainland exports can be packed at Dongguan and arrive by sea at our airport and then flown out. The logistics park will be permanently set up in 2025 in Dongguan. In the long term, it can deal with 2 million tons of cargo. As the industry chain gradually moves towards Dongguan, it will be even more convenient for such goods to be shipped to Hong Kong for transshipment. That will greatly reduce the risk of such products sneaking into Hong Kong's local community. I urge the administration to make sure resources are in place to vigorously implement the control scheme. Now I'd like to talk about enforcement and prosecution. Dr. David Lam is going to move an amendment, and that is about the respective duties of the Tobacco and Alcohol Control Office and the Custom and Excise Department. TACO is responsible for enforcement and investigation of complaints and also verification of products. Customs and Excise is responsible for seizing, investigating, and the products so seized will be transferred to TACO for follow-up. Now, for ASPs, if they are seized, because they involve more complicated smuggling activities, the Customs and Excise Department will be responsible for investigation and prosecution. This division of labor as well proven to be effective, and we should continue with this arrangement. But because of the new control scheme under the bill, the administration has to review the manpower of TACO, and there must be more resources to monitor the promotion and sale of ASP products online. With these remarks, I support the bill and oppose Dr. David Lam's amendment. Mr. Lai Tong-kwok, thank you. President, well, the scrutiny of the Import and Export Amendment Bill 2023 gave rise to some controversies during the deliberations. That was quite rare. And then we received the greatest number of submissions from deputations. 253 deputation individuals gave us submissions. There were views for and against the bill. During the scrutiny of the bill, Dr. David Lam is concerned that if ASP products are allowed to be transshipped through Hong Kong, then there might be loopholes, and the Customs and Excise Department should be responsible for enforcement. We do not accept Dr. David Lam's proposal because it goes against the intention of the bill. After all, the division of labor between the two departments are established and effective. That would affect the effectiveness of enforcement, and that would take toll on the resources and capacity of CNED. Now, I think the bill has impact on the well-being of Hong Kong. I followed the discussion of the bill. Now, the professional CNE department, which is a disciplined force, is responsible for monitoring the situation. There is a very good arrangement. As the administration has pointed out in the Bills Committee, there is a very limited risk for ASPs to sneak into the market. However, there is no watertight situation, and therefore there should be enhanced deterrence in terms of a penalty. The administration doesn't accept the Dr. Lam's proposal. There is a point, but then, judging from the report of the to the House Committee, there is exaggeration. For instance, in para 40 of the bill, let me quote, the C&E department will have to deploy resources and manpower to do relatively simple and direct investigation work that will greatly undermine CNED's frontline law enforcement capacity. which is primarily engaging in intercepting prohibited control items, and this will have a profound impact on CNED's daily enforcement work. Is it true, as at 2023, the CNED detected 951 ASP-related cases, 934 were handed to TACO for follow-up, and on average, that is 77.8 cases. And as at the 1st of September 2022, the establishment of CNED stood at 6,000 odd, and the same for TACO was 140. Now, requiring the CNED to take up the enforcement work, that really undermine their capacity? I do not like the response from the administration. The administration should attach importance to views of each and every member. Their views should be heard and respected. The government gave us the impression that it only brushed aside members' views. Of course, there will be increasing workload of CNED, but we're talking about 140 more cases. They're able to cope with that with the small establishment of TACO. And would you say that asking CNED department with an establishment of over 6,000 will seriously undermine their capacity? I hope the administration can take questions from members seriously. Now, we are in a fair and open society. We have high hopes for the administration. I urge the Secretary to give us his view on this point. Dr. David Lam has withdrawn his proposed amendment. So, prosecution of individual visitors bringing ASPs into Hong Kong will be done by TACO. In his letter to members lobbying for support, Dr. Lam said that he hopes to plug 3 loopholes by means of his amendment. In Section 13.0, he is going to add transshipment and also the situation that will happen under 13B. It's just like a specified intermodal transshipment cargo. The CNE department can take enforcement action. Right now, the CNED will only deal with a case involving a specified intermodal transshipment cargo. Now, since the 4th item is so important to the fact that a new control system is set up to regulate it, I wonder why the CNED is not asked to tackle the other 3 situations. Now, for the 4th category in the bill, it is of the same nature as the other 3 scenarios in the bill. How come different law enforcement agencies are deployed to enforce the provisions in the bill? We have differential treatment for similar scenarios. So we are having 2 systems in one jurisdiction, and we are using different ways to treat similar scenarios. If we accept the administration's argument, what's the purpose of having a specified intermodal transshipment mode? Why shouldn't we ask TACO to take on all the duties? And the administration said that the CNED has stepped up cooperation with TACO, and they have joint operations. So they do agree that there is room for improvement in the current arrangement. And that the government said that for smuggled cigarettes not declared, TACO will not enforce the law. Rather, it will be for CNED to handle the situation. When the government lobbied for our support, it said that if ASP is due to human error, then such relatively simple cases will be handled by TACO. But how can you prove that it is really human error? Is it for the C&ED to say, without investigation, how can you come to that conclusion? Now, if someone comes out to say that, I'm sorry, I ticked the wrong box, and then you can accept that it is really human error. This is not convincing, and this will only make enforcement more difficult. My viewpoint is very clear. With regard to Dr. David Lam's amendment, including the 4 scenarios for exemption, I don't see any difference in nature. Given that the 4 scenarios are just the same, why do we have 2 different law enforcement agencies to enforce the law? So for the first 3 categories, it tackles responsibility. But if we look at the bill itself, we ask C&ED to enforce the provisions in order to allay concerns. We want to improve the whole situation to minimize the risk of ASP sneaking into the local market. That being the case, why will we only ask the Customs and Excise Department to enforce the provisions in the 4th scenario? Don't we want to enhance the legal provisions? Do we still want to leave some loopholes for ASP products to go into our local market? Doesn't it go against the original legislative intent? And so I support the original bill. I also support Dr. David Lam's amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Peter Xu. Thank you, President. Last year, in this chamber, we were discussing heat-not-burn cigarettes and e-cigarettes. Mr. Frankie Yik moved an amendment about the transshipment of e-cigarettes. We said if we banned the transshipment, that would deal a blow to our economy with heavy losses. So last year, we overwhelmingly passed the government's bill. A year has passed. On April 30th last year, the law came into effect banning e-cigarettes and heat-not-burn cigarettes. The effect on the logistics sector was immediate. Last year, from May to December last year, in terms of air cargo, there was a drop by nearly 20%. That's the air cargo volume. By January this year, the drop was 27%. Now, there were roughly 4.2 million tons of air cargo. That's 48% of our trade. That's roughly $456 billion. The logistics sector is a key pillar of our economy. So you can imagine the impact on the economy from a 20% drop in the air cargo volume. The government has realized the problem. So the government is here trying to allow the transshipment of heat-not-burn cigarettes and e-cigarettes. At the Bills Committee meetings today, I barely spoke because we made the same points last year. So I didn't bother to make those speeches again. So let's try to get the bill passed to fix the problem. We had deputation hearings. Many attendants and some members here made points that I do not agree with. Then I started making my arguments because I couldn't help it. There are some areas that I take issue with. Now, some people don't have all the facts. As Dr. David Lam was saying just then, heat-not-burn cigarettes and e-cigarettes, they only make up 6.6% of the cargo volume. We were only talking about 330,000 tons of cargo. It's all about math. You carry a suitcase, that's roughly 20 kilograms. It's just about the weight. The size doesn't matter. But then it's different in the air cargo business. The size and the weight both matter. Say you have polystyrene in the craft, 1,000 kilograms will fill up the entire plane. But if you have iron there, it will take up a small space. For water, 1,000 kilograms, that's 100 cubic meters. But then with iron, it's different. It's only 1.27 cubic centimeters. That's 0.127 cubic meters. So if the plane carries iron, 88% of the space goes to waste. If the plane carries water, it takes a much larger space. So with iron, it takes up 10% of the space. That's about the size. That's roughly 700 kilograms. And then you still have 90% of the space left. You can still put in another 200 kilograms of goods. But with water, you cannot put anything else. That's why we're saying we have to make good use of the space, put the light goods on the plane. That's why some people wonder how come the 6.6% drop translates into a 20% drop in the cargo volume. Because we're talking about heavy goods and light goods, they are different concepts. Now, there are also arguments that people may exploit the loophole and engage in smuggling. Now, the customs explained things clearly. For goods that come here by land, by sea, or by air, there's CCTV monitoring in place. There's a net covering the goods. The customs keeps an eye throughout the process. So is it possible for boxes to fall off? But that's very unlikely. For smugglers, will they take the risk by going for this option? Common sense suggests that the smuggler will have to first sign up with the customs. The customs will keep an eye on the goods, and then the goods arrive at the airport. And the smugglers will have to risk getting caught by customs. Is this easier? Or are the existing smuggling channels easier? Look at the kind of cases that are busted by the customs now. The smugglers go for other options. So just apply common sense and you can tell right away it's very, very unlikely for someone to try to smuggle goods through this channel. Now, there's an argument that we should not be making money out of prohibited items. At the public hearing, 66 people attended the hearing. There were 2 sessions. In session 2, roughly 10 people, they were against the bill. That's 47%. I was at the hearing. I put questions to these people. There's a 20% drop in the cargo volume for the logistics sector. So here's my question. I asked those people whether they were willing to donate 20% of their money to health causes. No one was willing to put up their hand. The arguments they made were based on health, morality, the impact of prohibited items on students, or morality. But then, as soon as I brought up money, 20% loss in revenue or business. So how many people against the business were willing to spend money, to take out money? So it was all talk. And they became silent the moment money came up. We just had the new law banning ASPs. Dozens of countries have legalized e-cigarettes. Just a small number of countries ban the sale of e-cigarettes. It's just us taking e-cigarettes as prohibited items. Manufacturing e-cigarettes is allowed in many countries, and then there are countries that allow the sale. We're just doing the transportation. There's talk about the health impact, but Hong Kong people do not consume the e-cigarettes that we ship. Products. I just don't get it. Last year, I was thundering on about the argument. At first, I didn't want to say anything at the Bills Committee this year. I simply wanted to see this bill passed swiftly. But then, the spurious claims came along, so I couldn't help it but to make my position clear. Now, on who's to enforce the law, the customs or tackle, Dr. Lam is going to propose an amendment. I will save my arguments for later. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Transport and Logistics to reply, then the debate will come to a close. Secretary. President, I move the resumption of second reading of the Import and Export Amendment Bill 2023, the bill for short. First of all, I'd like to thank members for their support so that the bill will see the resumption of second reading debate today. The bill was first introduced in May for its first reading in LegCo. The proposal was to add a new part under the Import and Export Ordinance to provide for exemption of ASP's alternative smoking products transshipment. Currently, the ban on import of ASPs and exemptions of articles in transit and air transshipment cargoes under the Smoking Public Health Ordinance will be incorporated into the new part of the Import and Export Ordinance. And there will be corresponding amendments under the Smoking Public Health Ordinance. In other words, this is built on an existing exemption system. And the exemptions under the Smoking Public Health Ordinance will be extended to ASPs handled under specified intermodal transshipment. Let me say this again. That is, ASPs, unless they are transported under specified intermodal transshipment, they are not allowed to come into Hong Kong. The original intention of the government to prevent ASPs from entering the market is still there. We stand by that. And on the 30th of April last year, when there was a ban on ASP transshipment, the air cargo volume in Hong Kong has suffered a significant drop, causing the air cargo transshipment business and our economy massive losses. In 2018, the cargo throughput in Hong Kong International Airport exceeded 5 million tons. In 2019 and 2020, the cargo volume went through some adjustments due to the global economic situation and COVID pandemic. But in 2021, the volume has gone back to a level close to that in 2018. However, in 2022, it decreased sharply to 4.1 million tons by over 16%. The drop in cargo volume is attributed to not only the global economic environment and the pandemic, but also the ban on ASP transshipment. Between May and December 2022, that is the ban on ASP transshipment, the average air cargo volume of the Hong Kong International Airport dropped by 20%, that is 710,000 tons compared to 2021. The drop included ASPs and other types of goods lost due to the impact on freight consolidation. Despite the improvement of cross-boundary land transport at the beginning of this year, the air cargo volume of the first quarter of this year has dropped by 15%, that is 165,000 tons compared to 2021. If the situation persists, the annual air cargo volume may be down by at least 15%, that is 740,000 tons compared to 2021, which will be a heavy blow to the cargo throughput of the airport and to Hong Kong's position as an international air cargo hub. The mainland ASPs by specified intermodal transshipment has to pre-register with the CNE department and fulfill the requirements in the practice guidelines. For example, installation of CCTV system and global positioning system of certain specifications. Besides processing the paper application, the CNE department will inspect and test the security installations to ensure that the requirements are met. The CNE department will also conduct regular checks on the registered operator to ensure continuous compliance to security measures. The CNE department will use innovation and technology to reduce the risk of leakage of ASPs into the local market. The technologies include GPS, CCTV systems to monitor and record the whole process, round goods vehicles and vessels on route of import of other contraband under the Import and Export Ordinance. That is, on summary conviction, a fine of $500,000 and imprisonment of 2 years, or on indictment, a fine of $2 million and imprisonment of 7 years in order to raise the deterrence. I believe that through these stringent monitoring schemes and the enhancement of penalties of import of ASPs, we can effectively reduce the risk of leakage of ASPs into the local market. In relation to enforcement arrangements of offenses relating to ASPs, including the exemption of the current smoking public health ordinance, that is in relation to goods in articles in transit or air transshipment cargoes, we propose that the enforcement division of labor will be kept to the current practice because it's been operating very well. The CNE department has been supporting TACO to enforce the requirements under various legislations, and they have also enhanced checks at different control points to stop contrabands coming into Hong Kong carried by travelers or through parcels. And we have made an arrangement with TACO. If the case of import of ASPs involves Section 18 of the Import and Export Ordinance, that is unmanifested cargo, including including air transshipment, the case will not be handled by TACO. It will be handled by the CNE department on smuggling as well as import of ASPs. TACO has been increasing its manpower to tackle the increasing workload. Since the implementation of the ordinance, TACO and CNE department have been working very closely in their enforcement work. The current practice has been operating well. So we keep the same division of labor under the bill. These provisions will be incorporated into the bill. I will elaborate on the reasons why we can't accept Dr. David Lam's amendment to change the portfolio from TACO to CNE department. Dr. David Lam proposes that all these ASP-related offenses should be handled by CNE department. It will increase their workload to an unbearable level because the CNE department handles all contrabands, including ammunition, weapons, fauna, flora. If the portfolio is moved to the CNE department, that means they will have to take on the enforcement work and follow-up action of TACO. Manpower will have to be drawn from some other areas. And this will undermine the CNE's capability to carry out their routine law enforcement work, say, for example, smuggling, as well as drug raids. The objective of the bill is to improve exemptions of ASPs and their regulations to handle intermodal ASP transshipment handled by the Hong Kong International Airport. We have struck a balance. This is to meet the urgent need of our transshipment business and to maintain our position as a trade center, as an international aviation hub under the 14th Five-Year Plan. Our legislative proposal will not affect the work of TACO or their determination. The government has consulted the logistics trade, the aviation trade. Our proposal is supported by different sectors. In relation to the concerns of the healthcare sector and education sector, that there may be leakage of ASPs into the local market, we have put in place a new control scheme enforced by the C&E department. We have also enhanced penalties. The bill has been scrutinized by the Bills Committee and supported by the committee. I ask members to support our original proposal. Thank you. I so submit.
I now put the question to you that the Import and Export Amendment Bill 2023 be read the second time. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Import and Export Amendment Bill 2023. This council now becomes Committee of the Whole Council to consider the Import and Export Amendment Bill 2023. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for the debate and voting arrangements for the bill. Members have been informed that the committee will conduct a joint debate on the clauses and amendments. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 9. Dr. David Lam will move an amendment to amend Clause 3. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for details of the amendment. Members may now proceed to a joint debate on the clauses and amendment. I will first call upon Dr. David Lam to speak, but he is not required to move the amendment at this stage. Then I will call upon other members to speak. Upon the conclusion of the joint debate, the committee will first vote on the clauses with no amendment standing part of the bill, and then vote on the amendment. Dr. David Lam. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I need to declare I'm a member of COSH. For Import and Export Amendment Bill 2023, I'm proposing an amendment. I urge members to support my amendment. I will now explain the reasons and objective of the amendment. The Import and Export Amendment Bill 2023 seeks to allow the sea, air, and air transshipment of alternative smoking product. That's why there will be a new part under the Import and Export Bill. There are provisions on ASPs. They cover logistics, exemptions for air transshipment. And there will also be a new supervisory system run by the customs. Clause 13b of the bill sets out offenses of the import of ASPs. Anyone importing ASPs commits an offense. And this is, once convicted upon indictment, there will be a $2 million fine and imprisonment for 7 years. Let's call this the 13b offense. 13e. There are exemptions. First, an article in transit. Second, an air transshipment cargo. Third, a specified intermodal transshipment cargo imported by a registered operator. Clause 13E bracket 2 says this. If the good or the article is removed from the vessel or removed from an aircraft Or 3, if the article is removed from the airport's cargo transshipment area, or if the product has not entered the cargo, but it has been removed from the vehicle or vessel, or if the product is removed from the vehicle or vessel after it has entered the airport, that's an offense. 13P. The 13B offenses will be enforced by TACO. Clause 13O will be enforced by customs. But then something is missing. Articles in transit, articles through air transshipment. What happens when you have a 13B offense for articles in transit or through air transshipment? When ASPs are missing from the cargo, what happens? You can not imagine TACO doing that. When ASPs show up in the community, it's hard to imagine TACO investigating or prosecuting such cases. Aren't these cases supposed to be covered by the customs? I propose a very small amendment. That's for clause 13O. When an article is in transit on aircraft, in a vessel, or part of an air transshipment cargo, in these cases, a 13B offense will be handled by the customs. My amendment simply tries to plug a gap. My amendment is about filling what's missing in the bill. These are criminal cases that warrant investigation. Now, of course, when a passenger carries a small amount of ASPs, the TACO should come in. That's not for the customs. If my amendment is passed, it will not affect the division of labor between TACO and the customs. My amendment will even foster the collaboration of the two departments so that each can do their job. Just then, the secretary was saying this. 13B offenses are just like the offenses related to intermodal transshipment. The customs will investigate the cases like what it does with smuggling. That's exactly what my amendment is about. That's why I call on members to support my amendment. Mr. Lai Tong Kwok. Madam Deputy, I speak in support of Dr. David Lam's amendment. And I also want to comment on the government's message on how we should support the government's bill. The government says the government has made a mistake about what it said. 13Q, an inspector with any suspicion that an article falls within the following cases, they can detain or remove such items. If first, the item is an alternative smoking product, or 2, an offense under Section 13B has been or is being or is about to committed in respect of the article. An inspector may seize any other thing that appears to the inspector to be evidence of an offense under Section 13B. Dr. David Lam's amendment does not affect Clause 13Q. I don't see how that will cause problems for TACO's work. Madam Deputy, Dr. Lam proposes to amend Section 13O(3). His amendment is simply about the customs referring the case to TACO, and the case can be handled under Section 102 of the Criminal Procedure Ordinance. Dr. Lam is not trying to repeal the power of TACO to enforce the law. The government may have misread the provisions. My second point is this. The government said if ASPs are removed from an aircraft, a vessel, or air cargo area, that may be complex cases, and those cases will not go to TACO. The customs will enforce the law in those cases. In other words, the government does not oppose Dr. Lam's argument because complex or serious cases are handled by the customs. Madam Deputy, my question is for the Secretary. What gives the customs grounds for enforcing the law in this case? Are they trying to bypass 13(0)(2)? The government's reply is that the customs will invoke the anti-smuggling laws. But how? Are they trying to enforce a law because the e-cigarettes are unmanifested goods? Or is it about enforcing the law against e-cigarettes that are sneaked in? Will that give rise to another legal dispute? I hope the government can answer the questions I just raised. There's a serious flaw in the bill. Given that's the case, how come the government is against Dr. Lam's amendment? I urge the Secretary to explain this clearly to us. Mr. Frankie Yik. Madam Deputy, I speak against Dr. Lam's amendment. The amendment today is a much narrower version of the older version. Section 13(0)(3). Once a customs officer reasonably suspects that an article is a specified intermodal transshipment cargo, the customs will not refer the case to TACO. So for all intermodal transshipment of ASPs, the investigation and the prosecution will be handled by customs. But Dr. Lam's amendment now says that unless it is intermodal transshipment cargo, and even if the article is just in transition on an aircraft or in a vessel or an air transshipment cargo, the customs will have to investigate and prosecute. The matter is no longer in TACO's hands. Now, based on the Smoking Public Health Amendment Bill 2021, the work related to ASPs, this includes inspection, investigation, prosecution, and certification. TACO undertakes the work. The customs is simply charged with things that come in. So when one of the three things I just mentioned happens, TACO inspectors take over unless serious smuggling is involved. In those cases, the customs take over. Anyone trying to do intermodal transshipment of ASPs, they have to register with the customs for an exemption. Since this is under the monitoring of the customs assesses the risk. So Section 13(0)(3) says that specified intermodal transshipment cargo is handled by the customs, and that makes sense. Now, since the smoking statute has set out clearly the division of labor between TACO and the customs, and the customs has done its work by busting 951 cases and blocking 9.51 million pieces of ASP products. I don't see any ground for changing the system. I believe members received something from the Transport and Logistics Bureau. That's an explanation. The TLB explained clearly that articles in transit on an aircraft or in a vessel, if the article is removed deliberately from the plane or the ship, if there are missing declarations or false declarations, smuggling may be involved. Such cases will not go to TACO. The customs will investigate such cases. In rare cases, say by a mistake or other technical reasons. Now, what do we mean? Say a damaged plane. The goods have to be moved to a different plane. In that case, the ASPs are removed from the original plane. In such cases, the customs spots the case and then refers the case to TACO. That makes perfect sense. I fail to see a need in such cases to refer the case to the customs for further investigation. The final amendment of Dr. Lam was not discussed at the Bills Committee. That's why the Liberal Party and I do not support the amendment.
Mr. Shukafai, thank you, Madam Chair. But it's mentioned in the Bills Committee that TACO has taken over the job from the CNE and that TACO officers are more clerical in nature, so it's not very appropriate for them to enforce the law. His amendments might have been revised, but the logic is the same. When we travel by plane back to Hong Kong, you see, CNE department officers may search your luggage. If they see contraband, say ivory, they will arrest you, but they will not handle prosecution. The case will be handed over to the Agriculture and Fisheries Conservation Department. And if it is a piece of salted fish, they will arrest you, but the CNE department will not prosecute the case. The case will be referred to the Food and Environmental Hygiene Department. If weapons are found, then the case will be transferred to the police. So along the same logic, as mentioned by Mr. Frankie Yik, yes, it's been narrowed to plane to plane. The pilot might have disembarked from the plane and found that he's been carrying just a few ASPs. It's a minor case. And if there is any prosecution, the case will be transferred to TACO. There is no need for the case to be transferred back to CNE department, so I don't agree with Dr. Lam's amendment. Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I call upon the Secretary for Transport and Logistics to speak. After that, I'll ask Dr. David Lam, who has moved the amendment, to speak again. Then the debate will come to a close. Secretary. Madam Chair, I thank members for their views. As I said in the resumption of second reading debate, the government has been working to combat on offences involving alternative smoking products, ASPs, and try to stop them from entering the market. Upon consideration, we think that the proposed enforcement arrangements are very effective against ASPs entering Hong Kong or being imported into Hong Kong. Dr. Lam's amendment involves the internal division of labor on law enforcement within the government. It undermines the work of TACO and CNE and the routine enforcement duties of the CNE department. This will, as a result, affect the law enforcement capabilities of the government, so we cannot accept Dr. Lam's amendment. A new control scheme will be put in place under the bill. The scheme will be in the charge of the CNE department. These cases will not be transferred to TACO. This is to address the concerns expressed by the healthcare sector and the education sector that ASPs may leak into the local market. We've also considered that intermodal transshipment may be more complicated. Asking the CNE department to take full charge of enforcement will be better. As a result, we have put in place relevant legal arrangements under Section 13(0)(3). In relation to Smoking Public Health Ordinance Cap 371, the enforcement work by CNE department and TACO of import of ASPs, including enforcement work on board of an airplane or vessels, since there is clear delineation of work and it's been operating well, we propose to keep the current arrangement. If ASPs in transit are removed deliberately from cargo transshipment areas, or if it involves misinformation or information being left out, the case will be taken up by the CNE department under import of ASPs offense as well as smuggling. TACO will not take up the case. If the case involving ASPs is only a result of human error or technical issues, that the ASPs are removed from the transshipment area, then the case will be first handled by the CNE department and then transferred to TACO. The current Division of Labor has addressed the concerns of Dr. Lam. There is no need to amend Section 13(0)(3) to provide that articles in transit or air transshipment cargo can only be enforced by Customs and Excise Department. I would like to emphasize that if the amendment is passed, the CNE Department will no longer have the power to take up prosecution work once the case is taken up by TACO. There is no loophole under the current arrangement. The law has provided sufficient power to CNE Department and TACO. Smoking Public Health Ordinance came into effect on the 30th of April 2022 by banning the promotion, manufacturing and sale of ASPs. TACO is in charge of enforcement of the law. They are responsible for inspections, law enforcement, prosecution, handling of complaints, and for the CNE Department, they're in charge of intercepting ASPs at control points. If it's a suspected article, they may detain the person or the articles until TACO officers arrive at the scene to take over the persons involved or the goods involved. The enforcement arrangement of offenses relating to ASP has been scrutinized and fully discussed by the Bills Committee on the Smoking Public Health Bill 2021. The risk of contravention by dubious parties is quite low, and the current Division of Labor has been operating effectively. So we propose the same enforcement arrangements under the bill. As I mentioned just now, the CNE Department and TACO have their respective areas of enforcement clearly delineated. There is no need to change the current approach. Dr. Lam's amendment will affect the well-established arrangement. TACO officers will not be able to enforce the law involving articles in transit or air transshipment cargo. This will in turn dampen the effectiveness of their law enforcement capabilities. In relation to enforcement involving ASP offenses, it's actually similar with current duties taken up by the CNE Department in relation to contraband or prohibited goods. If Dr. Lam's amendment is passed, it will have far-reaching implications on the duties of the CNE Department. Under the bill, the exemption coverage is extended to specified intermodal transshipment of ASPs, and these parts will be transferred to the new part under the Import and Export Ordinance. The objective of the bill is not to amend the arrangements of enforcement or the offenses involving ASPs under the Smoking Public Health Ordinance. So we don't think there is a need to change the law enforcement arrangements that is in place at the moment. The provisions in relation to ban on ASPs will be moved to the Import-Export Ordinance. We think it is more appropriate. The bill proposes to enhance the penalty of import of ASPs offences to the same level as other similar offences in the same ordinance to address the concerns of the healthcare sector and the education sector. This is to ensure that the new control scheme will be strictly enforced to stop ASPs from leaking into the local market. When the bill is passed, the work of tackle on import of ASPs under the Smoking Public Health Ordinance will not be affected. So we will not accept Dr. Lam's amendment. Our proposed arrangement on enforcement under the bill has been proved to be effective in the combat of ASPs and to stop ASPs from leaking into the market. I ask members to support the government and support the original bill. I so submit. Thank you.
Dr. David Lam, do you wish to speak again? Thank you. Madam Deputy, I am a layman in enforcement and as well as criminal investigation and prosecution. I'm not sure about judicial proceedings because I'm not law enforcement officer. Section 13D, the enforcement powers will be given to inspectors of TACO. The person in charge of TACO is a doctor, younger than I am, probably smarter, but then I don't think his expertise lies in investigation and prosecution. The team of TACO is not a disciplined force, rather they are just foremen. There may be tons of ASP laws, and is it really reasonable to ask TACO to enforce the law? Of course, TACO and also CNED can have joint operations. CNE officers can have their evidence admitted in court. They can give evidence in court. But if further criminal investigation is needed, and if there are syndicates behind such offenses, do you think TACO can be capable? And the purpose is to, the mission of TACO is to promote a smoke-free environment in Hong Kong. Their duties is to promote health enforcement of smoking public health ordinance and to monitor the enforcement of the ordinance and to deal with complaints and inquiries related to the ordinance. And 3, smoking cessation services. They are never enforcement officers under the Smoking Public Health Ordinance. On the 19th and the 22nd of May, there were 2 public hearings held by the Bills Committee. Whether we're talking about members of the public, academics, and members of the industry for or against the bill, had kind words and commendation for the capability and work of the CNED. Now, they're only talking about 3 areas: an article in transit or an aircraft, an article in transit on a vessel or air transshipment cargo. Not all the enforcement scenarios are to be handled by the CNE department. I think we're here to plug the loophole. It's just like the removal of a tumor. You will ask a specialist surgeon to do it. with due regard for effectiveness and efficacy. The purpose is to ensure that prohibited ASP will not find their way into the local market and to ensure that our young people will not be addicted to ASPs. I have no interest in this case, and I'm not speaking for the interests of the sector. I'm just trying to answer to my conscience in speaking out. As a member of the council, I really cannot support this bill. As a member of the public, I'm speechless with regard to the current bill. I ask for division. We will now first vote on clauses with no amendment, standing part of the bill. I put a question to you that the clauses with no amendment as set out in the appendix to the script stand part of the bill. Dr. David Lam claims a division. The division bell will rung for 5 minutes.
請大家返回。
Members, please take your seats and be prepared to vote. Voting begins. Please check your votes. If there is no question, voting is closed. I display the result. Members present 77, 74, 2 against, 4 abstentions. The question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Ms. Starry Lee. President, I move that in the event of further divisions being claimed at this meeting in respect of the Import and Export Amendment Bill 2023, this Council shall proceed forthwith to the division after the division bell has been rung for 1 minute. I now propose the question that Ms. Starry Lee's motion be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against? I think the question is agreed by majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. I direct that shall there be further divisions claimed at this meeting in respect of this bill, the Council shall proceed to the division after the division bell has been rung for 1 minute. We now vote on the amendment. Dr. David Lam, you may move your amendment. Chairman, I move the amendment set out in the appendix to the script and propose the question to that Dr. David Lam's amendment be passed. I claim a division. Dr. David Lam claims a division. The division bell will be rung for 1 minute. Voting begins. Please check your votes. If there is no question, voting is closed. I display the results. Members returned from ECs 32 present, 5 for, 20 against, 7 abstentions. Members returned from FCs and GCs 45 present, 3 for, 34 against, 7 abstentions. The motion is not agreed by a majority of each of the 2 groups of members present. I declare the amendment negative. And I put a question to that clause 3 stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against? I think the question is agreed by majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Import and Export Amendment Bill 2023 have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, I now report to the Council that the Import and Export Amendment Bill 2023 has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council without amendment. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report, and I propose the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against? I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, I move that the Import and Export Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. And I propose the question to you that the Import and Export Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? Dr. de Villen. Thank you, President. Oh, you just want to claim a division. And I'll put a question to you as stated. The division bell will be rung for 5 minutes.
Voting begins. Please check your vote. If there are no questions, voting is closed. The results are shown on the screen. 77 present, 72 in favor, 1 against, 3 abstentions. I declare the motion passed. Import and Export Amendment Bill 2023.
Members' Bill. This Council resumes the second reading debate on the Lingnan University Amendment Bill 2023. The Honourable Chen Chen-ying, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the Bill, will first address the Council on the committee's report. The Honourable Chen Chen-ying. President, I present the report in my capacity as the Chairman of the Bills Committee. The Lingnan University Amendment Bill 2023 is a members' bill introduced by Professor Lau Chi-pang. It seeks to amend the Lingnan University Ordinance Cap 1165 to allow the LU Council to delegate to a committee created or to the LU President appointed by the Council the power to approve the terms and conditions of service of individual staff, to stipulate the LU Senate's duty to direct and regulate matters relating to intellectual property rights and knowledge transfer, to allow the appointment of up to 3 vice presidents, to amend the student membership in the LU Court and the LU Council, and to provide for related matters. The Bills Committee has held one meeting with LU and the administration. Members have no objection to the bill. During the course of deliberation, members have commented on the student membership of the court and the council and the number of vice presidents. Under the existing Cap 1165, the president of the student union of LU is an ex officio member of the LU court and council respectively. The bill proposes to amend the student membership of the LU court and council under the existing section by replacing the LUSU president as an ex officio member, and to add 1 full-time student elected by and from the undergraduates and appointed by the LU Council, and 1 full-time student elected by and from the postgraduate students, respectively. Some members consider that the proposal to enhance the student membership of the LU Court and Council can strengthen students, and there is also a view that given the functions of the University Council, it's not appropriate to have student members, and LU should take the current opportunity to exclude student representation from this council. The LUSU president has always been an ex officio member of the LU Council, and so it is suggested that the LUSU president should keep its ex officio membership, and then there should be 1 additional student member to be elected from and by among all full-time postgraduate students. LU has advised that members are LU's key stakeholders. An inclusion of student member in the LU Council and Court can enhance the communication between students and LU. And appointing the SU president to serve as an ex officio member in the council is undesirable, given the development of the LUSU in the past 10 years. Besides, the existing LUSU does not adequately represent LU students, as less than 8% of LU students are its members. Student council members to be elected by and from among all full-time undergraduate students and all full-time postgraduate students can best ensure the interests of the entire student community. A member is worried that the LUSU and the elected student members on the LU Court and Council may hold different views on same issues, and then there cannot be any consensus. LU has advised that the SU students to be appointed will be former members of the LU Council, and if the SU has anything to say to the court and council, it can submit the views direct or through the elected student members. Members note that LU will prepare new statute governing the election of student members of the LU Court and Council, and members have suggested LU to consider whether the candidates must possess an affection for the country, the city, and the university, whether LU Council has the right not to appoint the elected student members whom it considers not appropriate for appointment, and whether the new relevant statutes will be sent to the LC member for information. There is also the worry that the number of VPs may not be able to cope with LU's future expansion, and then they should also take reference from other UGC-funded universities where the number of VPs is in the range of 3 to 6. LU has advised that reference has been made to the local universities when deciding the proposed number of FPs and notes that there are 3 to 6 pro-vice chancellor or VP in other universities, and having considered their future development needs, they think that 3 is enough, and they will consider seeking LegCo's approval to amend Cap 1165 to the effect that the number of VPs can be increased in a manner to be determined by the LU Council from time to time. In view of the views of the legal advisor of the Council, there will be amendments proposed to improve the text of the bill. Members have no objection to these amendments and will not move any amendment to the bill. Now I come to my views. In the process of scrutiny, we focus on 2 points. First is the student membership of the LU Court and the Council. Under the current ordinance, the SU president is an ex officio member of the Council. However, he will be replaced by 1 full-time student elected by and from the undergraduate students, and also 1 full-time student elected by and from the postgraduate students, respectively. The SU president will no longer be an ex officio member of the Council. As I said during deliberations, there was the view that having student membership can enhance communication between the university and students, but there are views that this is not the right approach, and LU are of the view that students are LU's key stakeholders. Having student membership can enhance communication with students. Now, there are 3 UGC-funded universities with SU president being ex officio member of the school council. However, for LU, the LU doesn't have sufficient representation of its students. Electing their own student representatives from postgraduate students and undergraduate students is indeed better. Some members ask whether LU has consulted its SU on this new arrangement, and we've also invited views from the public. In April, LUSU made a submission to us expressing different views, and then Lingnam responded to the submission on the 12th of May to clarify all the queries. Now, every step of the decision involved the incumbent SU chairman or president. Back then, there was no objection. Now, they're of the view that they should continue to give assistance to SU. According to the LU, the development of its SU was far from desirable in the past few years. It will continue to give assistance to ensure its healthy development, and it will help SU to organize activities related to the learning of students and to benefit students. The second point is about the number of VPs. Currently, only 1 PP can be appointed. With the proposed bill, the LU can appoint up to 3 vice presidents. In fact, with the exception of LU and all senior management of UGC-funded universities, there are more than 3. Now, the number of VPs will be added to 3. Members are worried whether that will be sufficient for future development of LU and whether flexibility should be introduced to the provisions. For instance, the number of VPs can be determined from time to time is appropriate. LU is of the view that 3 VPs is already enough, and it can consider its future need. This goes to show that the LU management is very pragmatic. Apart from the 2 points I mentioned, the member sponsoring the bill, Professor Lau Chi-Pang, will move amendments to the bill in the light of views expressed by the legal advisor. I support the passage of the bill and all relevant amendments. Thank you.
Mr. Rock Chen. President, I speak in support of Professor Lau's proposal to amend the Lingnan universities. The governing team of the 8 universities, apart from Lingnan University and the Hong Kong UST, where there is a ceiling of the number of vice presidents, for the other universities, there are 3 to 6 vice presidents in the university. Say in Hong Kong U, more than one vice president may be appointed to exercise the powers and functions designated. There are currently 5 VPs in the Hong Kong U doing their own jobs, one in charge of research, one in charge of university policies. For TMHK, there is a vice president in charge of student affairs, international relations, and there is a VP in charge of development, and another in charge of career. For Lingnan, currently there is only one vice president, the fewest amongst the different universities. Other than the Hong Kong UST, the other 6 universities funded by the University Grants Committee, there is no ceiling set for the number of VPs. To dovetail the development of Lingnan University, there is the proposal to amend the law to set the number of VPs to no more than 3. I think this is appropriate. When a university develops till a certain stage, and in order to ensure continuous development, the addition of more VPs is an appropriate approach, because VPs will assist the president in administration and to implement various initiatives. Lingnan University attaches importance on research that affect the community. They attach importance on knowledge transfer, and there is a need to provide administrative support, and that is the office of Knowledge Transfer Office. According to the development plan of 2020 and 2028 of Lingnan University, there are proposals to forge closer ties with the GPA to enhance education relating to research students and liberal arts. We're talking about additional manpower and resources. There is a need to appoint 3 VPs to support the development. It is in the best interest of the university and students. In relation to replacing student members in the council by students elected from postgraduate students and undergraduate students, I support that, because that is the best way to reflect the overall representativeness of students, and this encourages students to participate in university affairs. This will also enable them to better voice their views. I hope that the Lingnan University will play a bigger role and continue to make contributions to education for Hong Kong and for our country. Mr. Tony Tse. Thank you, President. I'm always concerned about tertiary education in Hong Kong. A few years ago, I involved in a number of plans to encourage university students to broaden their horizons and get a better understanding of international affairs. And I'm always a member of the Lingnan University Court. Well, I was a member through the turbulent years in the past few years. This proposal is to relax the maximum number of VPs to be appointed, to restructure the composition and operation of the university's council and court, and to improve knowledge transfer. This is to promote the development of Lingnan University and to enhance their governance. I support these amendments. Lingnan University is one of the 8 UGC-funded universities. It has a long history. Over the years, it's been educating numerous elites for Hong Kong, mainland, and other places. Well, Lingnan University focuses on humanities subjects, and it's been renamed university not long ago. With the trend of innovation and technology-focused development, some people may think that Lingnan University is not as good as other UGC-funded universities. But contrary to that belief, Lingnan University has done really well, and they have secured a high ranking in a number of areas. Say, for example, there are many students who have participated in international exchange programs. I read science subjects. I worked as a professional in the respective realm, and I'm not an educationist. I do think that education should be diversified to cater for different needs and different interests. We also need people with different expertise and abilities. We don't just need innovators or financial experts, doctors and nurses. So in planning courses and resource allocations, publicity to overseas areas, and life planning, I do think that all universities should highlight their uniqueness and take into account their student ability. Don't just focus on certain subjects or areas and don't focus on ranking. There are institutions and universities that don't rank so high, but they have been doing very well. Support should be given to them. There should be publicity support given to them. The majority of the proposal is not controversial. The only area that attracts attention is the election method of student member in the court and in the council. Previously, it was the president of the student union, but now it's changed to a student elected from undergraduate and postgraduate students. We all understand why there is a need to change it. In the past few years, student unions of different universities have seen undesirable changes. And currently, only 8% of Lingnan University students are members of the student union. So under the proposal, student members to be elected from among full-time students, from undergraduate students and postgraduate students, and that is a suitable approach. And there are members who asked whether it's appropriate to have a student member, whether the student member will play a useful role. There are also views saying that the council and the court can hear student views through other channels. When I was a member of the court, I've asked similar questions. But I was only talking about the appointment of the next president of Lingnan University. I do agree that the university should consult students, but when it comes to appointment of president of universities, what role can they play? Apart from removing the president of the student union from the court, there are views saying that the student union should be dispensed with in order to reduce the risk of topics being politicized within the university. And there are also views saying that the student union should be maintained. And this is something that is likened to the District Council's Amendment Bill. These bodies should do what they are set up to do. Student unions in universities should focus on students' affairs and work for the welfare of students. They should have positive thinking and express constructive views on government policies and initiatives. They should not politicize everything. Student unions should not be allowed to participate in any activities that undermine the reputation of universities or harm social order. But regarding the notion to disband the student union, I think is going too far. I will not support this proposal. I so submit to support the second reading of the bill.
Dr. Priscilla Leung. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the Lingnan University Amendment Bill 2023 moved by Professor Lau Chipang. I am the chairman of the education panel. We did discuss the proposed amendments to the ordinance, the rationale behind it, and the need for the amendment. In considering the bill, in addition to what is already in the bill, I have to say that Ninglam is a publicly funded university. How should it interact with the Legislative Council and how we display mutual respect? This university is the first university in Hong Kong to submit a bill to the Council for amending its respective ordinance, and more will come from other universities. The university first had a discussion with the panel to tell us the need for the amendment. Secondly, it being a public university has displayed its willingness to be monitored by the council. Is very different from other universities who always accuse the council of interfering with the academic autonomy and freedom whenever we made comments on the operation of the universities. I think Ningnan made a very good start. They understand that it's all about the governance of the university, and they do understand that the bill has got nothing to do with academic freedom. Ningnan is a publicly funded university in Hong Kong. Regardless of its size, the LegCo has the duty to monitor its reform in governance and also in its expenses to see whether it has lived up to the expectations of the community. In playing this role, I will look at the bill from a macro perspective. I think the main concern is from one vice president, the bill will increase the number to 3. And the second point is amendment to the student membership of the court and the council. The president of the student union is currently an ex officio member of these two bodies. In future, he'll be replaced by one full-time student elected by and from the undergraduate students and another elected by and from the postgraduate students, respectively. The university explained to us the reason why they have to increase the number of vice presidents to 3 from 1. I think the university is most humble, and that is worthy of our praise. Some members made the suggestion that instead of 3, the university should amend the ordinance to the effect that there is no limit to the number of VPs. We have asked the university time and again, and I think the university has been very pragmatic. It has considered the size of its university and its development blueprint, and the university is of the view that 3 VPs will suffice. This is really commendable. The community and the council are willing to give the university a free hand in determining the number of VPs it needs in the light of its operation and development. And I think the university has set up a very good example for other universities. And as we all know, we have different views on the student membership in the court and council. Some disagreed with the proposed amendment and that the president of the student union should remain an ex officio member. Some members are of the view that there should be no student membership at all. I think the university has done an excellent job, from the president to the legal advisor responsible for the legislative amendment exercise came to meet with us and was very open to discussions with members. They were able to address our concerns, and the university was able to strike a balance. I'm sure we have all experienced in student unions. Myself was once the president of the student union of the college, and I have also been office bearers in student unions. I like to say that student unions are important, but then I regret to say that the performance of student unions in recent years have been disappointing. They are too radical and they have no regard for the rule of law. I think that was all because of Benny Tai's movement in 2014, illegal occupy movement of Central, and students thought that they could do so. I have to say that the performance of student unions were disappointing when it comes to the rule of law. Now they have to earn the respect and trust of the community, the parents and universities. They have to show that they will not be radical and they are constructive. The Lingnan University has struck the right balance. They are willing to allow graduate students and undergraduate students to choose their respective representatives. The two student members will even be more representative than student union. And if they don't like this idea, they have to reflect on their past experience. The proposal has broadened the representativeness of students. The management of the university has ensured that there will continue to be student membership in the court and the council. They have struck the right balance. I fully respect the judgment of the management of the university. I think they have cast a vote of confidence for their own students. I very much hope the future student members and the council will not blindly follow the advocates of those who go for mutually assured destruction. I hope student representatives can be knowledgeable with full understanding of the constitutional order of Hong Kong. They have a good understanding of the constitution, the basic law, and one country, two systems, and they should cherish all the advantages and special privileges enjoyed by Hong Kong as a special administrative region. We should not be there to disrupt, but to behave. I have high hopes for future student representatives. They should be a role model for future students. They should have affection for the country, for Hong Kong, and for their universities. They should show our community that indeed they are future pillars of society. All in all, we must respect the decision and judgment of the management of the university. They believe the current proposals are the best, and we would like to say to the management of all universities in Hong Kong, please don't think that in discussing their affairs and business, we want to interfere with their governance. We are playing our respective roles. We want to monitor their performance, and if they do well, we're always willing to commend them. With these remarks, I support the bill. Thank you. Dr. Tik Chi-yun. President, in this round of amendment, I'm concerned about the arrangement for student participation in the council. All along, there is a student representative in the council. This time, in this amendment, the president of the student union is no longer an ex officio member of the council. He'll be replaced by the 2 student representatives to be elected by and from the undergraduate students and postgraduate students respectively. I'd like to say the participation in the student union is a very good training and experience. They can learn to participate and contribute to society, and it's also a way to learn to manage their own business, and is an experience of growth. Many leaders here, including Dr. Priscilla Leung here, were members of student unions in the past. I'm sure they have had very good experience. I have recognition for student unions, and I will continue to support student unions. To allow students to take part in the university's council is a way to encourage student participation. Let's not minimize the role of student unions. Of course, tension was the relations between the community and student unions was tense to a certain degree, but I think let's let bygones be bygones, and I think we must allow student unions to participate in university business. It's just like secondary schools, alumni. There is always an alumni member in school management committees to help in the management of schools. I raised 2 queries during the deliberation of the bill. First, there will be 1 full-time student elected by and from the undergraduate students and from the postgraduate students, respectively. The university said that because the current student union have only got less than 8% of their students as members. I'd like to ask, what if the turnout rate for the election of the 2 student representatives to the council is low? How will the school handle that? If in future there is a representative from the student union as well as one or students are elected from and by students of the university, and if the 2 do not see eye to eye on some business, how will the school handle the situation? I hope there will not be any conflict or contradiction, and I hope the university will not be biased. So let's wait and see how they can improve the current mechanism for student participation in the school council. During the scrutiny of the bill, the university recognized the contribution of its student union. It has promised to assist the further development of the student union and to continue to cooperate with the union. Thank you.
Ms. Lillian Kwok. Thank you, President. Education is a cornerstone of sustainable development in society. President Xi Jinping once said that we need to focus on education, and tertiary education is a key part of it because it's an integral part of social development. This is where talent is nurtured. Universities are where the cradle of our talent is. We have 8 UGC-funded universities. Lingnan University is one of them. So this university is one cradle where talent is nurtured. This amendment is to improve the governance of LU and also to help the university prepare for future development. Lingnan University was set up under the Lingnan University Ordinance Cap 1165. The ordinance was something that came into effect when the institution turned from Lingnan College into Lingnan University. The council is the highest organ in the university that discharges duties, performs its functions under the ordinance. The council also makes plans for the university's future development. To keep pace with the changing times, the council also has to review its management every now and then. The current LU council is made up of 33 members. 25 of them are outside members, people outside the university, and then the remaining 8 of them are within people in the university. There you have the president, the vice president, and also members elected among and by eligible LU staff, and also the president of the student union. Now, one of the proposed changes under the bill is to appoint up to 3 vice presidents. There's currently just 1 vice president at LU. The university has seen rapid growth in recent years. There were just 2,000 students back then. Now there are 6,000 students. Now, with the growth in student size, there is more administrative work. There's more teaching support, research, and also external communications, etc. Apart from LU, other universities have more than 1 vice president. They usually have somewhere between 3 to 6 VPs. For many universities, they do not set a limit on the number of VPs to ensure flexibility. So to make sure the LU management can cope with future development, allowing them to appoint up to 3 vice presidents will help improve their administration and operation. The universities will also be able to adapt to the changing times to meet their future needs. This will help benefit LU's long-term development. I'm pleased to see that in this bill, there will be a change to the number of student representatives at the court and at the council. The university is there for its students. Since there's a sizable growth in the student population, the bill will allow a student rep to be elected among and by undergrad, and another rep to be elected among and by the postgraduate students. They will serve as members of the LU Council and the LU Court. So we will have 2 student reps instead of 1 at the court and at the council. Now it's just the president of the student union serving as an ex-officio member at the LU Court and LU Council. This shows LU acknowledges the importance of student participation in university business, and the university acknowledges that its students are key stakeholders. This way, students' views can be better reflected in the university's management structure. The student rep can also serve as a bridge between the university and students. The rep will be able to communicate the university's policies and goals to students and can also let the university know what students think. So this will foster communication, raise teaching quality, and also promote a sense of belonging among students to the university. The LU is one of the University Grants Committee funded universities. For anyone serving at the court and the council, you need people who are patriotic and people who love the university. They need to be conscientious people who can discharge their functions. They need to promote the academic development of the university. So for the student members of the LU Court and the LU Council, the university has a duty to serve as a gatekeeper. This means the university must clarify the eligibility criteria for the student reps. There needs to be guidelines to make sure the LU Court and LU Council members can also reflect the spirit of patriots administering Hong Kong. If there's any behavior in breach of the national security law, the rep should be stripped of its status. This is a way to get rid of the bad apples. During the deliberation of the bill, the members thoroughly examined the bill and raised questions to work together to improve Hong Kong's education. Education is a key part of our country. President Xi Jinping said that we need to promote a high-quality development of education and also speed up the enhancements to our education. And this is a systematic enhancement. So we need to break new ground. The amendment is a key step in LU's attempt at breaking new ground. This bill will help improve LU's governance and help the university progress in nurturing more talent for society. I so submit I support the Lingnan University Amendment Bill 2023. Dr. Chow Man Kong. President, I need to make a declaration. I'm a voluntary researcher with the LU, and I'm also have some other posts with other local universities. In 1999, the Lingnan University Ordinance 5 was enacted, and that year the institution was named Lingnan University. The ordinance has remained in place for many years without a change. The university tried to propose changes, but they were unsuccessful due to the social atmosphere. This time, Professor James Lau sponsored the bill. This is a bill to help the university move with the times. It's a necessary change. Now, under the improved electoral system, LU proposed an amendment. This is taking the form of a member's bill. 5 hurdles were overcome for Mr. Yu Chou-fai, and also Professor Wang Chi-kwong, and also Mr. Ma Yu-tim, the legal advisor, who have been following up on the amendment. They put in the work to improve the university's governance and improving the development of the university. I thank them wholeheartedly. Now, there are 3 levels to the changes to the proposal. First, up to 3 vice presidents can be appointed. And second, the LU Senate has a duty to direct and regulate all matters relating to intellectual property rights and knowledge transfer. And third, amending the provisions on the student membership in the LU Court and the LU Council. I want to focus on the first point. Now, the LU Council is the highest organ of power in the university. There is 1 president, 1 vice president, and 3 assistant vice presidents. On December 16th last year, that's when the proposal was first discussed at the panel on education. There are 8 UGC-funded universities. At least 6 of them has 3 vice presidents. At some universities, they have 5 to 8 assistant vice presidents. When LU was renamed, it had 2,000 students. Now they have more than 5,000 students. The university has grown in size, functions. Things have changed much since a quarter of a century ago. Now, for these universities, they're trying to become more international and transform R&D outcomes and step up collaboration with the mainland. More work remains ahead, so there's a need to grow the management team. So the bill's proposal about appointing up to 3 presidents is a sign that the LU is trying to keep pace with the times, and this is in line with broader trends. This will help foster the operation and supervision of the university. This will be good for the university's future development. Many people in the trade and council members have told me, for many years, the LU has just 1 vice president, and this is not in line with modern management principles. The same VP is the executor and the one man supervising the process. So it's like someone who's the soccer player and the referee at the same time. On human resources matters, knowledge transfer, recruitment, internal audit, everything on the shoulders of 1 vice president. That's excessively tiring for this person, and this also leads to over-concentration of power, lack of checks and balances. To address these problems, this bill will play a part. And this bill is a way for legislative members to respond to the long-standing aspiration of LU staff and students. Now, there are also bills about the Chinese University and the University of Science and Technology. The Hong Kong UST and the LU have a similar amendment exercise. There are more work falling on the shoulders of universities. There's a need to boost the efficiency and international standing of universities. These amendment exercises can help improve the university's governance and deliver what our country needs. And these amendments deserve support. As a member of Hong Kong's tertiary institutions, I will support the amendment, and I also continue to monitor the governance of our universities to make sure that we are delivering what Hong Kong and our country need. I also welcome the stakeholders in LU to help monitor their governance, and I welcome them. They can come to me, let me know if they see anything. The law enforcement agency and I will be happy to follow up. I support the bill, and I urge members to support the bill. Thank you, President. Professor William Wong. President, this bill will help LU improve their governance on multiple fronts to meet their needs. First, the LU Council is the highest organ in the university. One duty of the LU Council is to regulate and direct all matters related to intellectual property rights and knowledge transfer. The LU Council makes the policies. And then, under the Vice President, it has an office on research, knowledge transfer activities, and administrative support. The bill will clarify the duties of the LU Senate. The Senate will have a duty to direct and regulate all matters relating to intellectual property rights and knowledge transfer. This will help LU protect the patents and trademarks of its own research. This will help raise the profile of LU and thereby attracting more top-tier students and researchers and get them to work on research and boost the university's research capacity. I hope that after the passage of the bill, LU can work with the industry and the research institute and boost the efficiency of knowledge transfer to promote industry development and economic growth. The LU is working on its brand of liberal arts. It's working with other Asian universities on liberal arts. They're working together on learning, research to raise the university's profile. LU has a president and a vice president, and then there are 3 assistant vice presidents. The 3 AVPs are in charge of academic and external relations, academic quality assurance, and also international affairs and student affairs. In contrast, other universities have more than 1 vice president. LU is trying to appoint more VPs, and that makes perfect sense. The bill will allow LU to appoint up to 3 vice presidents. This will help LU put in place a better management structure to promote the university's development. The postgraduate students at LU rarely took part in the university's business, but then there are now more postgrad students to better reflect postgraduate students' views. The bill will allow more student members on the council and the court. So there will be 1 student rep from undergrads and another student rep from the postgrad students. Now, there will be a statute governing election. These reps will be elected among and by the full-time students. The bill's proposal to amend the student membership to better reflect the views of postgraduate students. This will enhance student participation in university business, improve the communication between the university and students, and this will go towards enhancing the well-being of students. Universities are where talent is nurtured. This bill will improve the LU's governance structure This will improve or rather enhance LU's long-term development so that LU can scale new heights in international education. President, I support the bill and the amendment. Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon Professor James Lau to reply. Then the reply will come to a close. Professor James Lau. President, I need to make a declaration. I'm the Associate Vice President of LU. I thank Mr. Ronix Chen and other members and also the Electoral Secretariat for their support in their work. We had a smooth experience scrutinizing the Lingnan University Amendment Bill. I thank the members for their views. President, the Lingnan University Amendment Bill 2023 was gazetted on February 24th and March 3rd this year. Lingnan University was established under the Lingnan University Ordinance Cap 1165 enacted on July 30th, 1999. This is the first amendment proposed by LU since then. The bill seeks to amend the Lingnan University Ordinance to improve LU's governance and prepare for its future development. The bill covers the following changes. First, allowing the Council of Lingnan University to delegate to a committee created or appointed by the LU Council or to the President of LU the power to approve the terms and conditions of service of staff. Second, stipulating the LU Senate's duty to direct and regulate all matters relating to intellectual property rights and knowledge transfer. Third, allowing the appointment of up to 3 vice presidents. Fourth, amending the provisions on the student membership in the LU Court and the LU Council. And fifth, providing for related matters. At the panel of education meeting on December 16th last year and the meeting of the Bills Committee on the Lingnan University Amendment Bill 2023 on April 18th this year, the bill was discussed and supported by members of the panel and the Bills Committee. On members' comment about student membership in the LU Council, the bill will allow undergraduate and postgraduate students to take part in the council student member election. This ensures students can select someone they believe can best represent them. The university has also seen a notable growth in the size of its postgraduate students. This explains the necessity of expanding the student membership of the LU Council, where a postgraduate rep can ensure the views of these students are properly reflected under LU's management structure. Once the bill is passed, the LU Council will consult stakeholders on the election of student members in the LU Council and Court. Statutes will be made on the election procedures and the appointment of a vice president as an LU Council and/or court member. There was a suggestion about adopting the wording of a number of vice presidents to allow flexibility for the university. Having considered its development plans and the related comments, LU concludes that appointing up to 3 vice presidents will be appropriate and enough for its development. The exact number of VPs to be appointed will be decided by the LU Council after the bill is passed. As an LU staff member, the associate vice president, and an LU council member elected by and from eligible LU staff, I urge members to support the passage of the bill. Thank you.
I now put the question to you that the Lingnan University Amendment Bill 2023 be read the second time. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the 2 groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. Lingnan University Amendment Bill 2023. This council now becomes committee of the whole council to consider the Lingnan University Amendment Bill 2023. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for the debate and voting arrangements for the bill. Members have been informed that the committee will conduct a joint debate on the clauses and amendments. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 13. Professor Lau Chi-Pang will move amendments to amend clauses 6 to 8 and 10. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for details of the amendments. Members may now proceed to a joint debate on the clauses and amendments. I'll first call upon Professor Lau to speak, but he is not required to move the amendments at this stage. Then I'll call upon other members to speak. Upon the conclusion of the joint debate, the committee will first vote on the clauses with no amendments standing part of the bill, and then vote on the amendments. Professor Lau. Chairman, I move an amendment to amend clauses 6, 8, and 10 of the bill. The amendment has been sent to members via the Secretariat. The amendments cover two areas. I'll briefly introduce them. On legal issues, the Legal Service Division did not make changes to Clause 10 to stipulate that statutes may be made by the Council to govern the nomination of vice presidents for appointment to the Court and the Council. I propose to replace the original Clause 10 and replace it with mine. On drafting, the Legal Service Division proposes to amend the English version of clauses 6 and 8 on section 14(2) and section 16(2) of CAP 1165 to use the policies relating to instead of the policies governing to describe the policy area. I will move an amendment to amend clauses 6 and 8 to ensure consistency in similar references in the bill. In addition, the word 的政策 policy in the Chinese version of clauses 6(1) and 8(1) is omitted, and 一名 A is used in place of 任何 any in the Chinese version of clause 7(2) to reflect the meaning of a vice president in the English version of section 15(5). I will move amendments to add 的政策 policy and use the word 任何 any. Upon consideration of the views of the Legal Service Division, I propose to amend the above provisions in response to their comments on legal and drafting issues. The Bills Committee does not oppose to these amendments. I ask members to support the amendments. Thank you. Does any member wish to speak? If not, we now first vote on the clauses with no amendment standing part of the bill. I put the question to you that the clauses with no amendment as set out in the appendix to the script stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present, that is, those returned by the election committee and those returned by functional constituencies and geographical constituencies. I declare the motion passed. We now vote on the amendments. Professor Lau, you may move your amendments. Chairman, I move the amendments set out in the appendix to the script. I propose the question to you that Professor Lau's amendment be passed, and I put the question to you as stated. Will those be in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Clauses 6 to 8 and 10 as amended. And I put the question to you that the clauses as amended just read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Lingnan University Amendment Bill 2023 have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Professor Lau Chi-pang. President, I now report to the Council that the Lingnan University Amendment Bill 2023 has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council with amendments. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. And I'll propose the question to you that Professor Lau Chi-pang's motion be passed. Those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. Lingnan University Amendment Bill 2023. Professor Lau Chi-pang. President, I move that the Lingnan University Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. And I'll propose the question to you that the Lingnan University Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? And I'll put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. Lingnan University Amendment Bill 2023. Council now adjourns. We will resume on Wednesday, 28th of June at 11 a.m.